It's not because okay.
Yeah, but it's that day.
Wait. You said I take no. You allow me. Allow me here.
So space?
Yes, allow me.
And then in your own time.
Do you understand? In my own time, I'll be good.
Okay,
the production sent emails as well. It wasn't found, unfortunately.
My apologies.
That's fine.
Sorry. Hopefully you get another fancy one.
Amen.
Dubai.
If I hear information, I keep it to myself. Anything that you've ever told me, you will never hear it anywhere else. That's the kind of person I am. And even, God forbid, we turn enemies tomorrow, your secrets are safe with me, and they'll always be that way.
And so like, Mariam, why are you supporting this girl? Why are you cursing her because of this girl? Like, it's like, oh, that she didn't want me to come to your house at first. I'm like, what?
Seriously, was that what she told you?
Can I finish? What I think like a bit pissed me off was like, oh, does I want to use somebody's staff? Who wants her in front of?
Was that what you told her?
I said, it's not. I don't do cutting off, please. Or don't open. Make sure they open water in front of you. She didn't want. Or she kept on calling Chioma over and over again. Don't come. Don't put your bag there, or don't do this, or else you're going to use your stuff. People like them, they use jazz.
Caroline was like, she's not coming to Miriam's house. She doesn't know Miriam from anywhere. She doesn't trust Miriam. She doesn't just go to people's houses that she doesn't know. And I was like, let's just go because, you know, Toyin's not around. Toyin's not coming. Iyabo's not coming. So it would just be Laura there. Let's just go. It won't be nice. Caroline did not want to go. She called me, told me, do not go to Miriam's house. You don't know, these girls do jazz, you don't know anything, Lagos girls, you're naive, London, blah, blah, blah. I said jazz, she was like, yes. When you go there, don't eat anything, just say that, oh, your stomach is hurting, they give you water, open the water, but make sure you open it by yourself. She said all of these things. Should I go? I don't think Miriam does jazz, I know Miriam from before. So if anything, you're the one that had more to say about
you
these people.
are the queen of
You're the one that had
lies
more to say about these
and
people.
manipulation and
I made an effort.
You gossip back to back like it's your birthright.
And I have a good relationship.
If I'm going to say something about someone, I will say every single.
Coming from a friend, if I tell you something, I'm going to have an argument. You now spill the tea. You don't say that.
You think to strengthen the friendship again.
She has to stop with the lies.
And Caroline, what would
She
you
has to
think?
stop with the lies.
You know what? When I say things behind you, I say it in front of you. I'm done with the friendship. The lessons I have learned is, number one, salt also looks like sugar.
Hey guys, you are welcome to today's conversation. Oh my god, I hope this network is not looking crazy right now. Okay, we'll manage. Anyways, as I was saying, you're welcome back to today's conversation. My name is Gloria Elijah, as you already know, and this is Frankly Speaking with Glory. I am the girl with the tea, and the tea of this video today is all about some of the highlights that we did not really look at in the part 2 of the Real Housewives of Lagos reunion. If this video is not looking pixelated, it is okay. Just let me know in the comment section, all right? And I'll see what I can do about it. If you can hear me, guys, please just let me know still in the comments and I will do something about it. But from my end, the video quality is looking great. I don't know, but just let me know what you can see. Anyways, as I said before, you're all welcome. Thank you all so much for joining. It's a rainy day in Lagos, a crazy rainy day in Lagos. A lot of parts of Lagos is flooded, but we move. We're going to continue with today's conversation. And as I will always do, I want to especially thank all of you for joining today's conversation. I know that today is a huge celebration in Nigeria. I don't know which part of the salad they're celebrating, but I know it's a huge day. But then sadly, it's raining heavily, and still, you guys still joined. So thank you so much. I do not take your attendance for granted. Val is saying that seems like the network is poor. Val, how about now? I think the network is getting better now. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Val. Anyways, guys, there's a lot to talk about. There's a whole lot to talk about. As we're all aware, the Real Housewives of Lagos officially ended yesterday with the part 2 of the reunion. A lot of people were saying that, oh, there should have been a part 3 because the part 2 seemed really rushed and a lot of time was wasted, trying to discuss the Toyin and Chioma's beef, right? So rumor has it that there was a 2-hour situation that had happened between Toyin's masked husband and Chioma's PA. Guys, I do not know how true that is, but as I'm talking to you right now, I'm receiving some, juicy gist from someone. Someone is ringing me in my DM, sending me, gist about it. I cannot check it now right away, but I will look into that and see if there's anything I can share with you guys during the week. But that's that, guys. A lot of people are saying that there should have been a part 3 of the reunion show. And I was thinking about it and I felt like I don't think a part 3 of the reunion show would still have given us the viewers what we really wanted to see and hear. Yes, because there was a Twitter space last night hosted by Showmax as usual, and one of the producers of the show, that's Dari Atalade, he had been asked a question about the situation that had happened between Chioma and Caroline and Iyabo in Dubai. And he had said that at that time there was nobody to capture the moment because they have their shooting schedules that they stick to. And so at the time that that event had happened, they were not available to capture the moment. That it happens from time to time. Sometimes things like that happen amongst the women, and then when they come back the next day on set, they see the women behaving in certain ways, and they too, they are shocked, just as us, the viewers, are shocked. So I guess that part is gone. We only have the word of mouth from these women to tell us what exactly happened. But at the end of the day, the truth is, we will never know. We will never know because, as is natural, every man is their own first advocate. Iyabo will say what she said, Chioma will say what she said, and Caroline, till date, has refused to give a statement about what happened exactly. So the truth is, we cannot take what Chioma and Iyabo said as the actual fact of what happened. Yes. I wish there were more witnesses like me to be there to have seen what happened. But guys, it is what it is. Moving on, before to this just properly, to especially thank all of you for your support, for your love, for your encouragement. Guys, I'm doing this over and again because this week has been really, really fruitful. This week has been really excited. I met with Ebuka, the amazing host for Big Brother Niger, and Ebuka, said some really nice words to me, said some encouraging words to me, acknowledged my work. Guys, that's really, really sets the pace of my week for me. I've been really excited. And then just when I thought that was the end of it, I had my interview with the Nigerian Tribune. And guys, honestly, seeing myself on a full page of a newspaper, I thought meeting Ibuka was the highlight of my week, but I don't know, this one took over as the highlight of my week. And it's all kudos to all of you. Yes, I know that I do my own part, but without you all, it wouldn't have been possible. All right. So you guys are like the icing on the cake for me. That's why I'm giving you all this special appreciation. Thank you all so much for tuning in, for contributing, for interacting with me. Some of you even go as far as even sharing my videos. I do not even know. But really, thank you all so much for every single thing you do, for every single contribution you add to this channel's growth, to this channel getting seen, getting the recognition that it deserves. Thank you all so much. I am deeply, deeply grateful. Let's not stop. Let's keep the energy going. Let's keep the spirit going. We're going places, okay? We're going places. And for all the criticisms, all the corrections, all the contributions, I see, I hear, and I accept, and I work towards getting better. So thank you all so much. Now, let's quickly get into the conversation. So, as you can see, the title of this conversation from the thumbnail, shocking details, revelations that we did not really notice. Yes, I've heard a lot of conversations. I've read comments from the video I dropped yesterday, and I said a lot on that video. That video, I think, is almost 15 minutes long, but I could not really say everything that I had in mind to say because I did not want the video to even be lengthier than the duration of the reunion show itself. So I said, okay, I'm going to cut it short and, share the rest on here. PA Ojuwale, thank you so much. Look at this woman blessing me this rainy day. Thank you so much. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is Uti, the host. For those of you that joined that Showmax space yesterday, I'm sure you heard me speak. Yes, I was really passionate with my speech yesterday, guys, because I was almost going crazy that a lot of people were talking and talking and talking, and it felt as though people were really avoiding talking about Uti's role in making the reunion show incomplete. And I felt like, no, that is not really fair, because on their own, the ladies, all 6 of them, they cannot just come on the set of the reunion show and then they start opening their mouth and just speaking and speaking like that. No, they need the host, and that is why we have Uti there. Uti's role is really major. In case a lot of people do not know, Uti's role is really major. Uti is there to serve as the questioner, if you want to put it that way. Like, we're going to break it down to the barest understanding. Yes, Uti's role there is meant to be the questioner. He's meant to be some sort of the on-set director of how the conversation should proceed. Yes, he has his question cards. All of those cards you see in Uti's hands, they come with specific questions. And to be very frank with you all, I do not know if those questions are written by Uti himself or written by production themselves. I do not know. I am not sure. But those cards, they contain questions. Yes, I'm seeing Val dropping some money. Okay, you are making me blush. Thank you so much, Val. This is really kind of you. Thank you so much, Val. This is huge. Anyways, as I was saying, Uti has questions in his hands, right? But as the host, the reason Uti is there is to probe, right? I mean, it's not enough for Uti to just ask questions like that. Yes, you can ask questions, but from the responses that the women give, they will definitely say 1 or 2 things or drop 1 or 2 other things that should be able to lead Uti into asking further questions. And as I said before, I do not know if Uti is working by instructions or if he is just doing what he wants to do as the host. But then I was really disappointed. I complained about this after watching the part 1 of the reunion show. A lot of us, we mentioned this during the reunion, our live stream last week, and we said a lot, and we were really looking forward to seeing what the part 2 will be like. But then it seems as though the entire reunion show was shot in one day. Probably, I'm not really sure, but then it seems that that's the case because everybody is wearing the same thing. You know, they did not change. They're still looking the same way as we saw them in the pattern of the reunion show. Now, what did Uti do that I did not like? What did Uti do that got me really disappointed in him as a viewer? What did Uti do that made me feel like it did not really bring his A game to hosting the reunion show? I'm going to list them one after the other and briefly explain. But before I do so, let me thank Biola Balogun. Biola, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my God, this is huge. You guys are just keep it coming. Thank you so much, Biola. Thank you so much. And for those of you writing your well wishes in the comments, I see you. Thank you so much. Keep it coming. I'll be reading them. Thank you so much. Okay, so the first thing that Uti did, number 1, it's the way Uti anchored the show. Now, I understand. It's a show. There has to be the entertainment value. There has to be the drama that will keep people talking, that will bring the traffic. But did Uti direct the women the way he should have? Did Uti handle the conversations the way a host should have handled the conversation? In my opinion, he did not. He failed woefully in that regard. And from the look of things, it seemed as though Uti was having too much fun, way too much fun than even us, the viewers. From the look of things, from his body language, from the way he was laughing, even when he was not supposed to laugh, it felt as though he had been waiting for that opportunity to look at some of the women in the face and have a good laugh. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not about Glory Elijah is a fan of Caroline. No, I am basically saying what I observed from the reunion show in general, specifically with emphasis on the part 2 of the reunion show. I'm going to continue speaking, but guys, don't worry. I'm going to share the link to this live stream so that you can join and share your own opinion. What I'm saying right now is what I observed, okay? Now, as I was saying, Uti was having way too much fun than he was supposed to. This is not me saying that Uti should not have fun on his job. Come on, he should have fun. He should have a good laugh. He should laugh when he wants to. But there were times that Uti was being overly insensitive about it, and I picked offense on that. One of such instances was when they were sharing the clips about the Dubai trip. Yes, that clip started with Caroline losing her bracelet, and then we also saw the clip of Mariam complaining about the room that was given to her. Now, when we watched the clip of Caroline complaining about her missing bracelet. We also saw Toyin's confessionals. Toyin's confessionals, guys, honestly, is quite hilarious and entertaining. Sometimes you're watching it, even though you're upset at Toyin, you'll just be having a good laugh because she's very, very funny like that. But at that point in time, I felt like, one of the issues that Toyin and Caroline are having on this reunion, even on the show, towards the end of the show, is the issue of insensitivity. So I felt like at that point in time, as the host, you should be more sensitive at that point in time and not laugh at certain things as though you're not aware of what is actually causing the issue that you yourself you're trying to resolve at the reunion. But no, Uti was laughing, and I was wondering, like, dude, this is not the right time to do that. And then, as I mentioned on the Twitter space yesterday, the Showmax Twitter space yesterday, he quickly jumped into the Mariam's conversation. Well, it's allowed. He could decide to pick whichever story he wanted to pick up from first. But then I was expecting Uti to question Toyin, ask Toyin, do you think you went too far with your comments in your confessionals, even though it was your birthday celebration? Do you think you went too far with your remarks? Do you think you sounded too insensitive? Guys, this is just the way I was processing all those questions in my head as I was watching it yesterday, okay? I'm not saying that Uti should have said it verbatim the way I'm saying it right now. No, but I was expecting that because the issue of insensitivity was the prevalent matter that caused all the final drama in that season, in the season of the show, I was expecting that Uti was going to touch up on that. Why did they show us if Uti was not going to touch up on that? What's her name? Toyin said a lot. Okay, maybe we should change it to Tiannah 45 Caroline's diamond bracelet. It was really sarcastic and very insensitive. They made it look like the $43,000 was chick feed. Guys, if anybody gives me $43,000 right now, yeah, I don't even want to say what I'm going to do, but that's a lot of money. And I don't want to say that Caroline was lying about the amount of the bracelet because nobody me buy for her. I do not know. In my life, I have never bought anything in my life that is as expensive as $43,000. I will buy it one day, but I've never, So, but for the fact that it happened, she felt bad. She lost something. She felt bad. She has every right to feel the way she felt. And hey, Toyin also has every right to feel the way she felt. But those remarks that she made, I was expecting Uti as the host to ask a follow-up question about it. And I also expected him to also ask Caroline, how did you feel, after watching the show? Because of course it's the reunion, so it's expected that all the ladies, they must have seen all the episodes as they unfolded, as they were released. So I was also expecting him to ask Caroline, how did you feel when you watched it? Seeing the way Toyin reacted, what did you think? What did you feel? That was that. But Uti just went straight to ask, so have you found the bracelet? And Caroline said, production sent emails, I sent emails. They said that they've not found it, blah, blah, blah. Guys, Uti's response, oh Jesus. I felt like removing my wig, wrapping it into a ball, and throwing it at Uti wherever it is. What was that about? Hopefully you get another one that's fancier than that, another fancy trinket. Like, seriously, was it that flimsy? Honestly, the way I interpreted that Uti statement, it made it sound like, yeah, Caroline, we know that you're lying. All the ladies have said that you're lying. So I also believe that you're lying. I do not believe that you bought that diamond bracelet for the amount you claimed you bought it for. So we're just going to dye your matter. It does not make any sense. It does not matter. That was the way I interpreted it in my mind. And I felt like that was unprofessional. I felt like that was very, very unprofessional. Uti could have done better. And then he laughed and said, Dubai, Dubai, Dubai. I'm like, dude, were you in that Dubai with the women? Were you there? So I was really disappointed at Uti at that point in time. Now, moving on, let me not dwell on that because I knew that I wasn't the only person that saw that part. Right? Moving on, before I move on, let me also appreciate Pamela Tange. Pamela, thank you so much for your contribution. Oh my God, this is huge. Pamela, thank you. Thank you. You guys are making this rainy day look very, very hot. Thank you so much, Pamela. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Okay, another thing that Uti did that really got me disappointed was the way he okay, let me put it. Okay, was the way his countenance when he's asking questions. I don't know how many of you really studied Uti's countenance during the reunion. When Uti is asking questions, it looks like, hey, let me ask this question gently. Oh. I don't want to step on the toes of any celebrity. Oh. I don't want issues with anybody. Oh. He was asking the questions like he was scared. It was asking the questions like, oh, some of these women here, they are my friends. So I don't want to be too harsh on them. I don't want to be too hard on them, so that they will not be offended, so I will not pick offense on what I said or how I asked the question. So the extra sarcasm that he was supposed to use to ask the question, to even bring out the spice of the show in a very, very neutral way, sort of, it was lost on the show. So it looked as though Uti did not have any power of his own in that his role as the host. It looks like he did not have any control at all over whatever was happening on the set of the reunion. It looked as though he was intimidated. Yeah. And I don't want to be too harsh on him. I don't want to say that, oh, Uti sucks at being a host, that would be too extreme. But I just felt like it just made him look weak. It made him look unprofessional again. It made him look like he did not know what he was doing. It made it look like he doesn't watch the show. Oh, yes, that brings me to the next point. Probing questions. Uti was not asking probing questions. And once again, I felt like it brought down to, oh, I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I have a very good relationship with most of these women, so I don't want to ask them questions that will make them look ridiculous on TV. So let me just leave it. That was really unprofessional. And that was why the producers would have brought someone neutral. That was why the producers would have brought someone that had knowledge of the show and how to ask questions, how to host a show like that. Another thing again, before I say the final thing I want to say about Uti is the way he asked Laura, oh, Laura, do you feel redeemed? This is me paraphrasing now. Oh, do you feel redeemed? I'm talking about when they addressed the Chioma and Carolyn's friendship fallout. And it was like, oh, Laura, do you feel redeemed? Looking at all the things people saying that, oh, you are the villain of the season, blah, blah, blah. And Laura was like, oh, yes, I feel good. I feel redeemed. I said, all of you, please shut the hell up. Redeemed about what? Are you a redeemed church? Redeemed about what exactly? About what? Number one, I felt like that question was absolutely ridiculous. There's no such thing about redemption for Laura's uncouth behavior all through the season. Was I entertained? I was entertained, but to the point of exhaustion. I was entertained to the point of getting drained. I was entertained to the point of irritation. If for anything I was entertained by anybody, I was entertained by Toyin's confessionals. I found Toyin's confessionals quite entertaining. Even though she was throwing shades left, right, and center, I found them quite entertaining because she was saying things that would make people laugh. She was catching subs and she was throwing beefs here and there, but I found it hilarious. But that did not also stop me from seeing the places that she went wrong. But for Laura was all shades of toxicity in the entire season. Laura was draining. You are watching Laura and you're so angry. But at the end of the day, we came to the conclusion that, yeah, it's part of the show. It's entertainment business. It's showbiz. It's part of it. So Uti asking that question, first of all, was extremely ridiculous. Yeah, it felt like, oh, dude, have you run out of questions now? I mean, there are questions that you should ask. But you are not asking the questions. There are follow-up questions. There are probing questions, but you ended up not asking. And I decided to ask Laura, how do you feel redeemed? Redeemed about what exactly? Laura brought a lot of negativity to the show by herself. All the drama that Laura was involved in the entire season, for those who watched, Laura started those dramas. The so-called issue that Laura had with Caroline, it wasn't even her own issue in the first place. It was an issue that Caroline legitimately had with Laura's sister, Linda Ikeji. But Laura, for lack of any sort of content to bring to the show, decided to buy in diamonds, of course, decided to buy her sister's beef and brought it to come and start, fighting it out with Caroline. Once again, this is not me supporting Caroline. This is me saying what I saw on the show. So that part of Uti trying to play whatever, it felt as though Uti was on a mission to come and vindicate his bestie Laura. That was ridiculous and very unprofessional, in my opinion. I don't know if it was left to Uti to ask that question or if it was production that wanted him to ask that question. But however, in my opinion, it was ridiculous. There's no redemption for Laura. Laura did what she did, and she wore it as a badge of honor that she did what she did because she wanted to create the drama. She wanted to be the talk of the show. And she was the talk of the show. But sadly, we saw that Laura had exhausted her script. And that was why in this reunion, Laura had nothing else to say. And so the spotlight shifted from Laura to the likes of Caroline, Toyin, and Chioma. Without the drama, Laura brings nothing to the show. That is my opinion. Without the drama, without fighting people, without doing this and that, Laura brings nothing to the show. And so, at the end of the episode and the show, I think that was episode 11 or episode 10, Laura had exhausted all the drama that she brought. There was nothing else. And so the likes of Iyabo, in fact, other women, they took over the remaining highlights of the show. And that's why the reunion ended. It don't finish. Laura had nothing else to offer. Period. But let me just drop it there. Let me move on to the next thing. Yeah. Not allowing Caroline to defend herself. I wondered why Uti did a lot of that. Uti, I saw that. Uti was not allowing Caroline to defend herself. And it's not like it's really going to change anything, to be very honest, because at the end of the day, there are so many things that they talked about during the reunion. Oh, it happened off camera, and we did not see it. So in my opinion, even if they had narrated what happened off camera, there's still not going to be any justification for who amongst the women is actually lying or who is being genuine. I personally can only draw my own judgment, my own analysis from what was shown to us on the show. Without them showing us anything on the show, to be honest, I cannot tell who is lying. I cannot tell if it's Caroline, if it's Chioma. Guys, I cannot tell. Even the whole conversation about, oh, Caroline, Chioma told me when Mariam was saying that, oh, Chioma told me I do jazz, that you said I do jazz. Guys, to be honest, I cannot even say if Caroline said it or not. I cannot say if Chioma is lying or not. I cannot say if Mariam is lying or not because we did not see that part. And the funny thing is, Chioma was saying that, oh, they recorded that part and it was on camera. You said it on camera. At that point in time, I was hoping that they were going to show us the said conversation that Chioma and Caroline had in the good hair space. That was where all those nasty gossip was spilled, right? But we did not get to see it. So, in total, or in conclusion about Uti, I felt like Uti messed up big time. I felt like Uti allowed his bias to come in the way of him delivering on his job, delivering on his role, of being the host of the reunion show. I felt like Uti really shot himself in the legs, not being able to control himself, not being able to control his excitement, not being able to handle the women on that set, allowing the women to do as they please, allowing the women to talk at length unnecessarily. It really rubbed off the reunion show, off the time that they would have used to address more important issues. So I'm just going to leave Uti's one at that. I know that a lot of you have what you want to say. So when you come on here, you just go ahead and share your own thoughts. Now, another thing about the reunion show that really put me off is, okay, this thing is now looking ridiculous. Guys, can you see me? Is this network really clear? If the network is clear, let me know. Let me see if I can do something about it. If it is not clear, please go ahead and let me know, okay? Okay, great. All right. I think this is better now. Awesome. Okay, let's continue. I'm super excited, guys. Don't worry. I have superpowers now that I'm easy to deal with all these network issues. So I'm super excited. All right, moving on. Let's talk about Toyin trying to pounce on Chioma. Lord have mercy. Give me self-control. Guys, what exactly was that? We had a conversation last week on this channel. We talked about the ability to use your words to win an argument other than getting physically violent. Physical violence, it only leads to more frustration. It only leads to more, I don't know, I think high blood pressure. It leads to you looking stupid, to be very honest. I mean, I don't get it. And it was really ridiculous because Toyin and what's her name now, Caroline, they had a go at each other. They had talked and talked and talked at each other. And these people were literally sitting opposite each other. Mariam was in the middle. This was where they were. Now, Toyin had the opportunity to pounce on Caroline. The question is, why didn't she do so? Why didn't she pounce on Caroline? Then when she was now arguing with Chioma, number one, Toyin was lying that Chioma was attacking her brand, her business. I said, Toyin, come on. Come on. We are not blind. Even though the reunion show is edited, at least we are not deaf and dumb. We are listening to the argument. We are hearing what both of you are bantering about. Chioma never said that your work is not good. Chioma never insulted your work. So why are you overreacting? I mean, I just felt like Toyin was unnecessarily overreacting. And then standing up to want to go and slap Chioma. I don't understand. Oh, because Chioma is doing bushy. I mean, I did not hear that Chioma actually put somebody up in the club, guys. I'm still looking for that video. If you have that clip, please share it with me. I like that kind of gist. I want to see for myself. But then I just felt like that was Toyin displaying some traits of bullying. You do not threaten to beat down someone because they are defending themselves. Chioma was defending herself. Toyin, obviously, all through the season, had a beef for Chioma's style, had a beef for Chioma's fashion style and Chioma's late coming, which she had not failed to express herself about it. She had done so about it. And so they had come to the reunion show and they were talking about the competitiveness. Yes, Toyin saw Chioma as a competition because both their styles, it looks kind of similar, but it is not the same. Toyin is creative, but her creativity is on an extreme level. People call it avant-garde. Is it avant-garde or avant-garde? Guys, help me with the right pronunciation. That's what some people call it. Chioma's own style is absolutely different. Chioma's style is different. For me, I did not even see any competition at all because both of them, they are so far apart from what they do. But that's not the point. The point for me was Toyin standing up to go and pounce on Chioma. For me, number one, I saw that as a transfer of aggression, an unnecessary and ridiculous transfer of aggression, number one. Number two, I saw that as cowardice. Yes, cowardice in the sense that Caroline was right in front of you. Both of you literally had each other at the jugular. You were almost choking each other with insults, with nasty, dirty secrets. And you did not even make an attempt to slap Caroline or to jump on Caroline. But then Chioma said what she said. And you are getting overly irritated. I don't understand. You want to get high BP at your young age. Seriously, that was cowardice. That was cowardice. You know what they say? Go and pick on someone of your own size. Caroline is the only person that can match Toyin's energy on that set. Why didn't she go and fight Caroline? You want to go and fight Chioma because, oh, number one, you think Chioma is the youngest. Oh, number two, you think, oh, because Chioma is not yet married, she doesn't have kids like you. So she's a small girl, she's weak, she cannot do anything. I'm gonna beat her, blah blah blah. Like seriously, why do people do that? Honestly, in my opinion, as I said, that was just a silly transfer of aggression, and that was extreme cowardice on full display. You want to beat somebody, go and face Caroline. Don't come and be shacking your energy with Chioma. Chioma said what she said. She was defending herself. And Chioma obviously was not attacking Toyin's brand. No, she was not. Moving on, talking about Mariam's beef with Caroline. Guys, the reason I played the video I played before we started this conversation was because I wanted you all to see the what they call it, the progression of events. So I'm just going to quickly go ahead and play that video again because I want you all to see the progression of events before I proceed to talk about what's her name now, the Chioma and Caroline's beef. So let's just quickly watch the clip again.
You telling me, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, and it's gonna be okay. It's not okay. That's not how it becomes okay.
Yeah,
It
but
takes
it's
time. Wait. You allow me. Allow me here.
So space,
Yes, allow me.
and then in your own time.
Do you understand? In my own time, I'll be good.
Okay,
The
so
production sent emails as well. It wasn't found, unfortunately.
my apologies.
It's fine.
Sorry. Hopefully you get another fancy one.
Amen.
Dubai.
If I hear information, I keep it to myself. Anything that you've ever told me, you will never hear it anywhere else. That's the kind of person I am. And even, God forbid, we turn enemies tomorrow, your secrets are safe with me, and they'll always be that way.
And so like, Mariam, why are you supporting this girl? Why are you cursing her because of this girl? Like, it's like, oh, that she didn't want me to come to your house after this. I'm like, what?
Seriously, was that what she told you?
Can I finish? What I think like a bit pissed me off was like, oh, does I want to use somebody's star? Who wants her in front of?
Was that what you told her that I said?
It's not. I don't think it's cutting off, please. Or don't open. Make sure they open water in front of you. She didn't want. Or she kept on calling Chioma over and over again. Don't come. Don't put your bag there. Or don't do this on else. You're going to use your star. People like them, they use jazz.
Caroline was like, she's not coming to Miriam's house. She doesn't know Miriam from anywhere. She doesn't trust Miriam. She doesn't just go to people's houses that she doesn't know. And I was like, let's just go because, Toyin's not around. Toyin's not coming. Iyabo's not coming. So would it just be Laura there? Let's just go. It won't be nice. Caroline did not want to go. She called me, told me, do not go to Miriam's house. You don't know, these girls do jazz. You don't know anything. Lagos girls, you're naive, London, blah, blah, blah. I said jazz. She was like, yes. When you go there, don't eat anything. Just say that, oh, your stomach is hurting. If they give you water, open the water, but make sure you open it by yourself. She said all of these things. Should I go? I don't think Miriam does jazz. I know Miriam from before. So if anything, you're the one that had more to say about
You
these
are
people.
the queen of
You're the one that had
lies
more to say about these
and
people.
manipulation
But the difference is,
and
I made an
gossip.
effort. I
You
got along
gossip
with-
back to
with
back
most
like
of
it's
them.
your birthright.
And I have a good
If
relationship
I'm
with
going to
them.
say
You still
something
hate
about
them.
someone, I
You
will
still
say
hate every
it.
single
Coming from a friend, if I tell you something, I'm going to have an argument. You now spill the tea. You don't say that.
Straight.
Okay, that was the part I wanted you all to watch. So the way I put this event, it's not like every single one of them happened, at the same time, no, but I just wanted to mash up all of those arguments. So, first things first. In the course of the season of the show, we saw how Chioma was upset that Caroline threw her under the bus. Talking about under the bus, if you all recall what she meant, after the Caroline and Laura's issue, and then Iyabo called for the intervention, the meeting that they had to address Laura's excesses. Caroline was explaining, her own side of whatever. And she had mentioned that, oh, Chioma had told me before I'm paraphrasing now. Chioma had told me before to be wary of you because you had told her that you were coming to the show to cause drama to increase your following on social media. And in that meeting, Chioma had said, Caroline, that's not what I said. Do you understand? Like she had countered Caroline immediately. I had been of the opinion that these two women, they've been victims of Laura's unnecessary attacks from time to time from episode 1 of the show. And obviously they've had conversations, as Chioma would put it. We've talked about Laura, we've talked about this, we've talked about that, we've said we are going to ignore Laura, we know what she's bringing to us, we're going to ignore her, she wants attention, blah, blah, blah. So obviously they've had conversations. We don't know what those conversations are. And of course, Caroline was saying what she was saying. And even me, to be honest, when she made that statement, I did not really agree. I said, no, you shouldn't have said Chioma said. You could have just put it as, oh, I knew, or I have a feeling that that's what you want to do, that kind of thing. But I was also upset at Chioma that, Chioma, come on, you know that this battle Caroline is fighting is not just for herself. She is indirectly speaking for both of you because the WhatsApp messages that Laura sent was directed at both of you. So Caroline was kind of fighting two battles. This is my bestie on the show. I'm protecting myself and my bestie, that kind of thing. So I felt sad that Chioma had kind of interrupted, or rather interjected Caroline and was saying, no, I didn't say this. I felt like it made it look like she did not say it, whereas she actually did say it. So afterwards, another scene we had seen was the scene where Chioma and Caroline were at Caroline's place of business. And that was where Chioma was venting that, oh, Caroline, you threw me under the bus. Caroline, of course, was apologizing. And then Chioma was like, oh, if I had told you something, let it be between me and you. I don't like Chioma said, she said, I want to be the one saying it, not somebody said, Chioma said, which makes a lot of sense. Why did I play that clip? I played that clip specifically so that people will see and hear that part. Chioma said, even if we have issues, even if we go into an argument, your secrets are safe with me. You will not hear it from anybody else. You see that part? It caught my attention. And I also like the fact that production also played that part yesterday on the part 2 of the reunion show. And then before we knew it, Mariam was talking about, oh, Chioma told me that Chioma was telling Caroline, oh, rather Mariam was telling Caroline, Chioma told me you said that when I wanted to invite you to my house for dinner, you said she should not go. You are a Lagos Sabi, you don't know Lagos women. Lagos women use jazz. And you're a London girl, you don't know anything. You will use your star, that kind of thing, that kind of thing. And I'm like, how did this enter Mariam's ears? Now, let me put it to you guys this way, okay? I do not, if at all, Caroline said those things about Mariam, there's two things we should be looking at. Number one, I could be having a conversation with my friend, and my friend says, oh, somebody invited me somewhere. And I'm like, they will just kidnap you. Don't go anywhere. Oh, you know you are new in Lagos. You know you don't know how Lagos girls behave. Don't go anywhere. Oh, just stay where you are. And we could be laughing about it. And I could be like, if you go there, if they give you a drink, say thank you. You know how we used to do when we were kids. Thank you. Don't drink. Or don't eat. You know, that kind of thing. We could talk about it in that way. That's one thing. The other thing we should be looking at is, okay, how did it get to Mariam's ears? How exactly? Right? And as I said before, did Caroline say those things in a spiteful way? To be honest, we will never know because we were not there when Chioma and Caroline had that conversation. If at all it's on record, production should go ahead and release those clips. Let's see it. But I don't know if they had that conversation. I don't know if Caroline said it. Now, if Caroline said it in a spiteful way, then that is a very, very strong accusation. That is wrong on all levels, and Caroline should be questioned for it if she made those statements, if she said those things. But if she said it as a friend-to-friend conversation or as a friend-to-friend banter, then I will understand, because I am guilty of such, and I know that a lot of people are also guilty of such when they're having conversations with their friends. Okay, take for instance, I have a friend that's based in London. And whenever this friend comes to Nigeria, this friend is constantly saying, I want to go and see Ajegule part of Lagos. And me, I grew up in Ajegule. So what I normally tell this my friend is, if you go there, they'll kidnap you. You know I grew up there. They'll kidnap you. They'll collect your money. They'll pick your pocket. I use my experience to dissuade my friend from going to Ajegule because that was where I grew up from. And I know, or I knew how things were whilst I was living there. You know, so it depends on how that conversation was had. But then, that is aside. My major question is, how, when, and why did this information get to Mariam? If Chioma prides herself so much in being a very, very discreet friend, in being that one friend that would never throw a friend under the bus, how did Mariam hear that information? How? When did they have that conversation? And if you heard what Mariam said, Mariam was saying that, and Chioma was telling me that, why are you making a case for this girl? Why are you making a fuss for this girl? This girl that does not like you. This girl that did not want me to come to your house. And I'm like, really? That means that conversation had happened before the Dubai incident had happened. Honestly, I think that conversation happened before the Dubai incident. And guys, it got me really scared that, wow. But you know what? Still, I don't want to blame Chioma because it also depends on how Chioma relayed that information to Mariam. So once again, I would say, just to make a case for Chioma, I was not there. So it's possible that Chioma was not spiteful when she was relaying that conversation to Mariam, and probably Mariam, who has been so freaking annoyingly desperate for highlight all through this reunion, probably decided to, dish out that information that was probably not dished out to her in a very serious way, to dish it out in a very, very serious way and make it look like it's actually a big deal. I don't know if you guys are following. But at the same time, going back to Chioma's claim and, her priding in herself that she's not a kiss and tell friend, I was really disappointed that if you are not a kiss and tell friend, then you really did Caroline dirty, by going to go and say all those things to Mariam. But once again, I will say that it depends on how that information was relayed from Caroline to Chioma and from Chioma to Mariam. That's on the side. Let's quickly talk about Mariam. Guys, I'm going to say this right now, and I'm going to be very honest. I think they should bring more housewives for another season. Yes. And I think Mariam should take a break. She could come back in season 3, maybe after she has figured out the kind of strategy she wants to bring into the show. Because to be very honest, I started liking Mariam towards the end of the season, especially in, I think, episode 11 and episode 10. But looking at all the unnecessary shenanigans that she was doing during this reunion, I just said, no, this woman, I'm not going to waste my energy watching all of this. I just felt like she was just too desperate for highlights. And she kept on getting talked down on. And I felt I was embarrassed on Mariam's behalf when Toyin and Chioma, they were attacking each other verbally, and then she got upset and walked out and said, you guys should call me when you're ready. I want to go and take a cigar. And then she left. When she came here, said they fight. See the way she was running back inside the hall. She wanted to come and hear Jesus. I said, what's doing this one? You will not find one place to sit down. Like your body is just shaking up and down. You not sit down one place and calm down. So I just feel like Mariam has a conflict of personalities. She came into the show bragging, if you want me street, I'll give you street. If you want me this, I'll give you this. If you want me that, I'll give you that. And then she decided to pick a fight with Caroline. First of all, she complained about Caroline's handshake, which was a blatant lie. And obviously, she had heard gist from what's her name now, Toyin, because she and Toyin, they're very good friends. And then when she now saw that the Caroline that she wanted to fight battles with is not even interested, is not even the person she should be fighting with, she laid down an armor of war and she became cool with everybody. And I was really liking her. And then voila, all of a sudden, we're having the reunion and Mariam is coming spoiling for a fight. Mariam needs a break. You know what? I think I've said a lot. So I think it's time for you all to join this conversation and let me know your thoughts. Remember what I said, all of these things I have said, it's my observation and partly receipts directly from the show. Okay? So if you have anything you want to say, just click on the link that I'm sharing right now and share your own thoughts. All right? So the link is on there in the comment section. All right? Just click on it and I'll add you right now to speak. Okay? So who wants to go first? All right, so let me just start reading your comments. Maureen George said, Glory, you're very intelligent. I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, okay, we're having people on here. Hi, Dupe. Oh, let me unmute Dupe. Dupe, you have to unmute yourself, okay? Dupe, you have to unmute yourself. Okay, okay, guys, you people have muted yourself. You have to unmute yourself. Click on your audio icon. All right, click on the microphone icon. Okay, so since the person is I'm just going to speak with Olamide. Hi, Olamide.
Hi,
Hello.
good evening.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Welcome to the conversation. I can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. All right. So like basically watching the part two, I I saw like fine, but based on what I saw and everything, I saw this maturity and the way she was, composing herself. But looking at Toyin, I felt like Toyin was a bit petty and immature. Even based on the gestures she was making and all of that, it was unnecessary. And for Mariam to it wasn't even necessary. Someone gave her a gift with a good intention, but I don't know. I think that they all formed like a clique or a gang against Caroline. I don't know what the intentions were. I don't know. Probably they felt intimidated by Caroline because the way Caroline carries herself. Then
Okay.
for Chioma, I can't really like be specific with her because someone your friend and you behave in a certain kind of way, like she's in that year or there, like she's like a chameleon, like you don't even know where to place her. And what she did too, because I felt like even the fight they had in Dubai would have been something that they would have sorted out. But she was even fighting not for herself, but she was fighting on someone's behalf against um Caroline. I think that was when she was saying that she didn't apologize to Iyabo and something like that. But it wasn't against her, it was like so I felt like all like there were some unnecessary things, even there are some things that we're not even being told. There's some underneath like issues that were happening and she was just transferring the aggression to Caroline. So
All
basically, I just
right.
feel like this reunion should just brought out different things.
All right. Thank you very much, Olamide. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Rachel. Hi, Rachel. Are you there?
Yes. Hey, Gloria. Good
Hi. Welcome
morning.
to
Hi. How you doing? Okay. First of
I'm
all,
good. You're welcome.
thank you. First, let me say congratulations. I read the article about you. Thumbs up. Good job. I'm so proud of you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank
More
you.
wins, more wins. So, having said all of that, I said this last week and I'm still going to stick to my guns. Uti is a complete no-no as a host. Uti lost the stage for Mariam to have had to say, "Oh, Uti, can we go back to this guy?" And he's like, thank you, Mariam." I mean, come on now. I don't know if he's intimidated by the ladies. Obviously, he has some friends there and he doesn't want to step on toes. But if they're listening to us at all, if the production team is watching this, I would like to say next time, please do not bring Uti back in. If you're going to bring him back in at all, train him on certain things, train him on how to comport himself. He shouldn't be laughing on, stuff. He got carried away. And regarding Caroline and Chioma's issue, Caroline, look, I live in the United States and I tell my friends, I've lived in Nigeria, and when I go out to eat with friends and stuff like that, look, certain things you don't do. You don't you open your drinks yourself. Look, this is Caroline was just opening up to someone she saw as a sister, someone she saw as a friend. She was just giving her wisdom. I believe she was just trying to tell Chioma certain things. Chioma having been a London girl and stuff like that, there's certain things she does not know. So Caroline was just trying to impart knowledge to her. Now, was Caroline naive? To me, I would say yes. You don't know Chioma that well.
True.
There are certain things you do not say to people you do not know too well. Chioma, maybe first instance she saw trying to redeem herself to the ladies. She said certain things that Caroline told her, which was girls' code. And you had come out to tell this girl, your secrets are safe with me, you're this, and I don't know, but this whole thing, the Lagos housewives, whatever, it just kind of like solidified the fact that Caroline on that stage is the most mature person. Iyabo, the back and forth on Twitter, she took it upon herself. And Caroline's the kind of person, Toyin has said it before. Caroline, you bring fight to her, the girl will come with Arsenal. She doesn't care she does not care. She will come with Arsenal. Iyabo picked a fight on Twitter with Caroline, and then she started deleting the tweet. When you know you and Apostle have something, why are you bringing out your nyash in the open? Girl, bring out all your dirty linens from where you're hiding it. If Caroline is watching this, I just want to say to her, a queen remains a queen. I was not her fan, but right now I am. Because the girl is holding her head up high. She is sitting on her throne. Everybody else can continue behaving like an idiot, like a lunatic. What's her name? Tiannah is there fighting. I will beat you. I will slap you. You're not better than me. She did the same thing to Swanky. She did it to everybody who's ever been. Like, why do you think your style has to be embraced by everybody? I don't get it. Nobody wants to wear crayon. Nobody wants to wear spoon and forks and cups around the whole place. I just think they need they need fresh blood on the stage. They should just, I heard from Grapevine that they're shooting season two, or they're about to start. But, I just think certain things need to be put right. And these ladies, they just need to check themselves. Like, certain things should not, that's
Thank
new.
you.
And just keep up the good work. This housewife thing is giving everybody headache. The fight is just not necessary. It's giving me headache as I'm here. Just keep up the
Thank you
good
so
work.
much,
Okay.
Rachel.
You're welcome. You
I
have a
saw,
good
I saw
day.
those, yeah, I saw those tweets between Iyabo and Caroline. I just put my feet to my head, like I'm like, what? The funny thing is, with those tweets, Caroline was actually referring to Chioma, if you read it, and
Exactly.
Iyabo just pounced on it. It was like all the things she didn't say at the reunion, she wanted to say a lot. And Caroline even told her that this tweet is not for you. And she was still like, oh, who is old? I said, so you are now labeling yourself as the old person.
I
Nobody
don't know.
told you who.
I don't understand it. And the fact with this age thing, it started with Linda. And that's the honest truth. I have a friend of mine who grew up with Caroline. And this age thing, when it first came out, the girl was like, come on now, this is not true. I am not a friend of Caroline, but I have actually walked into Reddington Hospital. This was years ago when Caroline had her daughter, and Caroline brought her daughter into the hospital. I never knew Caroline before except from TV, and the way the girl smiled at me, the way Caroline smiled at me, and this is someone I didn't even know. We were both at Reddington, and the way she smiled at me, I was like, okay, but I don't understand Iyabo's beef with this girl. Is it because she is pretty? Is it because she does not send you? Is it because, just let her be? Because if you poke the bear, the way the bear will turn around and insult your whole generation. She has brought Apostle now. Now the issue is Apostle. And we all know this Apostle gist too. We all know this Apostle gist. We know what it is. So, let's just.
I'm still following you. Thank you, Rachel. I'm gonna dig deep into those tweets. I was trying to get all of it, but the other was deleting. I'm like, sis, please leave it for us. Entertain us. Since that's what you want to do. I'm going to look into all those tweets and bring them more here to gist. But really, thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you
No
so much.
problem, no problem. You have a good day.
All right, you too. Okay, let's move on to Alexander. Alexander, are you there?
Hi, Glory. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. You're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you. I have, usually, yeah, I listen after because of the time difference. I'm in the United States as well. So because of the time
Oh, okay.
difference, I listen afterwards. So for some reason, I was like, let me just try. Maybe I'll be able to catch this live. And I can't believe I caught it. So thank you to me. And And
You're welcome.
I stumbled, yeah, I stumbled on your channel. I like one of the things I pride myself in, and it's also like a lean Six Sigma concept is the ability of communication. And I want to say you are very well versed in that. You have the ability to communicate your point of view without any any vagueness, or you just communicate your point of view. It may not necessarily be agreed by everyone, but you communicate your point of view without any equivocation or like, hey, I don't understand what she's saying. No. And lead from that, you're welcome. From that, I would like to give my take on the reunion. One thing, these ladies, I'm Nigerian as well. I lived like half of my life in Lagos. And one thing these ladies are forgetting to understand is that there's something called optics. And there's something called optics, and it translates directly to social media. Number one, Laura being very quiet was because Laura realized that the optics of her drama translated into somebody who is absolutely pretentious and problematic, as against a bubbly personality she presented on social media, even to the fact of saying that, because I had remember glimpsing at one of the contents of her books, and she said that you need to dance and smile, and you're presenting a bubbly. Have you seen a cheerleader? Did you see how they laugh and smile all the time? How there's always that was what she was selling. And then you come on reality TV and show us that you are this kind of person. I'm sorry, but that is a very, very negative trend to as an influencer. That's a negative trend on your business. So I like what she did. She was smart to keep short and keep quiet. Even people may see it wrong, but her response to the Chioma friendship comment, I feel it was appropriate. Just gloss over everything and let's move on. Kindly fuck. But the truth about it is the optics. Even me, if I see you, I'm like, you're just pretending. You're just you're a very difficult person to be friends with. Number one. Number two, Chioma looks like a delightful person, but unfortunately, Chioma girl, you have come off as somebody who cannot be trusted, who cannot be relied on. You claim you're a lawyer. You've come off as that. And the fact that your statement of, if you're my friend, I keep your secrets, blah, blah, blah. And then Mariam then comes to say this, whether it is true, whether it's not, the optics, even me, when I see you, I'm like, you can, this babe cannot be trusted. Toyin, you come off as somebody who is hurt. 12 years ago, Jesus, I don't even know where I was. You come up as somebody who is hurt. You come up as somebody who, Mariam, you come off as somebody who is trying desperately hard to be part of the cool kids. Just develop your own personality. That's what these people are forgetting. The optics. And especially in Mariam's case, you're doing public relations. I don't understand how you could be so dumb. Why couldn't you not just develop an individual personality? Just in the right here where I am, there are people that make hundreds of millions from being weird. Well, you could have just been like that. Iyabo, I know what Iyabo was trying to do. Iyabo really hasn't had that much of a clean image in the past, and social media didn't help matters. TikTok was her way. When she saw the interest she was gaining from TikTok, how people were like, oh, she's really an actress. She's this. If you look at the characterizations she tend to put in her TikTok videos, people were lauding her for it. So she purposely came to that place to sell herself as someone who is cool. Unfortunately for you, girl, you were trying to attempt composure, but the cracks were showing. And you're forgetting you have skeletons. So many. I even know some. There's Dino, there's Apostle, there's so
Email me.
you have skeletons. You have so many. And it just needs one person. It just needs one person. There's this movie, Sean Lee, if you're a Marvel fan, Sean Lee and the Legend of the Ten Rings. When his dad was trying to break through the shield, he just one crack before one demon escaped. Just one person. And at the end of the day, everybody's calling you an Agbaya. Like, seriously. Which is an old person, they're referring to your age, but not in a good way. Caroline, I swear, the way Caroline and the optics and the way she came out of this as a heroine, as a one-person army, it was totally unexpected, but she's riding on it very, very well. She's riding on it. I mean, Caroline, I'm very sure she was shocked that really, is this how people see me? And she just decided to go with it. I mean, I'm not supporting her because that brings me to my second point. All of them are liars. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. I have a BA in English, and one of my thesis was stylistics, the ability to listen to your conversation. If you listen to them, each and every one of them, they're all lying.
They're advocating for themselves.
Yeah. So them trying to throw this narration that Caroline is lying, Mariam is lying, Toyin is lying, Iyabo is lying, Chioma is lying, Laura is lying. They are all lying. So they should just stop that nonsense. That's number 3. Number 4, I think we shouldn't blame Uti. I think it's his first time. I mean, yes, Uti, remember, Uti has never been a host. Uti hosts red carpet. What kind of questions do they ask on the red carpet?
No, but he also hosted Jara with Ellen Paul, and he did that for a long time.
But that is easy. That is easy. You know, you're dealing with one person. The show is segmented. It's just like you going to go write an exam and you've been preparing for it. You know, this is what's going to come out in section A. You know, this is what's going to come out in section B. You know, what's going to come out in section C. I'm not saying he did well. I'm just saying, let's just chill, because the optics on Uti, I swear, I don't think he's going to get another hosting job.
That guy, I want to meet with him personally, because just like we're talking about optics. Sorry for cutting you short. Uti
No worries.
His own fair share of negativity.
Exactly.
And trust me, Big Brother Nigeria is going to start very soon, and I am looking forward to seeing Uti's rule in full force, because he enjoys playing the villain during the show.
Right.
Yeah, so we're going to see more of that. He will pick one person that is actually playing the devil's prank.
He's trying to do the whole reverse psychology thing. You know,
exactly.
He's trying. It worked for him. Unfortunately, he never ever saw himself that he would be in this position amongst these people. I'm a reality TV addict. I watch literally I watch the Real Housewives franchise. Then if these people are smart, let me maybe if anybody stumbles on the Real Housewives of Dubai, there's an African there. She's from Sudan or Somalia. Her name is Ayan. She is showing we were very dominative. We like to dominate any space that we arrive in. Ayan is like that. To speak pidgin English, Ayan no degree. Even there's a British person there. When the British person tried to take her down, Ayan will stand. When she's like, okay, let me bring a reconciliation gift. There's one person, Ayan brought a goat. She said, in my village, when we want to reconcile with someone, I will give you a goat. It's you have to, and that is the problem with all these women. You are not thinking far ahead. Yeah, but you were trying to do the whole composure thing. Your cracks, the water is good. The demons are coming out. Very soon, your peers will start bringing up Apostle. It was only a matter of time. Very soon, a video conversation will leak. But you're doing a very good job, and I just wanted to just bring this out. And I'm so glad that I'm on this live. And congratulations on your article.
Thank you so much. You know what? I'm so happy you spoke, because I just learned something new. Optics. I'm going to go and do more research on it to learn more about it. I like the word. I like the way you used it. I like the context. So I'm definitely going to go and
trust
learn
me,
more.
like that is how all these.
I studied English.
Oh really? Oh cool.
Yeah, so it's really nice having you on here. Please do me a favor, if it's not too much. Kindly send me an email, please. I want us to connect. I would love for us to connect, if you don't mind. So
no, I don't mind. How do I get your email address? Are you going to put it on your what's that YouTube?
Okay, let me just type it on here right now. Let me just type it on here. Yes. And anybody else that would like for us to connect, please send me an email. Yeah, at gmail.com. Okay, so I have posted it right now. That's my email. Anybody else that would love for us to connect, just send me an email. Let's connect. Thank you so much, Alexander. That was really refreshing, and I loved the different perspective that I just heard. It's a lot, and really, guys, if you guys have gist, if you have the tea on this whole Iyabo and Caroline's drag, please share. There's love in sharing. Okay, moving on to Lutricia. Hi, Lutricia. Lutricia, yes.
Ah,
Lutricia, you are glowing. What is the secret?
life is good.
You're glowing. Think of glowing. Your head is shining. Your face is glowing. Radiance everywhere.
Oh, thank you. And it's cold here, Glory. It's even raining.
Okay.
Glory,
So
let me start by saying
hold
on
on.
your
There seems to be some interference with your device.
you can't hear me.
There is an interference with your device.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can clearly hear you, but I feel like I can hear my echo bouncing back. But it's fine now. So let's continue. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to start by congratulating you. Yes, I haven't read the paper. I've been busy, but I see you dropped us a link so that we can read your interview on the newspaper. And I thought, hey, you are skyrocketing. You are going up. I like that. Congratulations. Keep going. Shine on. Shine on. And those who have a problem, the trollers, you know the trollers.
Yeah.
Those who have a problem, they must wear their shades because your shine is too bright for their eyes. They must wear their shades and shut up. And shut up. They must wear their shades and shut up and not drag you. I'll be here to protect you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
The Real Housewives of Lagos. I still want to repeat again. I loved their outfit. Yo, they were wearing nice clothes and all that, my kind of thing. Chioma, all that, but the lady in white, yeah, I'm not, I don't know. I was still watching her outfit at the Africa Magic, what, and I thought, yo, this is scary. I was going to faint if I was there. This is scary, those faces. But anyway, that's how designers do. Okay, Glory, getting to the point now. It started with Chioma and Toyi talking about the fashion and all that. Chioma, I liked her comment when she said they cannot compete because her style of taste, her taste of clothes is not the same as that of Toyi. So it is not because she is belittling Toyi's fashion line, but it's only that it's impossible for them to compete. That is according to me. It's impossible for them to compete because Chioma is wearing something else and Toyin is wearing something else. And I also felt that maybe what fueled Toyi to say all the things that she said, I mean, I think it's a given advantage to Chioma. If I do clothes and Chioma wears them, I think people will start having more interest. It's like an advert. If Chioma says, when they say you are dressed nice and says, oh, I was dressed by Lutricia, I think people will want to come to me because she's always on point, that girl. So I think that is what fueled her. Maybe she expected that Chioma will speak positive of her clothing line because the way she was angry, it tells you that it is personal, it's deep. The way she was angry when Chioma said, no, I'm not competing with her. It's just that her things are her things and my things are my things. So she thought that in a way, that's why she made it clear that she is pulling down her fashion line. It wasn't really that. It's only that maybe I'm saying maybe she hoped that Chioma will speak positive about her fashion line and then she was going to get customers. So unfortunately for her, it didn't work for her. Then the other thing I also want to say, I've also realized that, like you used to say, that Toyin is the actual person who is causing all the mess that is happening, more especially anything that has to do with Laura. And I'm glad that Laura rose above the problem. Maybe now, because she watched everything and heard comments and all that, she could see that Toyin was actually using her. So Toyin was living into Laura. That energy, that aura of negativity, of violence, it was actually from Toyin, according to me. It was actually from Toyin, because if Laura was the same Laura that we saw during the other episodes, I think we were going to get another drama on the reunion. You understand? So, but she was so down, quiet, not the Laura that we know. That she gave us something that we were not expecting. Let me talk about me. I wasn't expecting that she will be that down and all that and understanding and all those things. I think she realized that Toyin was using her. She was fronting with Laura. So, and moving forward, Caroline, I like her spirit. She understands friendship. Let me say the way I understand it. She did not see red flags on Chioma, because obviously she liked her as a friend and she committed into a friend. And Glory, let me promise you, I can be friends with Steph, but then it doesn't mean that I'm perfect. I'm going to be a friend. I will be having my weaknesses. Equally so, she will be having her weaknesses. But we need to we need to help each other in that case. And for Chioma to say she's been seeing red flags and all that, she had a choice. Caroline did not point her with a firearm to say, you remain being my friend, whatever, and all that. And by virtue of her talking all the things that she said, that Caroline said to her in confidence, I'm not going to say Caroline said them or did not say them. Let's assume that, yes, Caroline was talking to her in that, girls, when you are with someone that you trust, you will talk things. That one is human. If that is a guilty thing, I'm guilty as well. When you are with your friend that you can trust, that you are close with, you will surely confide and say, oh, but did you see her hairstyle? You know, but then when we have our differences, I am not expecting you to say those things, because when those things were said, it was with you. And if you did not like them, you were supposed to stop me. So if Chioma was that angry that she claims to be, she was supposed to correct Caroline immediately and say, I don't appreciate what you're saying. I don't believe in ladies cheating or gossiping or whatever that she will say. So the other ladies, the 5 ladies, I would say thumbs down for them, because when Chioma tells them what Caroline was saying, they were supposed to ask her, why was she comfortable to say it to you? If you are this loyal person, why were they comfortable to say? Why was she comfortable to say it to you and say another thing, and the other time say another thing? That means she had a comfort zone, because if you stopped her, if you are not that person, that means you were going to stop her. And equally so, then the writing is on the wall, Glory. That means they were gossiping together. They said it together, and it is okay. There's nothing wrong. It happens. Gossiping it's given. It's our inheritance as women. It's given. But then for her to start exposing, I have a problem. I have a problem, and she's still young. She's going to grow, and sometimes gossiping helps us. It takes us, it's our way of sharing our vulnerability as women. We are not like men. We talk our vulnerability. We don't mind saying this and that and that. You understand? And it's better because Caroline did not go into a show and take a mic and say, yeah, Toyin is doing this, this one is doing this. She was talking between the two of them. That shows that as much as they were gossiping, she had respect for the ladies. And it was not always on the cameras. And moving forward, for Uti, where was he? Who is Uti? Mudimaba Israel. I felt that Uti, it was as if he was there to observe that everything goes right. If I were to define his duty there, Uti was there to observe that everything goes right. And what I did not like about him, Uti was biased, ladies. Uti was biased. Okay, family, let me not say ladies. Uti was biased because every time when something is, and specifically to Caroline, when something is said, about Caroline, somebody will be given a chance to say something, and he doesn't go to Caroline and ask her. And you know what I like about Caroline? Big girl. She did not say, but you are not giving me a chance. She did not interject. I liked it. I liked it.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
she is not desperate to prove a point. But then they were desperate to prove a point. And for the part where things were exposed and all that, this one said this one said this, that is where Uti was supposed to capitalize on. And I thought of Ebuka immediately when that happened. I thought of Ebuka. Ebuka was going to say, okay, and then if you're saying that, and then Caroline, and then what were you saying? What did you say? That one is a promise. Ebuka would have said that, okay, we understand they get scripts and all that, the questions that they must ask and things like that. We do understand that point. And for the wives to gang up against Caroline, I wish Caroline was watching. I wish I had a means to talk to her so that I can tell her that you are so heavy that not one person can come straight to you and it's one-on-one. It's 5 against 1. That makes you the girl. You are the girl. You are the wife. They had to gang up against you. Even David, when he went to Goliath, he went alone. King Saul gave him the things to wear, and he said, "No, I don't want them. They are too heavy for me. I want to go to that man alone." So Caroline, I just don't have a crown or a trophy to give her and say, you know what, girl, that on its own, it's saying a lot about you. I hope you see it. For them to gang up against you and for them to turn Chioma against you, it also tells you that Chioma has, as much as she said she is salt and sugar are the same, there was one thing that I felt that is missing. She should have said, some people have banana backbone. Banana backbone. You cannot rely on a banana backbone, a banana spinal cord. Anytime it can turn this way. Anytime it can offer them. Yes. So Chioma, I love her, but then she has a banana backbone. She was supposed to stick with her friend behind closed doors, behind the cameras, and say, girl, you messed me up. But because of where we were, I had to stand up for you. For example, I'm a member of your channel, Glory. If something goes wrong, even if I can see that, no, yeah, here we messed up, I will still stand with you and say, yeah, there is things went wrong, but then I'm still on the group. I'm not going to change. You understand? Because I was there all the time when things were happening. And I also want to say the returning of the gift. Am I not out of time, Glory? I don't want to be
almost. You can round off, but you know you can come back again.
Let me talk about Mariam. There are others. I will wait. Today I'm not going anywhere. I'm just here for you. Miriam, for her, I also want to say she has a banana backbone as well. She goes with where the air is going, and while she doesn't belong anywhere, that is the bad thing about, according to me, she doesn't belong anywhere. She's not a brand that we can say, you know, Laura was the valiant, this one was the latecomer, this one was this, you understand? If you should say Miriam, for example, I'm from South Africa, I don't know what I'm going to say about Miriam. You see, I will say about the dinner. That's the only thing I will talk about Miriam. Anyway, it's fine. Miriam, for her to return the gift, glory. At this day and age, you know, there's a thing that they say that when I give you a gift, it is out of love. It is okay. In short, I will say it is the thought that counts. So for a person, even if you don't appreciate it or you honestly did not want it, humanity says you must, even if you have to create a lie, you have to say something. But then for her to receive it and then later on bring it back, that is thumbs down for her. It says a lot about her. Moreover, at her age, for children, for teenagers to do that, yeah, it's expected. They will do that because they don't even know what they are doing. But then for her to return the gift, what point was she trying to prove? Instead, she was giving Caroline points. She thought she is dropping her. Actually, she was giving her points because we forgot about the gift as well. But then she reminded us and she made us to have interest in the gift, or what kind of a gift is this? And when we look at the paperbacks and all that, and I like the spirit of Caroline. She took it with a positive spirit. She took it with, obviously she was hurt. That one is given. Her heart was red, I can assume. But she took it positively and received and said, oh, it was a present that I bought her and what. You understand? So it said a lot about Miriam. She is trying to prove a point on things that were not necessary. A gift is a gift. You receive it, you received it, even if later on we are no longer okay. You mean if you get a divorce from your husband and he bought you this thing and this thing that you cannot return, it's personal thing, let's say clothes or beautiful shoes, are you going to say because now we are divorcing when you change assets and all that and give it back? You cannot. But yes, it has that significance that these shoes were bought to me by my ex-husband, whom we ended up fighting. When it was nice, he used to buy me gifts. You understand? So for her to return the gift, and I thought at this day and age, can you really do that as if we are at high school? That was disappointing. Let
Thank
me
you.
just...
Thank you so much, Lucian. That was actually a lot of sense. Please stick around as usual. We'll definitely bring you back to speak. Okay, let's move on to T. Hi, T.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Congratulations on your news posts via the Tribune, isn't it? It was Tribune. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. So,
Thank you.
yes, I'm not surprised how everything turned out because I picked up on. So I kind of wanted to give Chioma the benefit of doubt for the longest time. Just to, instead of expecting so much from one person, it's okay to also be open-minded and accept that we're all different and we approach things differently. But yesterday, Chioma was exposed in its entirety, completely exposed. Chioma, Chioma got close to Caroline because she thought it would favor her. And that's why when Uti asked, why did you get close? What attracted you to Caroline? She couldn't really say much because what she would have said would have made her look even more disloyal, even more dangerous. But if you look at Caroline's response, you can tell that Caroline's response, it was intentional. She said, we're Cancerians, we have things in common. With Chioma, she couldn't really, even though I believe they had things in common, and I can see similarities between the both of them. But Chioma herself initially got close to Caroline because she thought it would favor her. Along the line, she realized, oh, maybe it wouldn't really favor me to be close to Caroline. So she switched to Iyabo. And that's why Toyin said what she said. Friends can change. Your loyalty can change. Chioma is a liar. They're all liars. But she's saying she's willing to stay friends with Caroline, but really concerned about the lies. You're equally a liar. You see, as soon as Mariam started to talk about what Chioma had told her, you could have seen Chioma's face. She never expected Mariam to say that.
True.
She never expected Mariam to say that. And when Caroline, Caroline, even the way Caroline asked her, you could tell there's a different tone with the way Caroline posed the question to her. You could tell they had something that Caroline cherished. And she's, is that what you told her? And Chioma, oh, we'll let her finish talking, then I'll talk. She was shocked.
Yeah.
And it's so funny that she was saying all that stuff about Caroline even before they had any issues.
Exactly.
Where you told Mariam. So what? Let me tell you what's happening. Everything Chioma said when she said, "You never be like me. You want to be like me," she was projecting. Chioma is threatened that Caroline will take the shine. So exactly what Toyin feels for Chioma, Chioma also feels it for Caroline. Because why would you be friends so close to this person and go and tell Mariam, why do you even care about this girl? So what you're doing is you're dividing and ruling. You're so close to Caroline, but you don't want anyone else to be close to her. You don't want anyone else to open up to her. You just want to be the middle person. You want to be the middle person. So she showed, when she did what she did on in Dubai, she wanted to show Iyabo that my loyalty lies with you and I value you more than Caroline. At that point, that's what she was doing. I mean, I really enjoyed Chioma and Caroline on the show, but Chioma is dangerous. She's dangerous. And she never takes accountability for anything she does. She projects a lot. She likes to accuse people of things that she's guilty of. Yeah, she's just completely dishonest. It'll be interesting to see the dynamic moving forward because Chioma is going to fall out with Iyabo. Chioma is going to fall out with Iyabo, and that would be interesting to watch. With Mariam was just seeking attention. Mariam is a wannabe to me. She just wants to be. You want to be among. You want to be. You want to be heard. You want to be seen. She's begging for attention. Returning the gift to Caroline. If I was going to be fair, I completely understand it. And if she wanted to do it at the reunion, well, that's her prerogative. She could do that, but you could tell that she was feeding off something else. You came there coming to fight Caroline. You didn't give Caroline the benefit of doubt to know if she said what she said or not. Chioma spilling what Caroline said to her just again showed her in a bad light because you accused Caroline of doing something and you did say, even if we're enemies, I would never spill. So you're a liar. You're a liar, you're dishonest, and you're dangerous. Chioma has kind of come out. Chioma and Toyin, I don't know who's worse. Because Chioma, presented this lovely optic where she appeared to be sweet, really into Caroline, gentle, but you're manipulative, which is why Caroline said the lies you tell, and you're so manipulative, and you gossip back to back. She gossips a lot, and that's why she got caught up in the gossiping of Caroline, Laura, Toyin, and even Mariam. Now I believe, and even Iyabo, with I was going to say something about Laura. With Laura, when she denied, even in her confessionals, she insisted that she never said Laura said that. What I said was, but then at the reunion, you had to admit to it because Laura was sat right there watching you. and you couldn't really deny it. As for Laura, yeah, I think one of the viewers said, one of the speakers said, Laura just came to redeem her image, and I completely agree with that. What she did here was at the reunion was, I've taken so much backlash from the audience. I'm going to try to, redeem myself and let other people be in the news for the negativity. Um, Chioma also was hoping that Laura would, because Laura adores Chioma. That's the problem. She's desperate for that friendship. So Chioma was hoping that Laura would not put her under the bus or say, you said this, you said that. And when Laura said, when all four of you were talking about Caroline, that was enough to let us know that they all ganged up to make Caroline the villain at the reunion. But unfortunately, it backfired. No amount of editing, no amount of gang up could literally bring Caroline down. And she held her own. Caroline's not perfect, but she's come out of this unscathed. Every one of them has, one or two things. They're all liars. So the only thing people say, oh, Caroline is a liar. They're all liars. They're all lying. So if Caroline lies, you all lie too. And Toyin and Chioma, Toyin's insecure. Toyin's insecure. Toyin's jealous. And the reason why she's not going to let go of whatever happened to Carolina is because she feels Carolina is the reason why she didn't get what she was supposed to get in life. Because if you hear her say, oh, I was beaten, I was kicked out of the house, me and my daughter, you're blaming Caroline for where you're at today. It means that you're not happy with your current situation. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents. And Iyabo, oh please, forget about Iyabo. Iyabo is another person who she would have preferred to be close to Caroline, but it's gone pear-shaped. And shocking that Chioma, after saying all the crap she said about Caroline and all the, backbiting and conniving that she's done with the girls, it's so funny that Chioma still wanted to be Caroline's friend. I told someone last week when Caroline walked in, I told someone that when I looked at Chioma's face, it was the face of someone who had regrets. And the person said to me, no, I don't think so. No, I said, Chioma looked like she was remorseful, regretting, and she confirmed that. She misses Caroline, and when she looks back, another thing is Chioma was never really honest to Caroline, because even when you look at the playbacks, Caroline really was always gushing about Chioma, but you can't really say the same for Chioma and Caroline.
All right. Thank you, T. Thank you so much, T. Your name is T, and you brought a lot of tea to your analysis. Thank you so much. Okay, let's quickly move on to Princess Oduwole. Princess, are you ready to speak now?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
All right. I can hear you. Thanks for joining.
Oh, thank you for having me. Congratulations, Glory. This is just the beginning of greater and better. The best is yet to come. I'll tell you that. The best is yet to come.
Amen.
Real Housewives, you're welcome. Real Housewives of Lagos, to be honest, in my opinion, it was very entertaining because that's why we're here, right? All the ladies, they brought different personalities. I just felt that it could have been, to be honest, they could have given us more episodes. I mean, they didn't even give us fillers. They didn't even try and fill in gaps or anything like that. They could have given us a 3-part reunion, and it's like, it was just inconclusive in a way. Even the toast and everything, it was inconclusive. In regards to their personalities, I think Laura did not understand the assignment coming into the show. She did not at all. Mariam, she was just doing the most. I'm like, especially at the, I mean, she is entertaining. I started to like her at some point, and then we got to the reunion. I'm like, what is she? Calm down. It's not that deep. Come on, calm down. Um, I'll be very honest to say, at first I didn't like Caroline, but I mean, I'm sorry, but even though I didn't like her, at one point I have to say, you know what, you just have to let this go, princess, because she was well poised. No matter how angry this girl, her words were her attack. You know that song, her praise was her weapon. That was what I would say. It was like her words were her weapon, and she was well poised. I mean, she kept it. I'm sorry, but she kept it together. And I was wondering why Toyin didn't go for her when she said more than what Chioma said. In regards to the friendship between Chioma and Caroline, I believe it was because they were actually they were more westernized than the rest of the ladies. That's why they were able to kind of like bond well, because they'll have so many things to, kind of talk about. And then it's such a shame, because I was kind of jealous of their relationship. I was jealous of their friendship. It was such a it looked so to me. It looked genuine, especially when they got their chain. They're like, we're going to do Pepper Them Gang. Yeah, I was like, yes. It's such a shame that their friendship had to end the way it did, and I hope all the ladies come back in season 2, to be honest. Even though I was like, Mariam shouldn't come back. No, she looks quite interesting. Her house looked interesting. We need to know more about, what does her husband do? We know what is she, a publicist or something? Okay, what else do you do? Because you call yourself an underdog, that should not be underestimated. So, but right now I'm like, you're like a chihuahua. Like, come on now. This is just, no disrespect. She still brought entertainment to the show. Toyin, she disappointed me. It was just like, she really did disappoint me. And why did she go for Chioma like that? I'm sorry, but Chioma is, she's an Igbo girl, but she's westernized. She's a London girl at the same time. She will get up and she'll give you a right hook too. Don't think because she looks small or whatever that she wouldn't. She would. But she sat there and she was quite posed and she kept throwing her words. And I just believe all of they've got their own versions, right? We saw our own version, but there's the truth lying between there somewhere. And in regards of all the he said, she said, someone told me, they all told me this, that's bound to happen. But why start throwing each other under the bus when like the kitchen started to get too hot? It's like because at one point it was like there was no one to actually there was no one to actually now pick for a storyline. Don't forget that all these ladies, they do things for a storyline because that's what makes the show. So there was nobody to actually pick for a storyline, because Laura was just being tired all the time, going to sleep, being tired. You can't do anything with a tired person. And I don't know about you, but at one point I just felt like it started to look like colorism between the girls and Caroline, because it started, I don't know, all of them all of a sudden, the gang up was a bit too much and it was unnecessary. But all in all, that was just in my opinion. All in all, to be honest, it was a good show. And Iyabo, if she don't need to come back to the show. Seriously, we're calling you auntie. Please do your auntie off camera. We don't. You don't. You're a great actress. She is a great. I give it to her. She's a great actress, but she can do everything else, like acting and stuff. But all in all, great entertainment, really good show. They all need to come back, including Iyabo too. Okay, for the we need a Ponderosa. We need that Ponderosa, like they do in all the other franchises. But all in all, it was a great show, but it was inconclusive for me.
Yes. Thank you so much, Princess. Oh my God.
Sorry.
Shame was heavy. Thank you so much, Princess.
Thank you.
Listen, guys. A lot of you are complaining that the studio is full, so don't worry. As one person finished speaking, I'm removing the person so that there's space for another person to join. All right. And for those of you who are joining, I noticed that everybody is using their audio. Listen, it's not a must that you use only your audio. If you like, you can use your video and your audio. If you want to show your face, please feel free. Okay? All right. Let me move on to Rita. Rita, are you ready to speak?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, you're welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon. So to see your
hi.
pretty face.
No,
You're
Saturday,
welcome.
Saturday, rainy day. We're just like,
Yeah.
it's not presentable. So yeah, this is my first time speaking on your channel. I found it like last week. When seeing one of
Whoa.
Yay! And I've now watched your videos. Yeah, so I was
Okay.
like, okay, I'll try and come on today. Congrats
Okay.
on your article and everything.
Thank you.
Um, so basically, where do I start? Okay, obviously, Fave, Caroline. Um, I don't know, like starting the show, I didn't really have who I liked. I was just going with the flow. And then I think when the gang up started was when, I liked how she defended herself.
Mm,
So trauma, very big letdown.
mm,
Because it shows even from the previews they showed, it showed that Caroline, if anything, she's problematic. She has her own level of being toxic, but she was a loyal friend. She actually was her cheerleader, and
mm,
all these other women already had beef with trauma from, maybe from Lagos. Oh, she's snobby, whatever. Like Caroline judged her for who she met, and was like, campaigning for her. And then it seems like Chioma felt Caroline was getting alienated from the women. And I think she's the kind of person that goes with who everyone is going with. So she now trying to realign with Iyabo, in
mhm,
doing so didn't care who was collateral damage, and in essence Caroline. So it shows she never valued the friendship. She just saw
mm,
this women, okay, I'm on the show, I'm filming with this women, without her knowing, she got close to Caroline. But I don't think she ever still rated the friendship. That was why it was very easy for her to just,
mm,
toss her away. You're not going to come in my way of getting close to Iyabo for whatever reason she feels she may, benefit from Iyabo, maybe behind the
mhm,
scenes in Lagos, business wise, whatever. So she was ready to throw Caroline away. Um,
mhm,
I do believe Caroline said some of those things, but when you're close with people, friends, even family, parents, aunties, they tell you, "Oh, we don't know this person. Eat before you go." Don't. It's not something that is said out of spite, like, and it's something
mhm,
even your parents would deny it. If a little child goes, "My mommy said I shouldn't eat in your house because you're a witch," it's like your mom would be like, "I didn't say such." It's the kind of thing the person that is accused shouldn't just hear. It's just we're Africans, we're Nigerians. So if someone said that to you, it shows the level of closeness Caroline thought she was with Chioma. It showed, okay, I really care for you. I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink in that house. So let me also carry you along. We don't really know these women. And as time went on, maybe she felt differently of Mariam, hence why she warmed up to her, giving her gifts. So Trauma coming to Miriam to say, "Oh, don't be nice to Caroline. Oh, this was what she said about you." People
mm,
can change their opinions about people. I may not know you well. So the first time I come to your house, I may not eat, but I may hang out with you a few times and say, "Oh, okay,
mhm,
she's cool." Is I don't have to come back to tell Choma, "Oh, I take back what I said." It's just you're close to this person and the person should understand you. So that was I understood Caroline denying it, because you're not going to admit on national or international TV you accuse someone of
mhm,
that. We've all probably done it one way or the other, but you're never going to admit it. And everyone is a liar. I agree with everyone that says everyone is a liar. Everyone has lied at some point to defend themselves. Laura, Trauma, Iyabo, Toyin, everyone has lied. Then the last thing I'll talk about is Miriam. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Miriam. I don't know. I feel she has good intent. I don't know. I think she really wants to trend, or she she watched back and saw, okay, I was just the friend. And I think she came back wanting to, I think because even in other housewife franchises I've watched, I think there's always this, you don't know who is going to get renewed. It's like in the end they call back who social media or who has the fans. Like there are always new women, maybe people
Yeah.
they wanted to go on the show before that were not interested. Now they've seen the show is doing well, they now want to be on the show. So I think she's like, oh my days, especially knowing she came in late, she was under all this pressure to like trend to get called back. So for her, for that sake, I hope she gets called back because it would be really sad if she did all this and it's like bye, like called back. So I wanted to say I hope she doesn't come back, but I feel like she's put in so much work that I hope to bring her back. And in that case, I would say Iyabo can go because yeah, I think that's the person I would say can go. Laura brings in drama, and I feel like she came with the reunion knowing she messed up and she was now calm. Chioma clearly has drama. Yeah, but she only spoke during the confessionals. Even when she called a peace meeting, she didn't speak again. During the reunion, she didn't speak again. And then she wants people to just call her auntie. So the vibe, Iyabo should just go. I have no opinion about Toyin. She's Raz. I don't care. So I don't know. But she brings drama, so she can stay. So Caroline, I hope she comes back, and I hope what they do is since she's alienated, I hope they bring a friend for her, someone she knows, so that if they bring out one person, bring someone she knows that can bring her into the group again. Because now, the way they all kept their face when she walked in, not trying to say hello to her, like they're really trying to ice her out of the show. But unfortunately, her fans, she has people, and if the show is smart, they would bring her back, and they should try and find an ally. So that's all I have to say today. I'm glad I got to speak. All right.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank
you.
you so much, Rita. Thank you so much. The way people are throwing shades on this conversation there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
All
right. Take
right.
care.
Thank you,
Bye.
Rita. Bye. Okay, so let's move on to Usaina. Usaina was here last week. I'm super excited you came back. Hi. Hi, Usaina.
My camera is not working.
It's working. I can hear you now. I can see you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I can
Sorry.
hear you.
Wow. Glory, I love you. I love you so much. Sincerely
Thank
speaking, with
you.
all my fingers in the air. Yeah, last week was my first time, and I don't know. Today, Saturday, seemed so long. Like I was literally checking on your channel. I was like, God, when are you coming online? And I was so super excited for all your wins this week, your two major wins, Ebuka recognizing you, the newspaper and everything. Oh my God, I'm so super happy for you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and I'm so happy. And well, this is not to make you sad, but I'm sorry for the loss of your brother and your father, because I also lost an elder brother, and I know the feeling. So I'm sorry for that. And I really pray that all of your future plans, they materialize, they see the light of the day sooner than you expect in Jesus' name. Amen.
But you really read the article. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I did. I actually did. All right. So, yeah, to the business of the day. Wow. No cabs. Again, I'm here to still support Caroline even before I speak generally. That lady, indeed, she's just too intelligent. She says she is intelligent, and indeed she is. Emotional intelligence and otherwise. Oh my God. I don't know how she didn't cry, because I, for one, I'm so emotional. Things like that, I'm sure I will shed a tear or two right there during the filming. But then she has been an actress for a long time, so I'm sure she's used to these things. But man, kudos to her. She's a strong woman. Okay, well, in totality, Real Housewives of Lagos. Man, Nigeria, our own has to just be extra. We are extra.
That's why even when we go to other countries, no one can outshine us because I don't know, God has just indebted that energy in us. So no caps. They really entertained us on all aspects. For Laura Ikeji, she just came in with okay. She said, I didn't like a particular cast member. So even before coming in, she already had that notion. And right from episode one, we saw that Tiannah had already fed her mind with some things about Caroline. So that was why she was even angry right from episode one that, come on, Tiannah told me a lot of things about Caroline. And then she's seated here smiling or mushy mushy with the same person. So her mind had already been tainted, and it can happen to anybody. When someone has already brainwashed you, your mentality about someone, you just come, you just carry a fight that is not your own and you start fighting. And then from her sister's perspective as well. So she came in fighting two people's wars, her sisters and that of Toyin. And then for Auntie Iyabo Ojo, I don't know. Well, you said you guys had a notion that if Laura was going to be given drama in Dubai, then you guys will give it back to her. And then after discussing this with you, Caroline came in and met you talking with the same person. I think it was just natural for you to have a discussion aside that, oh, do you know Laura actually came to me and apologized. That's why you met us discuss. It could happen to anybody. If she was in her shoes, she would behave the same way. Like you and I just had a discussion coming on. I don't know what happened. I don't even know whether probably you're the one that initiated the discussion with Laura. She just has to feel that way. We are humans. Come on, and it can happen to anyone. So I felt she should have had a discussion with Carolina. Okay, we said if she give drama, we'll give it back to her, but she actually assessed me and then she apologized, and that's why you met us being cool. And then you just went ahead as if everything was normal. Meanwhile, there was an issue with the bracelet and the comment that you made, which was so insensitive. So all these things, and I think Caroline is a very calm person. These people that initially, when you throw jabs, they don't really see it until they sit down and then they begin to analyze it in their head. And by the time they want to respond, they just like, boom, they just explode. I think that's the kind of nature that Caroline has. And at the end of the day, she said it that she learned that with that kind of a thing, if she has an issue with someone, next time she will iron it out so that, she doesn't now start exploding and start saying things that were not necessary. Well, she wanted to redeem herself because obviously her public image was not that good, but anger. Anger is a thing that we all need to curb. It can happen to anyone, self-control. It stepped in. It was on, her game plans, the anger thing just came in and spoiled everything. She wanted to act like the big sister, coming up with that kind of meeting to allow people to iron out their differences and whatever. But along the line, the anger, how can you say you can get angry and then you just want to be giving your space? So what do we believe here? You want to be giving your space? Caroline did not give a heartfelt apology. So which one exactly? I don't understand. It's a contradicting statement. It's a contradicting statement. So I don't know. It didn't really work out for her. It just and her closeness with Chioma, with that one, it didn't really make Chioma to know her personality. Her friendship with Caroline was just a snap on. You meet some people like that, like someone like me. Sometimes I want to believe that I'm an introvert, but when I meet people that are on the same energy with me, you just see me, the extrovert in me just comes out and I begin to blah, talk. I think that was what happened between Caroline and Chioma. You meet some people like that, your energy just click, and then you take it from there, which made Caroline to now be extra, as in too open to Chioma. The relationship wasn't strong, and then you were already discussing so many things with this girl. And again, it can happen to any one of us. It's not a bad thing for Caroline, because I don't know, even the way she was hyping Chioma while Chioma came in for the event that she had, oh, my baby, my queen, she arrived. I just want her to stand. I snap her picture, that she should just stand, let me be looking at her. Like, oh my God, I was just literally smiling. My two cheeks were like, how could you be hyping another lady like this? It was like, okay, I'm sounding like a man now, right? But she just knows how to dress. She's Oh no, I don't know. Up to date, that relationship going sour is still so sad for me. And Choma misses that relationship as well. But I don't know. She just chose the loyalty she had with Iyabo over that of Caroline. And again, I don't know why she's really so scared of Iyabo. I don't know. She sees her as if Iyabo is her mom or something. So, and that relationship is not healthy. It's not healthy. And as for Toyin, obviously, Toyin Lawal, she has a complex, indeed. She wants to shine alone. Okay, I don't know, like this secondary school thingy when maybe you're the, I don't know, maybe in the classroom, teacher come, want to ask question, you want to be the only one to answer, every other person should keep quiet, you want to shine, and that's not fair. She's 40, so she should stop behaving in that manner. A lot of people, gave her cabs in the early beginning of this whole show. Everyone loved her business idea, star maker, this and that, had so many things going on for her. But then that thing, you don't want to shine, you don't want other people to shine. Come on, the cloud is so wild for so many birds to fly. So why don't you just stay in your own niche, your own space and function, and allow other people to also shine? You can't be everywhere. You can't. So I don't know. That competitive attitude in her is just a no. And then in her confessionals, you see the way she talks trash. Oh, Caroline, you said that I want to buy some clothes. You don't even like Laura. Come on, rest. Auntie Yabo, rest. I don't know. It's just so it's just so her trashy words, comments. Oh, come on. I don't know. I don't know, but they really entertained us. Like, we like drama, we like to watch it, we like to smile because a lot is happening in Nigeria. So a lot of these things, if they don't take the hypertensive, nature of all the things happening around us, well, and that's Nigeria. We cry, we laugh about everything. We make memes about everything, just so that we can have a healthy life. Because if you want to look at what's happening around you, come on. And then Mariam. I don't know. I think her personal nature, she wants to be sweet. She's sweet, but then on this reality TV show, her personality was everywhere. I don't know which one she played out exactly. Is she the Mariam that was everywhere, trying to everything she has done, beach, and all, or the Mariam that was trying to make people to be friendly? Like when Choma was not going to come for Laura's event, she had a meeting with Chioma, sorry, trying to invite her for the event and what have you. But along the line again, her loyalty to Toyin also wanted to play it out. And again, Toyin is an instigator. When she's fighting with A, she wants B, C, D, everybody to gang up with her and then fight with A. That is who she is. And then lastly, so that I can finish, is still on my Queen Caroline Hutchings. So no carbs. I don't know why she didn't cry. She's just so intelligent and well, she's not an angel, like she said from her opening speech. Said she's not an angel. She's not here to make anybody like her. She's not a demon either, and none of us is. If you said you have not let he who has not made any sin cast the first stone, are you trying to tell me you're all perfect? No one is perfect. Let's face it. So everyone, they're all liars. No one, even me personally, everywhere we've all lied. So what's the big deal? Trying to just paint one person as the liar. So even when what's it called, Chioma and Toyin were at headlog about, oh, you said I should design for you, I was showing you inspiration. Oh, you're lying. So who was there Caroline in that event again? So you're lying, you're this, you're that, every one of them, they're all liars. Let's just take it like that. Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
You know what? Let's round off with, you can still stick around, okay, because there's a lot of people that need to
Yeah,
speak, okay, and there are
exactly.
more
Okay.
people that need to join. So, guys, let's do it this way so that as many people that want to speak can speak, okay? So,
Thank
when we come on, let's try as much as possible to keep it short and, simple, okay? So, I'm going to add Biola now. Hi, Biola. Hello. Biola, you have to unmute your mic. Okay, Biola is not ready to speak. Biola, if you're ready to speak, please come back. We have Abiola Balogun. Abiola, are you ready to speak?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. You're welcome. You're welcome to the
Can you hear me?
conversation. Yes, yes, yes. Please
Okay.
continue.
All right. So I'm just going to be brief. I can't hear you properly, but I'll just say what I have to say. I hope you hear me clearly, though.
I can hear you
All right.
clearly.
First thing
Continue.
I'll first say is that all the girls are liars, as we have established. But the intent of your lie makes a difference. If you
Hmm.
are lying to bring somebody down, that's a problem. If you're lying to cover up yourself, that's fine. But if you're lying to bring
Hmm.
somebody down or damage someone's reputation, it turns from being a lie to being a scandal or slander. So
Hmm.
it's not acceptable that because you're lying, then you have to bring somebody down. Now I want to take one person, each person. Some notes I have. I want to be fast about this. Now Miriam is an extra. She's a waka pass. I see her as she's just there. She wanted to be on the show so desperately. She was added to the show. She would have just been good if she didn't say anything or she just played along all through the show. But she now trying to do all this now even brought her ratings really low.
Hmm.
Brings her back to where she started from. She's just a waka pass. She's an extra, nothing more. Because if you look at it, if she wasn't on that show, the show would still have gone on. There's really nothing about her. I don't know what she was trying to prove. And she returning that gift is so childish. I don't know. Somebody came to meet you and told you, somebody said this about you. You haven't confirmed. You bring in the gift, taking the gift back to the person. That shows how childish and how manipulatable you are. And then somebody that is telling you this thing, did you not think down to think that? What did you tell the person? Were you guys talking about? You didn't think
Hmm.
of that. You just believe that the person just started talking about you. I don't know how people think. Now, I'm going to leave that one. Caroline and Iyabo. Caroline had no reason to apologize to Iyabo based on the story that Iyabo gave. If you are going by what Iyabo said happened, Caroline apology in the first place, I don't see the reason for it. Why was Caroline? Who is Iyabo? Somebody said that last week. Who is Iyabo? Because she, first of all, tried to be a bully, tried to be an auntie, tried to be a peacemaker. Now, you said that this matter did not concern you. You brought it up and you were trying to make peace. First of all, you're wrong for bringing it up because it's not your business. You wanted to bring it up, and the people involved didn't want to talk about it, but you're still trying to insist on it. You know? That alone made me feel that Yabo has really, I don't see her as someone mature at all. She just lost it for me with what she did. Because she not saying what happened. I was even looking at her. But when she said what happened, I was like, man, that's just it. Now, I'll go to Chioma. Chioma and Caroline. Now, I don't know if I will call it envy. I don't know if I will call it jealousy. But I see a trait of something like that. Because all through the show, we witnessed Caroline rooting for Chioma in different areas, but there was never one time that I would see that Chioma actually rooted for Caroline. She rooted for them both, but there was never a time that we saw any genuineness from Chioma. And this time that she was not even crying on the show, this last show, that cry was so fake. I didn't even. It was so sure that she was. I think at the point she was trying to cry and all that and say she wanted them. She misses Chioma. That cry was so fake. Chioma proved to be a snake. And there was one thing that Chioma said on Dubai. She said, "Well, I was trying to defend you, and then I went in for you, and then Yabo points me and hurts me, and you're not even concerned about you." If Caroline was determined to fight with Yabo, can Iyabo beat Caroline? Let us take a look at it. Can Iyabo beat Caroline? If look at what happened in Caroline and this thing, and if Caroline was determined to fight Iyabo, even if Iyabo would beat Caroline, she won't do it easily.
Yeah.
Let's call a spade a spade. So that lady she didn't have any intention to fight Iyabo. Iyabo just came for her. He just came for her because if she wants to fight with Yabo, if the two of them will get injured because Caroline will not go down so easily when it comes to Yabo. She's not a weakling.
Mm-hmm.
So they should say what exactly Yabo was what was in Iyabo's mind that she had against Caroline, because I'm very sure that she coming on Caroline was really unprecedented. Caroline did not expect it. If she expected it, it would not happen. It won't happen the way it happened, because Caroline would have a A game too. So that one, I want to bring her. Chioma acted like, I don't know her motive for like just flipping against Caroline at the end of the way. I don't know the motive, what she had in her mind, what happened, but there's more to it. I don't know what she learned along the line, but there's more to it, because she flipping out, calling, saying that Caroline told you all this and that, saying that she said somebody's using jazz. Well, if she says she's using jazz, that's something that everybody could think. I can think of, something that we have. There are so many things we have in the back of our minds when we see all those ladies. We know what we think. And she's telling you that she has not said anything bad, because it's something that everybody can say and everybody could have thought. It's even things people have in the back of their minds that they are not putting out. So she told you that in confidence. It doesn't mean she's using jazz. It doesn't mean she's not. And then you bringing it to Mariam, and Mariam now using that one as a defense. I see that these ladies, when Chioma started talking, Chioma was just saying things that they wanted to hear. And that's what made them, because she was just spitting it like, this is what she said. And they were like, oh yeah, because you guys did not even question her that come. Is it not that two of you were talking? At least she wasn't just talking. It wasn't a radio. She was saying something. You were saying something. You two, what did you say? When she said this, what did you say? This is that she was just talking like, So I don't know. Then I will just leave that one. I want to hurry up, because other people are on the line. Uti, the host guy, he shouldn't have applied for that job. I will say it and I'll say it again. You don't apply for a job you're gonna mess up with, because your job is gonna determine your next job. You're not able to handle this job. That job was not for him. If they had put Frank Edoho there, he probably would have done a better job. If they had put another host there that is more mature, would have done. But that guy, he couldn't do it, and I don't know why he applied for it, because he just made a mess of it. And you are talking about career. Whatever you put out, you should be able to like match up. If you're not capable of a particular job, you don't have to apply for it. You don't have to. That would even make more sense, because going there and flopping up, I don't know what's going about his career, but this is an international franchise and people are watching from everywhere, so whatever you put out there, it goes a long way. And then for them coming back, I don't know what they want to bring Mariam back to come and do. I really don't know, except if they need money. I don't know, because I don't know how she got there. Caroline needs to come back, because we all know that she's the mature one in the group. I don't know what Iyabo is going to come back and do. If she's going to come back and fight other people again. She's saying that she's a street, she's this, she's that. It just shows a level of, I don't know. It was just low. It was extremely low. If they are bringing Caroline back, they should at least bring someone that is at level too. Because she said it and we thought she was bragging. She wasn't bragging. She said, I respect all the girls on the show, but I don't think I'm in the same level with them. It's not a brag, it's a fact. We can see it, If they're bringing her back, they should bring somebody else that's also a level, that we can relate the two of them together. Because all these other girls, I don't get it. Honestly, I don't get it. One last thing I would say about Caroline. Caroline's made a very, very important statement. She said, I wasn't looking out for red flags with Chioma. Now, and that's a fact. If she was looking for red flags, she would have stopped being friends with Chioma long time ago. Now, when she had a fight with Laura, everybody saw that red flag. But Caroline, we all saw it, except Caroline was the only one that didn't see that red flag, because she wasn't looking for it. That shows you the kind of person she is. She is a woman and a woman again. I will put it like that. She is a woman and a woman again. She is a friend. Because everybody, even the people on the show said, even Tiannah said it, everybody was saying the same thing, but she refused to, she didn't want to look at it. She still went along and, tried to be friends with her, tried to, go around with her and all that. And that's, I learned a lot from that, If you want to do so, if you want to be a friend to the core. If anything happens later, it will be on record, the kind of person you are. That's what I would just say. You don't act like people act. Just be yourself. Do whatever you're doing, whatever it is. Everybody will still see it at the end of it. And that's what Caroline is with everything now, because everybody can see now. Everybody is praising her now because of, her record, her track record has been clean. She has been steady. She has been stable. She has been consistent all through. And that's why everybody is now rooting for her now. So whatever anybody is doing, just make sure that you do what you are doing and stay on your lane. Just be yourself. That's it. So that's all I'll say for now. Congratulations on your tribune. I know you're gonna be on, bigger channels. You're gonna be just a matter of time. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be writing for you too. And
Thank
thank
you.
you so
Thank you so
much.
much, Dion. Thank you so much,
Bye.
Dion. You guys are spilling a lot of tea today. Let's not forget to keep it short and easy, all right, so that many more people can speak. Let's move on to TOS. TOS, are you ready to speak?
I am ready to speak. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. So my name is Tosin, and
Okay.
this is my first time on Frankly Speaking with Glory.
You're
Well,
welcome.
I thank you very much. And I've been hearing people saying congratulations to you, so I'll say the same. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right then. Awesome. So I just want to quickly talk about Real Housewives of Lagos. Of course, we've seen the show from episode 1 to the end, and then the two-part reunion, which obviously gave us more tea than the show itself. And I'm a big fan of reality TV shows, honestly, and seeing these ladies in a different light, just like seeing them on a reality TV show, just gave me like a different perspective about them. I work in the media, so like I know every one of them in the media. And seeing Mariam on the show, yes, so seeing Mariam on the show was like, okay, so let's see what Mariam is gonna give on
Please
this
be
show.
brutal with the tea. Give us very hot tea, please. The weather
All
is cold.
All right, so for Miriam's entry, I've heard other speakers, share their opinion about Miriam's entry, which maybe she's a waka pass or anything. Miriam did clear the hair yesterday. I can for the episode 2 reunion is what I mean. So she did clear the hair that she had. I mean, they had issues filming her part because the son of Elegushi passed on at that time, and she lives in that area. So they could not the crew members could not come to our side to film. So our appearing, our first appearance was in Abuja when she was at Chioma's gig, made you feel like she was a waka pass, and that was like episode 4. So
Yeah.
I like the fact that she cleared the hair, in as much as maybe that also gave her like a hard feeling of responsibility, maybe the responsibility she got from people, while watching the show, just made that clear the hair once and for all, because nobody wants to be tagged as a waka pass or anything. I have watched Real Housewives of Durban, Real Housewives of what's this one called, Joburg, and I'm just saying this because it has to do with us. It has to do with us Africans. That's the reason I'm just mentioning Joburg and Durban. So nobody would want to feel like they are just a waka pass and all of that. So I like the fact that she cleared the air. So moving on to episode 2, which is the bone of contention here, and the drama obviously was mostly between Chioma and Toyin, and I actually feel that with everything that was said, and Toyin walking up to Chioma almost eating her was really out of point, and I felt, and thank God Chioma did say that, why did you give the same energy to Caroline when Caroline was saying everything to you? And if she did, I mean, if she gave Caroline that same energy, they will feel like, okay, I think Tony is ready for something. But let's just blame it. Maybe maybe pregnancy hormones could be the issue. But she actually went way too far with Chioma and all. You could tell from the clips that they shared yesterday. I keep saying yesterday, sorry, because I watched it yesterday, Friday.
We understand.
So then from the clips we all watched and everything we've seen, Chioma has been called follow, or Caroline has been called follow on the show by Toyin. Toyin has always talked about the Laura's fashion show. She did mention, she compared her son to Ryan, and Ryan is Laura's son. She did compare her son to Ryan, and Chioma said the truth. She said, you compared your son to Ryan, you were showing me collections at another person's fashion show. I felt that was not really so great. Obviously, like trying to bring down another person, trying to put yourself out there and all. And Chioma she mentioned it, we all watched this. So I really did not know where that I was showing inspiration came from. Wow. Okay, honestly. So, and Chioma would always say, focus on my focus, focus on your focus. Chioma would say, she mentioned during her confession that she has nothing to compete with Toyin. See, right from episode 1, watching, I know, like I said, I've seen these ladies outside, like in the entertainment industry. So seeing them on the reality should just give me like a different perspective. Chioma, good air, would she's actually one of the people, I won't say celebrities, but one of the people on Instagram that would go on challenges, maybe TikTok challenges, and then give us style back to back. Now before the big screen is on her. So Chioma has always been that person. Now if you look at all her style and combination, she's mixing Dior with Chanel, with Fendi, with everything, and she's looking so great. She's looking clean, classy. Like Chioma would tell you from afar, do not stain my white, because she is that classy lady. So you see that, and I really loved all her outfits, even during her confessions. Like, oh my god, they were giving. Like, she really tried. She really invested a lot, when it comes to fashion and everything. She still kept it clean, even when she and Caroline met at the tiling place, where she dressed up, and Chioma and Caroline was like, we just came to check tiling now. Look at the way you dress. So look, just accept that is who she is. If you go to her Instagram page, that is who she is. She has not even posted a picture of her reunion outfit, and I'm still waiting because that outfit was given. I had to ask on Twitter, please, what tribe is this? Because this was just different. Yes, we understood the other tribes, but this one was different. So she gave it to us back to back. So Chioma is that kind of person that will tell you, do not stain my white from afar. And she kept it clean from the beginning to the end. She never faked it. Toyin on the other side, she's artistic, she's creative, she's a genius in the fashion industry. And with all the issues they had, Toyin and Chioma back to back, it just felt like maybe Toyin was just wanted to be that person to own that space in terms of king or queen of fashion. I don't know which one, I'm confused. But it's so obvious that their style is different. Like Chioma's style is different, everybody's style is different. Like for instance, at Laura's fashion show, I think one of them did mention, I don't know, and please correct me if I'm wrong. One of them did mention that of all the collections that Laura showcased, I think she will use them as nightgown or something like that. Someone did mention that. And Toyin was like, the only thing she would buy on that from that collection was just the blazers. It was clear, it was given. So it was so clear that everybody has like different tastes, different style and all. So Chioma and Toyin should like try and balance it between themselves. They're coming back for season 2. They should try and balance it. Everybody should respect themselves. They are all grown up adults. So everyone should respect themselves. Okay, yeah. So talking about this whole Chioma and Caroline and everything. So yesterday on Twitter, between Iyabo and Caroline, it was just a little bit embarrassing because while you ladies were on the show, why didn't you give us that same energy you're giving us, via tweet? And if you ask me, I was expecting those tweets. I was not surprised when I saw Caroline's tweet 3 minutes after she posted on Twitter. I took the screenshots immediately. So I was expecting it either from their stories or Twitter. I knew that Caroline was going to say something, and she's saying something, and then Iyabo, going on, and then Caroline came back and said, no, she was referring to Chioma. That means Chioma in quotes was the old crocodile. These ladies, why didn't you give us this, fire thing?
Anybody that read that tweet knew who the tweet was for. Even without Caroline even mentioning Chioma, we knew who the tweet was. It was like Iyabo was upset she didn't give birth at the reunion and was eager to dish.
Exactly. But everybody had the opportunity to speak at the reunion. Like, for instance, yes, on the episode 2, Laura was all quiet until Uti had to ask her a question and all. Because she just, at the point, he just felt that Laura was just vindicated from everything. But Laura actually missed it from episode 1 when she carried another person's fight on her head. You don't come to a party late, you don't show up late, and then you're now telling viewers that Caroline and Toyin said something about Caroline. You're surprised that Caroline and Toyin were talking together. I learned that in my personal life. Do not carry other people's fight on your head. It will always backfire on you. No matter how you want, no matter how low you think your friendship is, or no matter how loyal you feel you are to that next person. So that's actually just spoiled our parole from episode 1. That one spoiled our parole. And then the fact that Chioma told her from episode 1, you were just my client, you're not my friend. Whoosh. That didn't go. That won't leave anybody's head anytime soon. It won't leave anybody's head anytime soon. That shows that people do not know the difference between acquaintances, colleagues, I'm friends and friends. You know, before you call someone your friend, there's a level to that. When you call someone your acquaintance, know the difference. When you call someone your colleague, means that you guys are working in the same industry or in the office. So you know how to address people. That means yourself and Chioma, you guys are acquaintances, not friends. Or she's your client and she has referred you. So you felt that was like a jab to you, and you now wanted to eat back on her because of the way you are. Everybody expected the fun loving Laura they see on Instagram, but they saw the other side of Laura, who was always sleeping on the show. How dare you sleep on a trip in Dubai? How dare you sleep and always, complain every time you say this, you say that, and you give bad attitude, and you expect people to come back and talk to you. You know, you did a lot of things on the show, and later you realize that, oh, you messed up. But at the end of the day, other people also realized that, okay, certain things were said and maybe Laura didn't mean it, or Laura actually just was not in the mood also. But the vibes you give us on Instagram, give it to us on this is reality TV show. If you are the fun person, let us see that fun person on TV. So you don't come and give us another thing and you're shouting up and down family. Who told you that we don't have families to at home? You just come and give excuses. I mean, the whole Iyabo party. I'm sorry, I'm going back, but I'm just trying to remind us of certain things that all of these ladies have done before coming to the reunion show. So you coming to the reunion show, you should clear the air and state your fact. But this reunion show was fire. It was flaming hot, and a lot of secrets secrets that do not concern the show
They were giving extras.
Extras. Which one is jazz? When I heard jazz yesterday, I was like, oh my god, what is this? That means juju.
They just had to bring it.
This was not necessary, honestly. And again, nobody went back to that line. Uti didn't go back to that statement. Or what do you mean by juju? Uti didn't go back to it. I'm talking about Uti. Uti is a great host. Uti he has a great personality. But see, when you're in the midst of 6 women who are ready to fight each other, how would you want to contain it? Imagine they had bouncers on set. And again, they had to film till about 5 a.m. So all the women were tired. Everything you saw, maybe they were just cut because they had to film. But everyone would have been tired. So Uti did this. Uti will get his flowers because he did this job, but maybe not people's expectations. But Uti is a great host. So if you could not handle situations amongst the women, because it could be maybe he was tired or overwhelmed, or the situation you could not handle because these women were giving us gist outside the show, not what happened during the show. So, okay. So yeah. Yes, I'll just.
Can you round up?
I will definitely. I'm done because I actually wrote my point out, so I actually went by it, and I just needed to keep to time and all. So I'd like to say thank you, and we look forward to season 2. Look forward to season 2. Like live sport, the show must give us entertainment, and this is one thing a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people even in diaspora have been looking forward to and all. But we hope to see the better of these women in episode 2. Yes, if you want to come with fire, do it during the show, not at the reunion. Let us see us coming back and say, I really wished Caroline and Chioma can actually mend whatever it is that is between them, and they just come back. We love to see that happen if they will be coming back in season 2. So thank you so much, Glory, and I wish you all the best and also a happy weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tosin. Thank you so much. I like the fact that you came and tried to defend Uti, but well,
sorry. I'm not defending Uti. What I'm saying here is that okay, so I gave an instance that I've watched Durban and Joburg. If you look at all the hosts, I'm not going back to it, but what I'm trying to say is that Uti is a great host on his own. But if you are among 6 women who are ready to give it to themselves back to back, and you don't know, they brought on the show things that were not even supposed to be on the show. You are bringing outside gist. We are saying things about jazz. You're saying things about men slept or any things that were not really about the show. So these were personal fights or personal beef that they had to now bring on public TV.
Yeah, and you have a very, very valid point there, because it's quite understandable if production does not want to bring conversations that they themselves are not even aware of. But
exactly,
the area
can I ask the lady question?
The area where I was really
can I ask a question about the lady just calling in now? Because if you feel they are not discussing, if you feel they are not discussing.
Sorry, hold on, please. All right, hold on, please. Adla, you're next in line to speak. So sorry, just hold on. I was going to make a point to Tosin. So I was saying that The areas that I personally felt that Uti really flopped a lot were areas where they were actually speaking about issues that happened on the show, and he did not follow up with questions on those areas. Now, specifically with the part two of the reunion, when they spoke about the bracelet, I mean, that was something they showed us on the show, right? So
Yes,
people
yes.
were expecting him to follow up with questions on Toyin's commentary during her confessionals. He didn't touch on that. People were
Mm,
expecting him to talk about how Caroline viewed those commentaries because he did the same thing for in part one, right? So it now
yes.
made it look like it was a bit biased. I mean, I'm not
Mm,
the only one saying this. A lot of people actually saw that as well. So we give Uti his flowers. We give him his accolades. He's a great host. I mean, he's the host of Jara, if he still is, but when he was hosting Jara, he did great. Jara was one of those shows that I never missed. So Uti
mm.
is great in his own right. But when it came to the reunion, there was just too many obvious instances of him not really following up with questions, especially from clips that they played right there on the reunion, you know. So that's why I personally would say that, okay, can I blame him 100%, or could this be that he's following directives from the producer, or
It
could
could be
it be because of the editing? You get?
okay. So it could be the last two you mentioned, the
Yeah,
script or the producers. It could be the last two you mentioned, and we
yeah,
can't
it
tell
could be
because
that.
of course production. We don't know. We can't say all these things. But
Yeah,
what was shown to us on TV is what we saw and we watched. And yes, that is why we are
exactly.
judging by that. But what if
Yeah.
it did the production or like the script didn't actually follow that line? So it could be any of the two you mentioned.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Fair enough. We'll leave it at that. I think Adla
Thank you.
wanted to ask you a question. So
Oh,
just
okay,
stay on
great.
to let me
Thank
allow
you.
her ask you. Hi, Adla. Are you there?
Hi, thanks for welcoming me on your program. Really, thank you.
Yeah. And I
I just
want to
want to ask the
apologize.
lady.
Hello, Adla. I want to apologize for muting you because we really needed to talk
That's
about
okay.
one issue before going on to something else. Okay, so please continue.
So the lady said, because the ladies that were there, they are bringing things that didn't happen on that program. So if that is the case, at least for you to bring such ladies down to your program, you must have matched, their personality. Why would they bring in friends, deep, close three friends together four close friends together to two other strange women? Why? It shows it shows the programs, they aim something. And what they aim is Glasgow's, Wabulans and stuff like that. Why would you bring Toyin? Toyin is a good friend of um Iyabo. She's a good friend of Mariam. And also also a good friend to Ikeji, and probably an old friend to Caroline. Why would you bring such people together? Why don't you choose different women from different tribe, from different area, from different background? That is the failure of the program. Can she answer
Okay.
that, please?
I can't
Of course.
answer it. I don't work. Sorry. Hi, Adla. My name is Tosin.
I
Well,
don't.
yeah, thank you very much. So, to your question, I don't work in production. I'm also a viewer. Like I said, I'm a fanatic of reality TV shows, and most especially for this Real Housewives of Lagos. So, we all watched, and I'm just giving my comment, about what we all saw on TV. So, with your question, I cannot answer because I didn't know, and I didn't know when they auditioned. I didn't know how they selected all their cast. And like you rightly mentioned, Toyin knows everybody. She's friends with everybody, most especially Miriam and the other ladies you mentioned. She's friends with every one of them. So I really do not know how their selection was made, and I can't really comment on that. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Susie. Thank you so much for bringing your perspective, sharing your perspective.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. All right.
Yes.
And I mean, Adla, to be very honest, as she said, even me, I can't even answer that question, right? Because for every show that we see on TV, there's always a goal in the minds of the producers. And the truth is, we will never know that goal, right? We will never know that goal. So
So
let's leave it
if
at
I
that.
can crack on, honestly, what I observe so much is these people actually sold image of Nigerian wives so badly on this program. You understand exactly what the Igbo are thinking, the Yakata are thinking about us, that they are arrogant, they are this. That is what they portray. And it
Mm.
boils down to one thing. there's one thing I notice in most of the girls is lack of education and exposure. It's not about going to school to go and study. What you use that education for is what that matters. None of them have good exposure. You want to talk about Mariam? Honestly, I'm quite surprised. Everybody kept saying that she's a PR person. She's just a very, very young girl, small girl with a mighty God meeting a already made white man. Honestly, that's what I see. She has no class. She has no identity. She has no personality. Money does not change anything. With all the money that she has, it doesn't define who she is. Look at that program. Even at the way she speaks, the way she carry herself, honestly, it's all zero to me. And I don't know why she's doing that. She's automatically a passersby in that program, to be honest. And look at the way she returned the gift. Come on, you don't do that. And the good part of it is, Caroline gave two people a gift. And it shows her class. Look at what she gave to her. A very designer handbag or designer product. You understand? Very expensive one. She was the one that sprayed $100 and stuff at the place as well. So number one, exposure. If you look at the first time she wanted to come onto the program, it was Toyin that brought her. She went to meet Toyin when she was doing photo shoot, and Toyin brought her and said, "Let me go and tell you what's been happening in that program." Obviously, Toyin actually overfed this girl. She fed her so much information, and she actually defined how they're going to be dealing with Caroline on that program. And also, Mariam said, "Oh, she actually went to is it one of the states in Jersey? She wanted to do one of their housewives and stuff." And I felt like, with this personality, with this your level of exposure, with this your level of reason and utterances, babe, you are better off in Ajegunle, to be honest. Don't disgrace Nigeria further. Number 3, with regards to Toyin is poison. And if you look at the personality, look at the background, look at where she's coming from. She's been struggling in the world for more than since the age of 19, or probably even lesser. And then also, she's kind of person that have no destination. 3 different men, 3 different children. Even the last one was collected from another person, which is her staff. You understand? She's such a very, very bitter person. The utterances, the way, unfortunately, she can't hide. She can't hide her personality. She can't hide the way she feels. It's so really sad. So imagine she will be one of those wives at home that is so bitter. You understand? And she kept saying, "Oh, I was abused." I hope the exes can come out and speak about this lady. She doesn't have good reputation, to be honest. And also, she talk about her fashion senses. Honestly, her fashion senses is quite zero. Because I don't know, apart from what's this guy that he always mingle with? I said, he's a big fan of Toyin, that always did this unsettled guy that wear female stuff. I've forgotten his name. So these are the people actually she designed for. Of course, those are eccentric set of people, and she's also eccentric as well. She's not normal. Imagine how many of those girls, except Caroline, can mingle in international settings. How many? Is it Toyin? I mean, is it Iyabo? Iyabo have no class. Talk about Iyabo. No, pimp girls. You understand? All these girls are strugglers. Ex-girlfriend to Apostle, we all know that. It's not a big deal. You understand? Do you want to talk about Dino Milaye? How did she make her money? She come and tell us. Caroline is a girl every ex pray for. Every exes that have a woman like Caroline, we actually pray. Each time she talks about Danjuma, it's with praises. It's his esteem, the father of my children. Can Toyin say such? If Toyin came outside and talk about the father of her exes in a derogatory way, does the father of the exes actually know all the children? The children met their father 2 years ago. They never met this guy since when they were like 6 years old, when she actually abandoned Toyin. You understand? So when you see somebody that talks about their exes or their husband in a highly reputable way, come on, in that aspect, give it to Caroline. All they were doing is they are jealous of this girl. They wish they have a husband or ex like Caroline. And if they want to talk about Caroline, they don't talk about Caroline personality. Don't really talk about this. The argument doesn't always start with Caroline's head is like this, Caroline ass is like this, you're not beautiful. No, it doesn't. It starts with her ex. Every time.
Hi, Adla.
Yeah.
Adla. Okay, I mean, I know we're looking for tea, but this is a lot of tea.
Sorry, just to
Alright.
say, I'll be rounding up. The argument always start with her ex. What is their problem? No, they are filled up with jealousy. And you talk about Chioma. Come on, I live in the UK. We know Chioma type. You know, she should tell us where she grew up in London. Peckham, Necross, Erit, you know, Belvedere, Thameside. It's not different to growing up in Ajegule, in Surulere, and she come and form posh. You understand?
I
If she
grew up
can afford this,
in Ajegule. I grew up in Ajegule.
you understand? If she want to form if she has money to spend on designer, it's her strength. But she's a friend you never keep. She's not a good person. All she's after is what she could gain from you. Look at yesterday. Look at what Caroline taught. No, Caroline has great communication skills. Forget about Chioma is a lawyer and school abroad. Forget about she can only talk. But when it comes to great communication skills and it's talking about talking senses, come on, I give it up to that girl. And I don't know if what I'm saying is true. Our level of education is actually more higher than it feels. Caroline level of education is more higher than all these fools because number one, I think they said she had PhD sometime. I'm not really sure. Probably it's all information, but we can tell and Iyabo was saying that he didn't even come from a good home. Oh, come on, or he didn't even have anything. He grew up poor. Iyabo, if you actually have the kind of background Caroline have, it will gladden your star. She's Oyinbo Pikin. She was born by the white man. And you're telling me she doesn't have a life. Come on.
All right, Adla, let's pause for a bit. Let's pause for a bit. I need to say something. I'm looking at the comment section right now. The comment section is blowing up. It's blowing up. And even me, I don't know, in as much as I like hot tea, I think I'm getting uncomfortable. So first thing I want to say is every single person speaking here, this is how they feel. They're expressing how they feel after watching the show. All right. And I feel like to some extent, it means that the producers of the show, they did something good. They've been able to invest in the viewer's emotional bank. If they did not really put in their best foot forward, I don't think we're going to be talking about the show. I don't think we're going to be really invested in even talking about anything that has happened on the show. All right. So for everybody that's bashing Hadla, I understand where you all are coming from, but take it as this is our own perspective. This is how the show made her feel. This is her own interpretation of what she has seen from the show. And you can't take that away from her because she watched the show just as you and I watched the show. Okay? This is our own opinion, all right? But still on that light, I want to encourage every one of us, okay? Let's try and be light on how we bash the women. Okay, let's also remind ourselves that they are also human. Okay, they are human, and this is a reality TV show. They want to give us entertainment, and they will not get it 100% right. None of them is a saint. None of them is innocent. All right, it is whatever strategy they came in mind with to the show that they have presented to us. And that is what we have watched. And also, those of you bashing Adla, you can't blame Adla 100% because it is what the women displayed on the show that she is actually reacting to. Okay? I'm trying to let us know that everybody has a right to feel the way they are feeling about the show. And if they are expressing themselves, that is how the show made them feel. And that is how they interpreted the show. All right. So this message is for everybody in the comment section, everybody watching, and everybody that's about to speak. All right. Please Those in the comment section, kindly note that those speaking and even you that's commenting, you are expressing yourself. You're expressing your own interpretation of the show. Those who are speaking, please, let's have it in mind that we're talking about actual human beings, okay? And let me be honest, I think they see these our videos, they see these conversations. So we don't want somebody to watch this video and then they go and start having a headache or high blood pressure. Let's try to be constructive, all right? We can do better. We can say how the show made us feel by also adding constructive criticism. What do we want to see next season? What do we hope to see better? Okay, fine. The production did not do this, disappointed, yeah, just tone it down a bit. All right. Thank you all so much. Adla, thank you so much. I'm sorry I cut you short again, but we have to keep the ball rolling because there are still more people in the studio that need to speak. But if you still want to speak, you can stick around, all right? Let these people speak first, okay? Because they've been waiting actually. All right. So, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Your feelings about the show are valid, 100%. Okay, let's quickly move on to Grace. Okay.
Oh my God.
Hi, Grace.
Yes. Hi. Oh my God. I love you. I absolutely love you.
Thanks
You
for
are just
joining.
amazing. You are amazing. Sorry, I'm just glowing. This is my second time. I literally was on the line. It cut off when I was like second in line. I was so upset, but I was like, you know what, girl, you're gonna
I'm
do
glad
this.
you're back.
I love you. Anyway, my criticism is not for anyone. I just want to, first of all, Adler, you spoke well. Everything was good. I kind of felt like Adler, I personally know Chioma, and I went to law school with her. And Chioma that you see on screen she is exactly the same. She is stunning. We used to wear black and white in law school, and her black and whites were different. She used to wear Louboutins. She is the shit. I'm sorry for swearing, but honestly, she's the shit. And she will go to bat for her friends, and she loves her friends. But Chioma is also the kind person, she's a classist. And being a classist, you choose the people you interact with. You specifically choose them for their different advantages to you. Even her business partner, I didn't know of her existence, but I knew of someone that she was really close with, and they're still friends. And Chioma, for me personally, from my experience, she's a classic. She's really nice. As you see her, she's lovely. And she's very, very polite. She's very, very intelligent. And sweetie, she stays in Knightsbridge, baby. And Knightsbridge is Banana Island of England. So don't come for her. She's definitely that girl. Yeah. So I don't agree with what she says. Intellectually, yes, she is capable. Chioma got a 2-1 in law school or a first. I can't remember exactly. She's intelligent. So don't even think about that. That's a fact. Yeah. Aside from which, yeah, Chioma for me, she has a very low EQ. Chioma has traveled the world. She got an award from the UN. She is well in her thing. She is really that person. But she has a very low EQ, and she's, aside from having a very emotional quantum for everybody else, she does not understand other people. She doesn't put herself in other people's position, and she doesn't understand how to interact with other people on a level of just being humane, and that's the main problem I see with Chioma. Caroline is just, when I saw the first episode, I literally said, God, give me the patience of Caroline, because honestly, I would have flipped out if it was me that they were going out like that, because I know for a fact that, Caroline is just patient. And as for Toyin, now I have a personal relationship with Toyin. I knew her when I came to Lagos, and the same thing that Caroline told Chioma, people told me as well. Be careful. Don't leave your drink open. And this is common sense. Honestly, this is common sense, because all that glitters, forget all the phone and stuff. All that glitters is not gold. All that glitters is not gold. The way some people allegedly make their money off their back. Some people make their money off different ways. And that's not a problem. I'm not knocking your hustle, but do you, but not at the expense of me. And I know Toyin, my relationship with her like decimated after a while, but Toyin she was dating a married man. And I know this. And it's not a alleged, it's a fact. I know, I saw, I was there. It's not anything personal. The married man's wife used to kick her ass in Lagos every time on site. You know what on site is? On site is when I see you, I beat your ass. She beat her ass. You understand?
Oh.
And that's not even a problem. It happens when you're young. You see what you want to see, which is you want the ready-made rather than making. And that's it. And it's not a problem. That was her hustle. Caroline is the epitome of what Toyin would have loved to be. She embodies what Toyin would have loved to be. Taken care of, princessy, very calm, very rational, very, very emotionally inept. She has that quantum to be able to understand people. And when she's wrong, she can admit she's wrong. And that is a good thing. And that is where we should all aspire to be when it comes to things like this. If you have a relationship with someone, if you're wrong, admit you're wrong and move on. And that's it. And that's why nobody could really come for Caroline, because when she was wrong, she was wrong. And when she said she was not wrong, she stuck by it. Say it with your chest. Toyin was there, Toyin has I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry for anybody that's going to come for me. Toyin's ghetto. She's ghetto. She hustled too hard. And when you hustle, you are a soldier. And a soldier's mentality is to always attack. You understand? But you know what a king's or a queen's mentality is, which is what Caroline is? It is to actually send forth the soldiers to. You understand? And that is what Toyin was doing. She was defending herself even when she didn't need to defend herself. She was attacking when there was no cause to attack. She should have sat back and relaxed and rested and said to herself, you know what? This is a show. This is entertainment. And I have a brand to build. She was the one that decimated her brand in 30 minutes by herself, because her actions made me realize that she has great taste, but I can't really deal with someone that has so much negativity, toxicity, and just so much stress. She looked stressful. If I was gonna employ her, I'll be like, my money can do less, because you're employing her. Do you understand? I can relax and find someone that will listen to me. I don't want someone that is going to be like, no, but you have to take it because I've already got it from wherever. That's the kind of impression she gives you. She decimated her own brand. She's accusing Caroline of that, but she decimated it herself. Caroline helped, man. She unraveled that hell, but she decimated it herself. As for the situation of Caroline and Toyin, it says a lot when they say, show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. At a time, they all had a lot together. Let's not lie. They had a lot together. We the viewers don't know what the lot was, but if Toyin's reputation that precedes her in Lagos is valid, then maybe the lot was a lot deeper than we heard. You understand? And that is the real issue between both of them that they have to deal with. But if you bring it on screen, that means that you want us to judge. And in my judgment, Caroline has left you behind because you don't fit the aesthetic that she's trying to build. You understand? You don't fit her future. You understand? It's not every friend that you make that you keep all the way to the end of your life. You drop some because they don't fit your future. They don't fit your plans for yourself, the way you envisage your lifestyle. You understand? Caroline is, whatever she did to get Danjuma, that's her business. Whatever Danjuma did to her, that's his business. That's between both of them. But from what I can see, Caroline taught herself. She sat down, she said to herself, you know what? I am going to reinvent myself. And she did that with such grace, such the epitome of class, the epitome of just gorgeousness. She was just fantastic. And that's all you can take from it. And okay, I'm going to wrap up. Oh, by the way, I really hate that lady that said Chihuahua, because that was my word for Mariam, and I really was going to bring it. And Mariam is literally a Chihuahua. If you've ever watched Paris Hilton in when she did her show, she had a dog in a bag. That is Mariam in Toyin's bag. Literally. I'm like, oh God, Jesus, just get out of it. Just walk out of it and be human. She don't need to carry you everywhere. You don't need to pick other people's fight. You just need to live your life. I would never, for me personally, I would never pick anybody's fight. Chioma was just a disappointment, because as a friend, even though I didn't know her, I knew of her. I was socially in the same clique with her. I spoke to her a few times, and honestly, Chioma is very insecure without her makeup. So that one is not even anything. She's a beautiful girl. She's one of those people that needs to wear makeup. I bet if I slept next to her, I would wake up and she would be in her makeup. That's the kind of thing I always
Oh,
imagined
Lord.
about her personally. That's my personal opinion. Chioma, I love you,
Thank
girl.
you.
Swear down. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you so much, Grace.
I'm so sorry. But personally, I just feel like that person, you come on fresh face, I'm like, girl, I can't do that. I have to put at least some concealer under that so that Jesus can work with us. You know, we should not work against ourselves. But that's my feeling about her. And Chioma was so disappointing because she went back to people that are not, they were not advantageous to her. Chioma, from everything I know about her, she's always been very, very strategic. And this strategy is not something that is going to work for her because these are not people that she can associate with. Her partner stays in Knightsbridge or Marylebone or something, and she has her own house. And these are girls that are big anywhere. Not It's not a Nigeria thing. Anywhere in the world, these girls, they are rated. You know. So I don't understand why she's like trying to garner favor from the likes of Iyabo. Iyabo, girl, do your thing. I love your Yoruba movies, but I don't feel like we would hang out ever. I'm not even, I would say, oh my God, I love you, but over there. But you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. It's not like a thing that I would try and create a relationship with her. And for me, Chioma was just, what she did for me is very scary because if you have the opportunity to be around such people, in your mind you're like, I could be that person. I would have told her shit, and then she would go and tell everybody I know about what I told them, and that would be like it would be unnecessary drama. What the heck? It's just such a terrible thing. It's girl code violated, it's personal space violated, it's mentally a violation because when you get around certain people, you automatically react. I know people that just automatically just tell me stuff, and I'm like, I will never tell you shit, but I will never tell anybody what you've told me because you are in a relaxed state of mind because I make you comfortable enough to relax around me. But you doing that just goes to show the kind of person you are in real time. And that is a horrible thing. You understand? For anybody that wants to be associated with her, that wants to be around her, that wants to know her, it's like you will always be like that. Regardless of what anybody says, like they might say, oh, this is just a show, it's whatever. No, it's not. You understand? Your personality, aspects of your personality actually show out. And she showed out, and not in a good way, not in, and then, oh God, so much designer, it's too much. Girl, just tone it down. Not every, look, even Mark Zuckerberg that owns this, so excuse me if I mispronounce his name, but even him, he wears black and whatever, and I'm sure it's couture, but nobody sees designer this, that on him or his wife or anybody, and they have billions. Relax. Calm down. You're not a shareholder in designer goods. Calm down. We said we get our own. Just rest. It's not by force. Palm. But anyway, Glory, I love you. Please let me do this again. I utterly love you. You're just the smile, the voice, the everything. Congratulations on your big time. I'm waiting for you to get on, get over in England and get some papers on here. Just do me. Girl, I love you. Ciao bello. Thank you
Thank you
so much.
so
Yeah.
much, Grace. Oh my God. Grace, you are my sister's namesake. So whilst you were giving this hot gist there, I was just reminiscing back to my childhood. When it's raining like this, I and my siblings will be gathered inside our room and we'll just be gisting and we'll just be spilling some gist like that. So
Some
it
serious
just brought
fun.
back good memories. But thank you so much. Oh my God. That's a lot of tea. I will have to listen to this conversation again because hey, the people that have been talking since we started, you guys just came with some tea time. Is it should I say weather
Honestly, there is
appropriate
a lot
tea?
more I would tell you, but
Ah,
not on the live because we've got like
okay.
this, but it's very private. It's not for everybody's ears, though,
Ah,
because then they will catch me out. But I will just you the
please
gist later.
though, please DM
I
me,
will, I
please,
will,
on
I will
Instagram.
WhatsApp you, and I'll show you. I'll get to you. Don't worry. Instagram is live. We will
Please,
talk properly.
please,
I will just you the gist so you get some background on this. But thank you very
please
much,
bring
everyone,
me.
for
Please bring
indulging me.
me.
I love you. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Thank
Ciao,
you so
bello.
much.
And my sister is gonna kill me. I meant to be going out, and it's hyper sunny in London. So y'all just Yeah. Y'all enjoy Nigeria and the wetness. See you
Enjoy
later.
the rest
Bye.
of the day. Bye. Oh my God, that was a lot of tea. Hey, see me saying, "Oh, I'm the girl with the tea, spilling the tea," and the tea I'm hearing right now, my ears are getting burnt. Okay, let's move on to Val. Okay, guys, first of all, I just want to appreciate all of you that are dropping some hard currencies on this conversation. You guys are busting my head. I got this donation from Val O that's about to speak right now. I'm so excited. There's someone else that dropped something, but I think all the other comments have. Oh, wait. I think I have found it. Oh, from Sal. Thank you so much, Sal. Thank you so much, Val. Val, you know what? Let's just hear you speak. Let's hear your voice.
All right, Glory. First and foremost, like just like Grace, I love you. I love
Thank
everything
you.
the way you talk. I love the way you look. I love like the way you're analyzed. Like you're a smart, intelligent woman. Like you're doing so good for yourself. I love you. Like I'm sorry if I'm emptying my bank account for you, right? I would do to support you. I think it's really important for us to actually, recognize when we see the good, right? And I think you're good. So congratulations again on your feature on the Nigerian Tribune. Really love it. And I love the channel, right? Like I'll tell you, I bounce around a couple of channels and it's really hard for you to get, like really captivated by what, the speaker's saying, right? And to feel like, what, you're in the right space. And I'll tell you the reason why I love you. Because I feel that, what, this is the right space for me. And you know what? A lot of people would say, you know what, you're Caroline's fave. You've got a fave and you love Caroline and all of this and all of that. You know what? And that's okay. In the same way, like, I mean, you have to have a fave for you to point out that someone else has a fave, right? That's the way I look at it. But, at the end of the day, just keep doing you. Love you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to quickly get into, I've tried to put some notes together so I can stay on point. So I do apologize in advance if I do take some time, but I'm going to be very conscious of time and respectful of other people that are waiting to get on, right? So in terms of the reunion, and I'll try as much as possible to keep it really just to the reunion. In terms of the reunion, I would say that, it was kind of bittersweet, right? It was really hard to see that it's coming to an end, but I thought, what, it needed to end, right? Because it was just not getting anywhere. And then just seeing the fact that it was getting physical, I thought, what, come on, there's got to be more than this. We never really got to learn about each of these different ladies and what they do, what their businesses are about. We didn't get to see it. And what we saw so much was just about the bitterness, right, amongst each other and calling each other names, right? It's like a lot of unprintable things about each other. And I just thought, what, there's got to be much more about this. Yes, they kept us entertained, but after a while, like seriously, yesterday watching it myself, like I felt like my heart was beating so fast, right? Like, come on, this is not right, So, in terms of the good, right? Like I always look at the good. In terms of the good, I really loved some of the clips that were replayed, right? I thought they were great. Like watching the, replay of like the friendship between Caroline and Chioma, like that got me a bit teary, and that like made me feel like, what? Come on, like where did this go wrong? Even though I saw how it went wrong, I was like, where did this go wrong? Like, what? Let's get back to it. But you know what, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Speaking about UT, right? And it's really great. And that's why, what, like I think this whole community and this channel and this tribe that you've built, that's why I think it's great. I started off being really upset with UT, right? Like, come on, you've got to know how to dig in. Like, even just when we just amongst ourselves, right? We ask question, okay, so tell me what happened next. Okay, then what happened? You ask those follow-up questions. And I recognize that maybe he would have been given a script or, some questions to ask, but there are certain things that come up, right? Or certain responses that triggers a follow-up question. And that's what I thought was really lacking, right? Because naturally I'm looking at something or I'm hearing something, I'm going, oh, whoa, hold up. Let's go back to what you just said. And I didn't get a sense of that, right? I felt like it was truly rushed through, like almost like he really needed to ask all the questions he was asked, like a lot of, hanging questions at the back of our mind going like, wait a second, like let's hear this out. And we didn't get that. But you know what? I will, probably take my my feet off the gas pedal a little bit on, UT and say, what, this is his first experience, maybe doing this particular type of hosted, and that perhaps he's going to learn through it. Now I'm going to jump into Chioma and Tiannah. I don't think there was anything good about that back and forth. Nothing whatsoever was good about it. It was just totally bad and it was ugly. Going into the bad, I thought it was totally irrelevant about the bad food that, Toyin ate at Brass and Color. Yeah, that was totally like, okay, so you had bad food and you felt it was necessary for you to bring it into this discussion, well, that's fine. Maybe some people feel like that's okay. I thought that was totally irrelevant. Now, the one thing I have to say though, and this is just me sort of sitting back and trying to okay, well, let me figure out where there's an element of truth in what these ladies are saying. They're using semantics of words, right, to sort of confuse the audience. They're talking over each other. They're interjecting, intercepting, and all of that. And so it's really hard to understand who's really lying, right? But if they truly listened, to one another, it would have been really easy. And I was trying to kind of decipher that between what Chioma was saying and what, Tiannah was saying. And it really didn't make sense to me what they were both trying to say. But the only thing I concluded at, and this came really from Tiannah, was the fact that I think that Chioma at some point in time would have said to Tiannah, you know what, perhaps you could do something for me. Because again, they're both very fashionable, just different types of fashion, right? And so I think at some point in time, Chioma may have said to Tiannah, I would love for you to do something for me. And what I think, and it's not just about what Chioma said, it's also about what Tiannah said in her confessional when she compared her son to Ryan and said, you know what, they should have given Tiannah this job. He would have done this and all of that. And again, the context in which she may have said it, her intentions may have been pure, may have been genuine, but I feel that it was certainly not the right place for her to say those things. And that's what Chioma was sort of alluding to when she said, you know what, you showing me your fashion line while we're at another of our friends, fashion event was certainly unprofessional and was just not the right thing to do. It wasn't respectful to Laura, right? And kudos to Chioma for calling that out, that, you know what, I may not like Laura, but we're at her event. We're here to cheer her up. We're here to, promote her, her brand and all of that. Let's not use this to promote you. So going back to Tiannah, this really shows a lot about Tiannah. And I think that what really upset her to the point where she felt it necessary to get up and want to assault Chioma was the fact that Chioma actually exposed who she truly is. I think Toyin, and this is not me being, very, I'm not trying to attack her, right? And this is not personal or anything like that. I think what we're seeing is someone that's just really insecure. Because if you are secure in your own accomplishments, you should be able to promote other people, right? Even if they're better than you, right? Even if they're, upcoming like fashion artists and all of that, you should be able to promote everyone. Because at the end of the day, there's so many, the sky's enough space for all birds to fly, right? And I think that her constantly promoting herself, promoting her brand, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But then the moment that you try to choke other birds that are flying in the sky, that is inferiority complex. And I think that's what she had. She thought she was going to come on and shine alone. And when she realized that, there were other ladies that were just as competitive as her, that was then the root of the issue. Now I'm going to jump to Mariam and Caroline. And I probably have a different opinion, right? And I will probably share this, and my apologies, guys, if I'm taking a little bit longer, but I do feel that it's necessary to share this. So I have had friends, best friends, besties, where some of the relationship went sour or whatever the case might have been, right? And what I've always maintained is I will always respect what we once had, and I would never spill on what we had discussed at that point in time. It doesn't matter how sour it's gone. I mean, I had a relationship with a friend that just went sour in March of this year. And I still say, you know what? I need to heal from myself trusting that relationship, but I would never say anything negative about her because I want to respect what we once had. Now, I honestly believe that Caroline definitely had that conversation with Chioma, but I think the context in which she had that conversation, what was said may have been the same, but to your point, Glory, about, how we had those, Nigerian aunts and uncles that would say, oh, you know what, you better not eat when you go to this person's house because, when I got married and I went to Nigeria and I was like in my husband's village, right? They actually hid me in a room when certain uncles and aunts wanted to come visit me, right? Like that's sort of like the average mentality, right? Of like Nigerians, right? So, and even when I visited the first time, like when I moved back to Nigeria to get married to my husband, like a lot of people were like, okay, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. And I'm just like, I'm blindly saying, okay, well, then what can I do? Like, I want to be able to buy stuff in the traffic. Like, I want to eat this gala. I want to eat like this chips. I want to do that. They're like, you can't do that, you can't do that, So I think that while Caroline and Chioma may have been having one of those friendly discussions, it may have been casually said, but I don't think that the context in which, I don't think Caroline was being spiteful. She may have been, but then it takes me back to that scripture in the Bible that talks about whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are kind. Think about those things. So, it's not pleasing to the ears. It's not. And so Chioma repeating that to Mariam was absolutely low. I loved Chioma. Chioma was the one person that, I would say, okay, you know what, I followed her on Instagram, so I sort of knew about her from that light. And that was certainly low for Chioma. And it didn't matter if, she was no longer friends with Caroline. It was certainly not something that was pleasing to the ear. Now, moving on to Mariam, I would have been upset. I'll be honest with you. I would have been upset if I had heard something like that. Now, because that's the default emotion we kind of, shift to once we hear something like that. Before we start saying, okay, why would she have said this? You know what? I want to go ask her. I would have expected. Now, I don't know Mariam, but what I would have thought she could have done was handled it a little bit differently, perhaps off camera, perhaps in private. Maybe, you know what, she didn't want to deal with Caroline until the reunion and she decided to bring it into the reunion. But how she handled it in the sense that, she was, oh, wait a second, and then brought up this whole issue and then brought back the gift. She could have brought it on camera by saying, hey, can you please maybe shed more on what you meant when you said this to Chioma? And then approached it from that way and say, you know what, you really helped me. I was really disappointed in what you said. I didn't appreciate it. I felt that you didn't really know me for you to have said this. So that on its own, I think she had every right to be upset, because I would have been upset. How she handled it was certainly different. And I think she definitely did fit into this narrative that, she's doing too much and she's picking up someone else's beef, because it seemed like everyone was just going after Caroline. Now, moving on to Iyabo and Caroline, I don't have much to say here. The only thing I want to say is that the fact that Iyabo admitted that she needed time to heal, she needed time to sort of go through what she was processing before everyone was trying to get, Caroline to apologize. That should have been more reason why she should have initially accepted Caroline's apology and say, you know what, Caroline, I accept that you're upset. I accept that you apologize, you were upset, you've apologized. I need some time to sort of process what's just happened. Can you please give me some time and we'll come back and discuss this? But I don't feel the way she was going about it was that way. Like the way she was going about it, it didn't seem like she needed time to heal. I feel like what she needed was someone that would keep apologizing and apologizing and apologizing, because if she needed the time to heal, then she would have definitely accepted it initially, but then responded to Caroline by saying, you know what, thanks for apologizing, because she does not necessarily have to accept the apology, but she could have said, thank you so much for apologizing. I appreciate it, but you know what, I need some time to process what's just happened, and then we'll talk about it. And now going to Caroline and Chioma. I missed that friendship. I really did. Watching that clip really got me really, really emotional. We would have loved for it to continue, but I think that at the end of the day, they're both not good for each other. Whether that's Caroline not good for Chioma or Chioma not good for Caroline, that relationship wasn't founded on the right, wasn't built on the right foundation, and it was definitely not meant to last. And that's the truth. Now, going to when Uti asked the question to Chioma and to Caroline, if there was any sort of room for reconciliation and where they thought this friendship was at, you could tell that Chioma probably, right, and I can't say this for sure, whether she was being strategic with her response, right, or if she was being honest, but you can tell that Chioma probably wants the relationship, even though she said that certain conditions needed to be met. I mean, once you're done with a friendship, right, especially when the loyalty and the trust has been broken, you're done, right? But you could tell that Chioma still wanted it, right? Which meant that at some point in time, Caroline was a good friend. She may not be a good friend right now in Chioma's eyes, but at some point in time, Chioma felt she was still a good friend, right? So Chioma still wanting that relationship tells me a lot more about Caroline than it did about whatever happened with them. But at the end of the day, I have concluded, just again, based on my own analysis, that Chioma is not a friend, that she's not loyal. Forget about her friendship or her sisterhood with Kika. I don't think that she is really a good friend. She may have built a strong friendship with her long-term friends, but I think when it comes to taking on new friends or establishing new relationships, I don't think she's that person. Laura, you can't fault Laura, because I think Laura came into the reunion with one mission in mind, and that was to redeem her image. And so she stayed mute for most part. A lot of things she said, I felt like she was holding back. That's what I felt about Laura. She was holding back, but I can't fault her for that. She really, really needed to redeem her image. And then lastly, just as I wrap up, about Caroline, right? So I think, I've heard a lot of people saying, you know what, how come everyone's saying you're a liar? How come everyone's saying that you're a liar? I think a narrative has been formed about Caroline and it's stuck. And the reason why it's stuck is because a lot of people started re-echoing the same thing. And guys, please permit me if I can share this personal experience with you. So I've had several people, or I've had some people say certain things about me. Now they're among the same clique, among the same groups. And because of that, each person that I had no relationship with all of a sudden approached me from that narrative. And I think that that's exactly what's probably happening with Caroline. Do I think Caroline lies or she has lied? Absolutely. But in the same vein that I think all the other ladies have lied, or they've exaggerated the truth, or they've sort of expanded on the truth, or defended themselves, and they've sort of, changed the narrative. But I think that there is an element of truth in what Caroline says and in what some of the other ladies says. But that does not necessarily mean that, Caroline is a liar. I think they all are liars. Now, notwithstanding that, what I really liked about Caroline is that she does listen, right? So when the other person's speaking, she listens, and what she does is she attacks what she finds to be untruthful, whereas the other ladies, when they're speaking or speaking amongst themselves or whatever the case is, they're just like raising voices, interjecting, they're interrupting, and so it's really hard for them to be able to understand what's truthful and what's a lie, and so they just conclude with "you're a lie." So when I go back again and look at the whole Caroline, Mariam, and Chioma discussion, you could see how Caroline had this facial expression of come on, Chioma, you're lying, because the context in which the issue was narrated from Mariam to Caroline is not the same context in which Caroline may have said it to Chioma. And so eventually when it came out that way, Caroline's sitting back going come on, Chioma, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Not that you're a liar that I didn't necessarily say it, but you're a liar in the sense that the way it's now being narrated to Mariam and Mariam to me, that's not the conversation we had. So to wrap this all up, I just want to say I'm really sad to see that this season's over. I don't know what season 2 is going to look like. I don't know who the cast are for sure, and if Caroline's coming back or if she's not coming back. But you know what? It's really going to be sad seeing all these ladies, because all together they brought the entertainment. Thank you so much, everyone. And Glory, thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you so much, Val. Thank you so much, Val. You said a lot, and there was this particular aspect you hit on. I'm going to talk about it after everyone has talked about it. It was about Iyabo saying she needed space. I have a lot to say about it, but I'm going to allow other people to speak. But thank you so much for bringing that to perspective. Okay, let me quickly move on to Adeze's space. Adeze's space, I'm glad you're back. I was literally sending a message that you should come back. Hola! Okay, let me unmute you. I think you're still muted. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Okay.
Oh,
Hi.
nice.
Right there, I've been waiting. It's when I accidentally left, I was like, no, I have to come back.
I was looking for you. I was looking for you. Welcome.
I love you so much. You're like my internet best friend. I can't wait to meet you one day. It's going to happen. If I didn't know you live in Lagos, I'm just like mind blown. Anyway, so.
Oh my God. Adeze, what's happening? What's happening?
Hold on and all that, right?
Okay.
Well, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'll talk about now we know that Caroline and can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
That Caroline.
Okay. Adeze, let me suggest
friends at some point. And we also know that Laura is Linda's sister. So who do we think gave Linda the gist that she published about Caroline? Are you guys getting what I'm driving at now? Who do we think gave Linda that story? Because Laura said that Toyin had told her so many things about Caroline in the past. So she was even surprised to see that Caroline and Toyin were still friends. So I'm suspecting that Toyin told Laura things that Laura now went and told her sister Linda, and then Linda published those things. Okay, so I feel like the problem they have amongst themselves, I think we all know that anyway, is not a today issue. It has been going on for so long, and they really still need to sit down and address it, maybe amongst themselves, maybe off camera, but they need to address it. Okay, now moving to Toyin. Toyin is not a good friend to anybody, not even Mariam. To be honest, in that reunion part, there was a part where she told Mariam, shut up, this and that. even though they played it off as banter, I could tell that Mariam was a bit hurt, but she just had to play along. So it felt like she's the bullied friend in that relationship, but she's just playing along for whatever reason. Maybe she's someone that likes to please and likes, people to like her. So she'll go along with it. But I felt some type of way when I saw that part. I could tell that Mariam was not as Mariam was a little bit hurt, but because it's her friend Toyin, she has to play it off. So that lady is not a good friend to anybody. She wasn't a good friend to Laura. I don't think she ever likes Laura. She's the kind of person that just wants to have you around her for the sake of having you around her. But once you're not in the picture, she will say the most about you. Okay. Now moving on to Carolyn and Chioma. We all know that Carolyn said that, because even the way she didn't deny it, the way she would deny something that she never said, right? But I don't blame her, because first of all, look at the way Toyin even dressed to that reunion. I'm not saying anything, but the way she dressed, it already looks like someone that likes or does jazz or is okay with jazz. So when you hear that, we're going to Toyin's friend's house, because I don't think that the ladies knew Mariam at that point. So when you hear, we're going to someone who is almost like Toyin's best friend's, house, and we're going to eat there and meet her, it's normal for Carolyn if she normally thinks like that, because it's not everybody that thinks other people are doing jazz. Some people, it's mostly our African aunties that think it a lot, but it's normal for her to look out for her friend. And that's why I felt that thing Chioma did was really bad. It's normal for you to look out for your friend, because even Chioma said that Carolyn said, you are Oyibo, you don't really know what's happening. So I felt like Carolyn was trying to look out for her friend. Don't come and think this one is UK, where everybody is just free. This is Nigeria. You have to shine your eyes, So I don't see it as, I don't think she was even saying it about Mariam per se. It's just about whoever that person is. She didn't even know Mariam at that point. So just whoever that person is, you better shine your eyes. Don't just go there and lose guard, So it was bad for Chioma to say it to Mariam. But when I'm playing devil's advocate, let's think about it this way. When Carolyn and Chioma were fighting, Carolyn said, you don't even like these ladies, You said these ladies are not your class or whatever. I don't even like these ladies. So I feel that what happened, I'm just guessing, is that behind the scenes, they now called Chioma and said, so Chioma, now that you and your friend have, fallen out. So you mean that you said you don't like us? You mean that you saw us as not your class and all of that? Maybe that's what prompted Chioma to now talk about this. I didn't know anything about you people before, but Carolyn said that this person does jazz. That's why I now felt the type of way about you. So I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I feel like it's something that might happen. In her brain, she might be like, let me say something that will make these ladies feel like, I don't really see them as low class. It was what Carolyn said that made me start seeing them as low class. Anyway, that's about the both of them, but she really wants the friendship back. I even said it from the last episode. You could tell that she was remorseful. You could tell that there's no, and I actually feel that Iyabo has a hand also to play in the breakdown of their relationship, because those two ladies were like a powerhouse. Imagine Carolyn with her billionaire connection, with her poise and all of that, and then Chioma with also her connection, might not be billionaire, but she also has connections. We can't even deny that fact. And she looks good, beautiful ladies, one dark skin, one light skin. It was just like a power combo that the other ladies, to be honest, we are feeling threatened already. They were threatened by Chioma, they were threatened by Carolyn. So they felt like the best way to, conquer is to divide, So I feel like Chioma was not smart enough. Again, going back to the UK girl. So you don't know how Nigerians move. I'm just joking, but maybe she wasn't smart enough to see what the other girls were doing, because you can't pinpoint what went wrong in that relationship. Nobody can. Even Chioma herself, I'm sure she cannot pinpoint it. If you ask her, okay, why did you really I don't think she can say it. I'm sure it's just all those behind the scenes fueling, follow, you are always together. Are you not a person on your own? Remember, this reality show, don't come here now and be attached to this person. Try and separate yourself, because it happens, especially when there are two friends. This is almost like a personal experience now. When there are two friends that people know, these are two friends, you'll see people trying to make side comments to you like, detach yourself, must you do everything together, must you do so? And it's jealousy that causes it. So if you're not careful, you see yourself saying, maybe I'm following this girl too much. Maybe the audience will be seeing me as a follower. So let me try and detach myself. And then she just went about it the absolute wrong way. I don't know. She went about it the wrong way. So that's it about Chioma. Then about Iyabo. See, Iyabo had no case, and she still does not have any cases today. She has not yet said exactly what Carolyn did to her that warrants multiple beggings plus a gift, and you are still angry. Like, there's nothing she will say. I was waiting for her to say, oh, Caroline insulted my children. Caroline maybe insulted my father. There was nothing. It's just, oh, you're being insensitive, you're doing too much, which she was. Okay, so and she has no case, and I feel like it's just trying to look for drama, right? Now, about trying to look for drama, you guys should pity Mariam now. You guys should pity Mariam. Mariam is trying He's trying hard to have a story like people should pity her. It's not fair. You know, everybody's calling her follow all of that. I really I, I really get that part, Sha. You know, I feel like Miriam's problem is still Toyin. She's still under Toyin's umbrella or inside Toyin's armpits, you know. So she has still not gotten herself. So she's trying too hard to, you know, some people when they feel like they are not enough, it's almost like I won't call it low self-esteem, but it's related. It's almost like low self-esteem. When you feel like not enough, they tend to overcompensate by doing too much, you know. They don't know how to just be level. They do too much. So I feel that's what is going on with Mariam. But again, I don't blame her for feeling bad that, you know, they said she was doing jazz or whatever. But the way she went about it already shows bias, which I'm sure is from all the gist. And I remember, I'm sorry to go back, but I remember when Mariam first came on the show, there was a part where they said, oh, the women wanted to meet or something. I don't know if you guys remember that part. They were supposed to meet, and then Mariam was like, okay, well, I'll go and meet the other ladies, but me, I'm ready for anybody that wants to bring anything. And I remember watching it, and I was asking myself, what are you ready for? Like, everybody's normal. At that point, they hadn't even had issues, you know. So I was wondering, well, is it normal for you to say, oh, I'm going to meet new ladies, but I'm ready for anybody? It's not a normal reaction to just meeting people for the first time or hanging with people for the first time. So it was obvious that she was already biased from the beginning. And about them being friends, I feel like they should have brought neutral parties. I don't know how Housewives works in other franchises and all of that, but I feel like they should have just brought neutral people to meet for the first time and then build relationships, and then we'll see their dynamics and all of that. But overall, the show was good. Uti should not be there. Uti is just like a furniture. Uti was like white and brown furniture. Uti shouldn't have been in that place at all. I was just like, at some point, you know, if you watch that reunion very well, at some point, Mariam was trying to anchor the show. Iyabo too was trying to coordinate. Like, it was almost like they two were even like, what's going on here? Let's move on. So yeah, Uti missed it. You know, you forget that women are strong women, they are made and all of that. As a presenter, in fact, that's why your seat is always like away from the women. Just there's a way you say things. You don't even have to raise your voice or shout or whatever. There's a way you talk with authority, and people will listen. It's not about seniority or age or whatever. People will listen. So if you had just asked some leading questions, if you had just stopped some people from rambling too much, if you had just, you know, okay, you said this happened. Why did this happen? Okay, you that they said this thing happened. Can you respond to that particular thing? You know, that's what I was planning to have done. Yeah. But again, he missed it. But let's hope that the next season he's going to do well, or to bring someone that will do well. Let me not talk too much. I know I've talked too much already, but I'm really excited. Thank you so much for having me. Please, when Big Brother starts, let's do this. When Big Brother starts, we need to come back talking.
Every Saturday. Thank you so much, Adeze. Thank you so much, Adeze. I'm really glad you were able to come back and join. Listen, even when Big Brother starts, we do this every Saturday. So, guys, don't worry. We are here. Thank you so much, love. Okay, let's quickly move on to Mirabelle. Hi, Mirabelle.
Hi, how are you, Gloria? How are you, everyone? I kind of lost my thoughts. Most of the ladies covered a lot of the stuff I was thinking about, but
summarize. You can just summarize.
So okay, something I was gonna say that was not already covered is the fact that I think it was a bit covered, honestly. Everyone is talking about how Uti did a horrible job, and I get it. I understand it. However, we need to also realize that this show was really rushed. Every other Real Housewife franchise that I know, the reunions always have like 3 episodes, and this was just 2. And if you notice, towards the end of the reunion, everyone was talking, and it was time to wrap up, and there was still not enough time, and everyone had a lot to say, and it still just wasn't enough time. So from what I saw, I would say he had almost like an itinerary and stuff he had to cover, and because he was on such a time crunch, he couldn't follow up a lot of the leading questions, because even those that are not presenters, we could clearly ask those follow-up questions. Do you all really think that he did not know he should have asked this, that, or the other one? But I think he was working so tight on time that he had to move on to get to whatever, highlights that it's being itemized for him to get to. And that was basically, I think that was what it was. And anyone else could have been the host of that show and it would still be this way. Maybe they would have done a little better, but they would not have asked a lot of the follow-up questions we're saying they should have asked, because I'm sure they had producers always like telling them when they cut, okay, you need to move on to this thing, you need to do this. So I think he was torn between doing his job effectively and trying to meet up with the demand of his producers, and also timing. I think next time at least the reunion should have 3 parts, because a lot of things were rushed, a lot of things were not properly dissected, a lot of things was not covered. And I hear a lot of people also talking about how this ladies lie and how this ladies even accuse each other of being liars. The word lying is a very strong and derogatory term, and it would make sense if they say, what you're saying is untrue. Because I don't know if any of you have heard this the saying, all lies is an untruth, but not all untruth is a lie. So sometimes what you could be saying might be an untruth, but it's not necessarily you lying. And sometimes too, they could have, said to each other, you're being dishonest. Because being dishonest doesn't outrightly mean that you're lying. It could just mean that you're not presenting facts as it was conveyed to you. Sometimes your perception has, kind of just changed the whole story. And a typical example was that of what's her name, Caroline and Chioma. You could tell that whatever Chioma said, Caroline told her. There must be some truth to it. However, Chioma's perception, for whatever reason of it, was not the same that was conveyed to her. So Caroline probably said that not to talk about Mariam or to make Mariam seem like a bad person, but just to protect her friend from someone she doesn't really know that well. And when Chioma relayed it, Chioma perceived it in a way where Caroline was bad-mouthing Mariam, and her perception could also have came from the fact that Caroline have had issues with other people, like she said, or like whatever. So now you're in a bad place with this person. You can go back in time and say, so maybe what they told me about this person was not because they cared about me, but it was because they also don't like this person. You had problems with the producers. You had problem with this. So that could have screwed her perception, or made her feel like, okay, what Caroline was saying was to paint Mariam as a bad guy. And Caroline looking at her, it's almost like, yeah, I cannot call you a liar, but I can also say you're being honest, So it was very conflicting for Caroline, and for Chioma in her head, she's spilling the truth, So that's why I was saying, a lot of those ladies calling each other liars and everyone saying this person lied, this person lied, this person lied. It might not necessarily be someone calling black white or calling white black. It could just be someone perceiving stuff differently. It could be someone not being completely honest. Because omission is, you could also call omission lying, but I might not be trying to lie, but I don't want to tell you everything. Or whatever I'm saying to you might be just based on my perception or emotional response. And, all of that could make it seem like I'm lying. So I just felt like they used that word lying too loosely. And moving forward, and even viewers that we all got too emotionally invested. It's still just a show. It's for entertainment. I feel like Chioma and Caroline's friendship, it was not that serious. Whatever ruined it was not that serious. But it makes sense if they're no longer friends, because their relationship does not have many years to it. It was not like they were friends for many years. They just became friends, and it ended as quickly as it started. And I'm gonna stop here so other people can talk. But thank you for the platform, and congrats on being on what is that? What was that? Because I read it. Was it a Guardian newspaper?
No, the Nigerian Tribune.
Yep, because I saw it on your you actually posted it, so I read it from your post. But yeah, congratulations on that, and thanks for the time.
Thank you so much. And listen, I really appreciate you coming with this perspective, because that concept about lie, 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 I really needed someone to break it down further, and you totally did. Thank you so much. You really explained it to the level that people can understand. So thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I'll be backstage.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, so let's move on to Tolu. Tolu, listen, before you speak, I just want to first thank you for being a very patient human being. You are so patient. You've been on here for the longest time and you are here again now. So thank you so much for being back. If you can just unmute yourself and speak, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Glory. Ha, it
Thank you
was
for being
tough. Oh. But anyways, we move. Okay.
back.
First thing I want to say is I think that I was wrong in my first analysis last week when I said, "Oh, is it that these women did not watch themselves and know the responses or and know the possible questions so that we do not dilly dally around like the same thing all over again?" But this part two, they came fire for fire. Oh. They had prepared what they were going to like answer with. They had prepared like, it seemed as if everybody had picked who they wanted to ditch and who they. And I
Yeah.
think one of the main reasons why everybody's using the word liar, liar, liar right now is someone mentioned it before. They've repeated it. So the women have repeated the "oh, you are a liar, this person is a liar." So and it's real housewives of Lagos. So once you can pick an housewife that is a liar, it means that that person is not real. So that person is like a less fave. So the more lies you've told, the lesser your I don't know how to put it, the love that you're getting and all of that. So it's just we just keep seeing the old liar liar thing. So for me, I'm even tired of that. And I just want to emphasize, thank God that they did not bring up Toyin and Caroline's drama in this second part because I felt like they should just take it. They should take it outside of the show. But for Chioma and Caroline, I don't even know. Honestly, I don't know. I think everybody has touched on one point or the other I wanted to say about Chioma and Caroline. The only reason why I'm just very disappointed is I just expected better from Chioma. And the other reason why I won't judge the matter too much is I don't know how I would react when somebody I got close to in the span of 3 months and we have that kind of issues, especially on camera, off camera and on camera. And we should remember that the producers were already slacking. They couldn't catch the fight of Caroline and Iyabo. So definitely they were going to be any and everywhere to catch the gist. I don't know how to. I don't know. For lack of better word, I just think that they just really wanted to get tea drama, and I disagree with people saying they should have brought neutral women. If they brought neutral women, we all won't last till episode 2 or 3 because we can't just be watching their business and their career. That's not realistic. There has to be some fun, something bringing you back, something that's making you want to watch this person again, something that is intriguing you about this person's personality. So if they were all cordial, it will even be unreal. It will even we will not find the authenticity in it. So for me, I think that there is that. Then Miriam, I'm even just tired of Miriam. Miriam's drama is just unending. I feel like she just likes to look for something in everything, and I feel like most of the women just had an agenda that if especially Toyin, I feel like Toyin was trying to redeem herself in the presence of Laura. That that confessional was not like that. Oh, I wasn't showing her the designs to tear down or water down your designs. But the truth is, she did water down the design, even in her own confessional. She said a lot of things, comparing her son, then also saying that the only thing she liked was a particular blazer, or the only thing she could relate with. She said the only thing she liked, the only thing that seemed that caught her eye was a particular blazer. And then she was even like, every other person saying they want to patronize Laura is lying because she's new and everything is still, she isn't doing well enough for people to start saying that everybody's just being fake. And I'm like, fam, because you are not saying that you want to patronize her is why Caroline and Chioma have to come in and save the day and say they will patronize her. Because it should be you going up and down and saying you will patronize her. So I think that there is that for me. Iyabo, I don't know. Iyabo she just dragged that issue, and I still stand on my point that there is something they are definitely hiding that happened when they fought. They are just, if not, the Caroline I know would have responded and said like the actual details of what had happened, because this is not the first time Caroline is having an altercation with somebody else. She would always share what happened and why she reacted that way. But for some weird reason, she chose never to talk about the actual fight. She just chose to talk about the apology and the way they decide to annihilate or isolate her because she had an issue with Iyabo. So I feel like Iyabo sort of has the God complex or made herself the big sis kind of thing, and it backfired. But at the same time, she still kept on doing it. That's why everybody now began to pitch tents with Iyabo and then made Caroline the bad person. Also, I'm just very scared because I want Caroline to come for season 2. And I'm scared that the ladies are pushing the bad narrative about Caroline. They want to make her the villain. Maybe she has told them, but she has decided not to come back again, which is something she has always like said one way or the other, directly or indirectly. So I think that there is something about that is making all of them now say, let's just push all our blames, all our faults, everything we've done that is wrong. Let's point on Caroline. I'm not saying she's perfect. I'm saying all of the bad PR and attention she's getting right now is just making her show how strong she is amongst opposition, and which is like the opposite. That's why you can see that everybody keeps talking and saying, oh, I love Caroline. She's a queen, because people can relate that, oh, in their low moments, maybe they won't have reacted like Caroline. So I think that's why she's getting all of that. The reason why I'm not even saying about what she said, what she didn't say, is because we don't know. And the ladies didn't make it easy to even analyze this part too. They just kept interjecting each other. They kept saying things. For me, Iyabo was lying when she said she needed time to heal. If you're actually very pissed at someone and you need time to heal, you face the person and let the person know that, I'm sorry, but the anger and everything that's happening right now, I'm not hearing you. Let's have this conversation sometime later. If you really cherish that friendship. And then there were just some things that didn't make sense to me that I thought that Uti was going to ask. Yeah, but you already liked Chioma. Chioma was already a friend of yours. You already took her like a sister. How come you slammed her across the room 3 times and your anger didn't come off? The first time, the second time, your anger didn't wear off. It didn't occur to you. Most times when people say I have anger issues, when they beat someone that they love or they do something out of the ordinary, it's like the entire anger just vanishes in a second. But it didn't vanish. And you got her scars, if that is really true. If that is true in the entire thing. And you got her scars and all of that, and your anger did not vanish. And then I'm just scared for Chioma. Oh, Chioma, this is not the London. This is Lagos. These women will still do what they will do to you. And now Chioma's shield is gone. Chioma's shield was Caroline's friendship. I think that one of Chioma's shields, besides her intelligence, her beauty, and how well she can dress, was that fact that she had somebody. So they cannot really isolate her. If they isolate her, she would still draw close to Caroline. You know, it won't be like she's alone on the show. But now that she has exposed herself, definitely they are going to come for her. And I feel like that's why Toyin came for her. Because Toyin would have addressed that episode. That's why now Toyin is like, okay, you know, there's no shield again. And definitely Iyabo doesn't want to show any violent tendencies. She doesn't want anybody to crown her the Lord of the separation. So she's not going to interject. She's just going to do her own thing there. That's why Iyabo was quiet. But I felt like Toyin was just trying to redeem herself. She said she doesn't want to be friends with Laura again. But I think she missed the friendship. I think rather she wants to sound like the good person, like the reasonable person, after she has acted out and she has spoken in a very competitive manner. Besides that, for me, Toyin and Chioma are definitely going to feel like they are competing because they both commit. So for me, I believe that they both feel like that. They shouldn't lie. They both feel like they are competing because even if they don't. Oh, okay, no problem.
Thank you very much, Tolu. I mean, you really made a lot of valid points, but we're going to quickly move on to Dupe Omiwade, guys. For those of you that think Dupe wasn't here, Dupe has been here as well, just as Tolu, for a long time. So my apologies. Just quickly add Dupe. Should speak, and then we'll continue from there. Dupe, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a lot of struggle with network. I think it's the rain. It's on this. I can understand that. And just as everybody is excited, Glow, congratulations again. Some of us who have traveled the journey with you over the years can appreciate what the much you have got to yourselves. I could remember when you will be going to work in the Uber, and you are filming, recording, and you are talking, you are controlling the Uber guy. Please don't make it left, make it right. So honestly, and I've always told you that you are going places. If you remember my word, I tell you, because of what I've seen, your virtues, excellence, quality, resilience, and lots more, hard work, persistence, and all of that. And you know, I have always told you that this is just a start point. We haven't seen anything yet. And mark my word, you are really going places by the grace of God. I have to greet everyone. This is the only live show that I know that people will be here for hours, and yet it will be as if we just started. Honestly, FSWG family, I say bravo to you all, thumbs up. You are just simply amazing. I personally appreciate all of you, regardless of your differences. Everybody, this is where you can pull anybody, drag, and yet we are still friends. We are still in the bond together. Honestly, this is awesome. Now my points are, a lot of people have talked. I actually joined the link first, but network have messed so many things up today, and I could relate with everything that everyone has said. Now, for Uti, I'll quickly say, for what we saw as deficiency in Uti's performance, one thing is, if you're not comfortable in any assigned role, speak up. You don't have to take on something you are not really too good to mess up your years of labor, years of struggle, years of that you have built for yourself. Don't mess it up. If you are not comfortable, even in our workplaces, anywhere we find ourselves, let's just say, okay, I can't do this, or this is my limit, so that if they need to give you a co-host so that you can learn or understudy, then it will be better. Uti allowed his person to affect. We predicted this even before the show started. I think Glory did a video, whether it's a live show or video, and we actually foresaw what we are seeing in Uti, because we have seen a lot of his performance, even in the Big Brother things and all of that. So if he has to see this video, he should just get the constructive feedback and see how he can build up on what he knew. So again, I want to also say, I'm just going to pick points and I will relate it to whoever I feel the person is affected. Now, be careful how you influence people and how you are influenced. That is exactly what Laura found herself, and even Mariam. Honestly, the cobweb that is in their brain that they came into was all driven by Toyin. And if you just need to make up your mind, take your time to understudy people and know what you want to conclude about the person. It will also tell on you, because you are going to be the person that will be unstable. The two of them messed up their game because they allowed one person who is their brain box to be putting cobweb in their brain, which is really, really wrong. Again, like I was putting in the comment section, relationship is deep. Don't just study people before you jump into relationship. That's exactly what messed up Chioma and Carolyn's conversation. Let me also tell you that they were meant to pepper. I don't know whether anybody have mentioned. They say we're going to pepper them. So what brought them together is actually what is scattering them now. They were to be together in cliques. I like somebody who said Toyin has Laura, has Mariam, has Iyabo, as I saw, they are 4. So I'm sure initially they saw themselves as, okay, we are the only ones that are really not in this camp or clique or this cabal. Therefore, let us also do things to. So what honestly brought them together is what is messing them up. They are not. Carolyn's art is clean. The way I saw it, even if you offend Carolyn, he can dump it and still make you feel comfortable in her domain. And that is royal. That is the queen that she is. I honestly give, regardless of what Carolyn must have done, comportment, courage, presentation, calmness has honestly brought this girl to be the A lady among them, because she was able to manage a mess. Permits me to use that word, but she was able to manage a mess. So all of us also, because we also learn in all of these reality shows and all these series that we look at, just make sure that you don't form a clique. Let your relationship be honest and genuine. Then you'll be able to define where you are going, whether this route or this route. Chioma that was ranting and all the, I was just looking at her. If I watched this part 2 like 15 times and over, I just wanted to pick the words word for word. She was talking. Was she not talking? Was she not, was she not replying or responding to Carolyn's talk? Even if that one is saying nonsense, it takes two to tango, for God's sake. And you now play the saint, you played the innocent. That's not going to work. And you could feel that she's missing them. She's missing their relationship. When Uti said, okay, where are we on this relationship? You could see her countenance. Immediately, Carolyn said, you know what? I am done. Oh Lord, you can see this girl like she was completely shattered. She just managed to put herself together. I'm sure that went deep in her. So even when you know that somebody you are still trying to study the person, know the extent of what the relationship that you do. Don't go all out. Don't be talking anyhow. Let's be civil with our tongue. Let's be civil with what we say. Again, like I said, communication is deep. It's two ways. Listen more, and talk less. And please be careful what to say about one another. You never can tell when that bond will break and they will just do exactly what we saw that Chioma did. It's really a betrayal. It was a real betrayal. And let me also tell us that Chioma has a forgiving spirit. She went after Carolyn just because, I don't know which of the episodes that Carolyn just spilled the beans when he said, what she told them about, was it Laura or whoever among them? And he said, no, I'm not like that. So whatever I tell you, let's say. She's been looking for opportunity to get back at Carolyn. And that's exactly what and she made sure she achieved that game. She doesn't have forgiving spirit. She can't really be trusted. So if you have that kind of friend, you have to be careful to what extent you go. And you could also see that in the expression of Carolyn. She was just looking. I mean, like this girl, we said so much. How much more do I know that she will still say? And she's not done. Chioma is not done. Especially when now that Carolyn has said, you know what, keep your lane and I'm going to be in my lane. So if you have a friend like Chioma, be careful. That's what I would say. Again, violence will not solve anything. All these two women that are shameless in Iyabo and bragging with violence, you know what, that's my food. I feed on it. Amen. This is 2022, for God's sake. Violence gives negative perception. You all are brands. You are representing a household. You are representing your business. So you shouldn't do that. And then you do see Toyin that is going all out on Chioma. You know why she's saying it? 2-3 reasons. Number one, she's trying to prevent Chioma from messing up her life's work. She was after her business. That what narration Chioma will put on the international television will go a long way on her job. That, this one is just creating masquerade dresses for people. She didn't say that, but that's in my own word. So she didn't really want that girl to sell that narrative to the world. Again, our relationship with Laura was threatened also, because Chioma was ready to say everything that Toyin has said about that launch, the launch that she did, and even the quality of things. She said she was going to start wearing them at home. Oh man, that is derogatory. So she was afraid that Chioma was going to say more. Let me tell you also, we don't know the extent of what Toyin have discussed with Chioma. That girl has a lot. If you allow her to talk, she will be talking. Then why would Toyin sincerely be so afraid? Why is she worried? She's a brand. She has created one for herself. A lesson for us also. Don't be threatened about whoever and whatever anybody is doing. Define yourself. Face your goal and see to it to function. I love somebody that said the sky is so wide. Let everybody fly. Okay, we're praising God for glory. How many of them are YouTubers? Does it mean everybody else would blow at their own time? So be happy for whoever is moving and face your lane, honestly. So that is also what I see about it. And I agree going forward that honestly, Mariam is just a floater. That girl, she didn't bring any value. I was particularly pissed with that return of that gift. I was, what is the meaning of this? Okay, when you want to return it, why do you have to box it and bring it to the that was honestly, I don't know what to make out of that. That was so uncivil. If you want to return it, why not just send it through your driver? Why must you box it and bring it? Then when that guy said, I need knife, she said, use your teeth. Wait, use your teeth. Man, that's not okay at all. So Iyabo is conflicting in her role. After now, I'm going to stop. Iyabo is conflicting in her role. She wants to do this, and really, she says this that she can be anything and everything in that space. She can be posh and she can be ras. and every other thing in between. She can be, and that is exactly what you see that she's saying. I mean, you say somebody you rather prefer to stay alone. If they give you that space, you will take offense. If they say, okay, let's beg him, you will take offense. Which divide, madam? She's too big for this role. She should just move. Unfortunately, she should have been able. Somebody said they should find a matching for Carolyn's personality. I agree, but not Iyabo. Iyabo is far from that lady. She's too intelligent and she's calm. I am honestly coveting the kind of calmness that Carolyn had. That girl, I don't know what she's made up of. That calmness in the face of it. The whole everybody is against you, and yet you have all their brains in your palms like that, man, including Uti. That's so commendable. Thank you so much, Flo. Let me allow people to talk. It's been an amazing time. Make sure you protect your behavior, your attitude in life. It determines your game. It determines your extent that you want to go. Have a very wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dupe. Oh my God, I'm so happy that you came back. Dupe has been here since we started, and the network has been doing what it knows how to do best. Thank you so much, Dupe. I mean, Dupe, you really dropped a lot of words of wisdom, not just about the show, but also how we can learn, from the show. And guys, this is one thing I also want us to also take home. The show is to entertain us, but honestly, if you think about it really, there's been a lot of lessons learned, a lot of lessons that in every relationship you find yourself, it will really come in handy for you to navigate such dynamics, in life in general, in all of those relationships. Thank you so much, Dupe. Let's quickly move on to Alexandria. I don't know if it's the same Alexandria that spoke before, but let's hear. Hi.
Hi, Glory. It's the same Alexandria. For some reason, I don't know what I did.
You're welcome back. You're welcome
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just felt, I was like, okay, since you said we could come back or we could hang around, I just hang around and then come back. I hope this is an appropriate time to return. Okay. Okay. Okay, I actually do. I've been listening to what everybody has been saying, but I do. This was actually in my mind before everybody spoke, and it's just three things, actually four or three and a half. Number one, I would like to say that I don't agree with the narrative that Toyin is ghetto. I don't. Somebody did say, I mean, if you know, as a human being, and I want to use my experience as an example. I moved to the United States when I was 20. And it was a very tough transition. And in order to survive, I had to resurrect my masculine energy. So when there was somebody that I was saying that Surulere, Ajegunle, I'm a Larry girl. And that is part of my DNA. And it is the lessons I learned from living in Larry that made me had to use my masculine energy to be able to survive in the US. Defining Toyin as a soldier, that's exactly who she is. A soldier can be funny. A soldier will know when to stand on their own. So she is always constantly defending herself, that she doesn't even know when to stop. At that point in time, you can use anything to try to defend yourself. Case in point, we have a lot of ghetto rappers in the United States, but they're still lauded, they're still praised. These people that we celebrate, many of them, a lot of them do not even have an education. If you hear them speak, you will cringe. But we praise them, then we come and call Toyin ghetto. Yeah, I'm not saying that she's abusive, yes, but we also know that as a Yoruba person, and I'm Yoruba as well, that being abusive is actually part of the characteristics of some Yoruba people. She's abusive, yes. She's not perfect, yes. She tried to be manipulative, yes. But let's not call her ghetto. That's how she talks. That's how she does that part. Because in the first couple of episodes, a lot of people were laughing when she said, "Listen, I found love, and if I If it doesn't work out, I'll divorce him and marry somebody else. People are like, oh yeah, she's real, she's real. I mean, let's just go back to that. So let's not just call her get the violence totally not supported. She could have used her words. But is she ghetto? No, she is not. She's not. And I don't think we should downplay our culture. Because another point I want to raise in support of that, there's this Real Housewives franchise. It's called Real Housewife of Potomac. And I started watching that because of there's a lady there that is called Dr. Wendy Osefo. She's married to a Nigerian man. And if you notice in one of the episodes, she was the mom always appears on that series. And the mom doesn't speak with accent. She just talks normally, like, I'm here to teach my grandkids Igbo. She it's because of that lady I started watching Potomac. That now brings me to my second point. You said that maybe we can pass some, suggestions so that the producers or whoever has to do with the production of the show can take it. Please, the ladies need to advertise Nigeria very well. Please. I don't care. I watch some of these I'm a reality TV junkie. And this is actually, whether you like it or not, no matter what you said, somebody did say aspects of your personality, even if you're the biggest pretender in the world, it slips out. Dr. Wendy came out to say she's a Harvard professor. She's a CNN commentator. She just kept on saying so many things about herself. And and trust me, if you are in the American community among all these rich ladies, pearl ladies, that's what we call them where I stay, what these ladies are doing in the Real Housewives of Lagos is tiny. Caroline is just a door that shows the way and they will read you. They will read you to the extent that you'll go home and begin to think about your life. And they tried to do that with Wendy, but Wendy was like, no. They even tried to say, maybe you went to get plastic surgery because your husband is cheating on you. Wendy was like, no, I've given birth to all my kids and I want to look good. She refused to let them take her down. And she made them know that all of y'alls are not up to me. I'm a Harvard professor in an Ivy League college, and I'm a commentator on CNN. You are not up to me. She's constantly stood that ground, and I have a husband, I have kids. Even though she didn't tie the gele well, it was ridiculous. She constantly refers to the Nigerian culture, that this is who she is. Even there was a point when the husband showed, the problems of intertribal marriage. They mentioned that on the husband talked about it, how his family is not accepting of him because he married Wendy, and Wendy is actually from Delta State or something like that, while the husband is Igbo. These are things that we wanted to see. But instead, we didn't even see. To be honest, I'm going to be honest with you. In true capacity, if I want to break all these ladies down one by one, Laura, I mean, you're an influencer, but I can't approach you because, to be honest, I'm scared. Iyabo, you are an actress, and I understand that you're trying to rebrand yourself, but you coming out to say that you have a temper issue, I think a lot of people are downplaying this temper Iyabo has. I have seen people that have used anger to destroy their lives. I have seen people that when you're just driving them, you overtake them, they chase you. They chase you on the highway. And before you know it, they crash their cars. And then when they go to court, they say it's road rage. Let us not downplay. Iyabo's temper is a very dangerous thing. It's dangerous. Chioma, for goodness sakes, you're in the vanity business. You sell hair. To be honest, I can't buy hair from you. Even when I see people talking, like, the only thing people talk about you is that they love your dress sense. And a lot of young girls, we can identify with that, yes, but can we afford what you're wearing? I'm sorry. Your Valentino belt retail price probably goes for like $1,300. Do you? It's your personality. But the only reason why we went to identify with you is because we look at you and we hope to get to your level. But you didn't show us as a young girl who has 2 successful businesses what it takes. The only thing we could see was that you have an NGO. Compared to a lot of people who have come and say, I have an NGO and we don't see anything, we saw yours. You know, like, I think the producers should make a case. You're trying to do the drama, yes, but make a case so that we can actually see things that we can relate with. It's entertaining, yes, but like, this is just dirty linen in public. Now, my third point, and I'm gonna be done with all of this, is I pray, and this is something that I learned. I pray that if I'm in a position where I messed up, I need to be able to make the right decision that would present myself in a very positive light. Because you see this Caroline's turnaround, I swear to God, it's something that should be studied. It's amazing.
Sure.
She's problematic. To be honest, I can see it. Caroline reminds me of a friend of mine that, oh my God, if we go somewhere, she's like, this light is too bright. Why didn't they not use room lights? And I will stand up and I'm like, oh, let me go and take food. And then I'll bring for her. And she's like, is this what they give us to eat? Why are we using toothpick? Must we do the Nigerian thing? Can they give us coffee? You know, I can see it in that Caroline is problematic. Nobody's even dwelling on that. Nobody. It's amazing. I am so amazed by it. And Gloria, I still didn't see the email that you said you sent. So I am looking forward to, like, you know, relating with you. And that just goes back to the first thing I was saying earlier is optics. Optics basically is the way the world views you. It's a thing in politics, the way the world views you, how the world views you. There was a senator and she made the news. I think she was trying to get people to vote for her and she was twerking, and my God.
Oh yeah, I thought that you.
You saw the I mean the back. Yeah. So like, can you get what I'm saying about the optics? Like, I mean, geez, come on, you know? But anyways, this is a great space. I love it. I'm looking forward to Big Brother. Hopefully it has more content than the other one, even though the narration that was being put out was for MultiChoice to give this a rest so that we can have the hunger, you know, to watch another one. But I hope it's better. I hope the housemates have learnt their lessons, are not seduced. And I hope there's another person that comes up with, because White Money's strategy, I remember listening to the live, there was someone who said there is nobody that has ever come up with White Money's strategy. And that's the truth. That strategy was the bomb. Thank you so much for letting me speak again, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. And honestly, I really do hope that anybody from the producers are actually listening, because feedback like this, they really need to know, they really need to hear. I mean, there's no show on earth that's perfect. Even my own show, my own thing that I do, you know, what we dwell on, not really dwell on, but where we get to get corrections from is from the feedback that we get from the viewers. So I really do hope that from all that has been said from this live stream, that they take home one or two things that could help to enhance the quality of their work. Thank you so much, Alexandra. I have dropped my email, okay? So please do not fail to send me an email, please, so that we can link up, we can connect. Okay, finally, let's move on to Free. Free, I am so happy that you were able to come back. Free and Dupe, there were people that were struggling to join. Then they
Hi,
joined,
Glory.
but I'm
I've
glad
been
you're
trying
here.
to join. I've been going off, coming back, going off,
I
coming back.
know.
So frustrating. First, very big congrats to you on the, making the newspapers. I've not read newspaper in like years, but because of you, I'm going to search and I'm going to buy. I'm so proud of you, and this is just a stepping stone. You're going to go to greater heights. We're going international, baby. You should just believe that. I'm so proud of you, honestly, and just keep doing what you're doing. Overall, after seeing the reunion yesterday, because yesterday actually, so I'm just glad it's done, Sha. First of all, because it's a lot. I'm glad it's done. About Uti, Uti is someone that I don't really like because of how much he bullied some of the housemates during BBN, especially Tacha. Although Tacha was not like my cup of tea, but he really bullied her. He said some derogatory things about her. He was really particular about trolling her, and he wasn't even ashamed for it. So I really didn't like him from that time onward. So coming into the show, I was just like, I hope this guy has an open mind and he just watch and listen without being biased, because it seems he's closer to one person, Laura. I might be wrong, but that's how it feels. And I can say that overall, I can give him a 5 out of 10 because I also watched it with an open mind. And the reason is because Uti is more like the moderator. He's not going to say everything or ask everything that he's supposed to. And just like one of the speakers mentioned, there was not enough time for that. But particularly Caroline, he wasn't giving her a lot of airtime to speak. But the rest of the ladies, they had time to talk and talk and talk. But Caroline did not do a lot of talking. And it wasn't that he was interrupting her or anything, but she didn't really care to explain, except they asked her, except Uti goes to her and is asking her, oh, what do you think? And all of that. She didn't care. And I like that. Like, she wasn't struggling to explain herself and drag the floor with anybody. I really, really like that. She just kept her composure. So overall, I can say that Uti tried his most to be unbiased, but in a way he was. But at the same time, I can give him a 5 out of 10. And for Toyin was just, I don't know. Toyin is exhausting to watch at this point. She's beginning to sound like a broken record. I mean, she going to even attack Chioma. If I was Chioma, when she was leaving, I would just stretch out my leg. She would just fall down and hit her face on the floor. I'm telling you, like, after she just came there to do all the shenanigans, just stretch your leg. As she's going, she'll just hit her leg and fall flat. So let's see who is the one that is embarrassed now. I mean, she going up to slap Chioma. That was like transfer of aggression. That the person she was really annoyed with was Caroline, but she transferred it to Chioma because Chioma is the person that she can bully, and Chioma just sat there. And I like the fact that Caroline even said something, she was, even if she was not standing up and doing all those things, but she was telling Toyin, oh, Toyin, stop and all of that. Why are you doing this? Why are you going that far? She was saying something, unlike Chioma that sat there acting plastic. When Caroline and Laura were having that issue, she just sat there, strung her face like parrots, face one direction. Honestly, that's what I would have done. At that moment, maybe I'll be checking my phone or something. Since you know how to form plastic, I know how to do it better than you. So I must commend Caroline for that. And for Chioma, she just actually shot herself at the leg because during the show, she made a statement that, oh, she's such a loyal friend that no matter what happens between she and her friends, even if they have issues, she's never going to tell their secrets. But you just literally used your own hand to shoot yourself in the leg. Because that's exactly what you did. You going to tell Mariam that, oh, like Caroline said, you're fetish and all of those things. That's what you did. Because you guys are not in good terms. That's why you're saying all of those things. So, obviously, you're not loyal. You can't call yourself that because you're not. And I believe that she was really remorseful, even if she wasn't expressing it as much. And I'm glad that she actually admitted that she would still like to be friends with Caroline, but she just used the lying thing as, oh, because of the lies, she can stop with the lies. And I loved how Caroline handled the situation, that I'm done with this friendship, because honestly, if Caroline had accepted her apology and they become friends again, it might not work out because you guys already had a major fallout. You'll be really cautious of each other. You'll not trust this person again. And when you're in a friendship with somebody that you cannot trust, it's very hectic because you have to watch out the things you're saying, how you're acting acting. You can't just be free around that person like you were before. You have your guard up. So with that kind of friendship, I don't think there's any point of remaining friends. Just go your separate ways. I wish you well, you wish me well, but that's it. And they keep pushing this narrative of, oh, Caroline is a liar. That's the only narrative that they've been pushing, like from day one, that she's a liar, she's a liar, she's a liar. Okay, why can't you come out and say times that she has lied? They make it seem like, oh, they are saints and they don't lie and all of that. Chioma actually made herself look stupid. Coming into the show, Iyabo was my favorite because Iyabo was just neutral, she was just there, neutral. And if we can actually cast our mind back from the episode 1 and 2 and all of that, when Toyin and Laura already started having issues with Chioma and Caroline, Iyabo was the one person that was neutral. Even the day that they came 5 hours late to Mariam's house, Iyabo was the only one that was like, oh, she has been waiting, but 5 hours, this is too much. Like, she really tried. So I can't say that from the beginning she was not nice to Chioma or Caroline. No, she was nice to them at that point. But when she and Caroline had that fallout, she overreacted. In my point of view, she overreacted. If I was Caroline, I would never go on my knees to beg you for nothing. Like, why do I have to do that? I know her feelings were hurt. Yes, it's valid, but I think she overdragged it. And I like the fact that she mentioned that, oh, Caroline would have given her time to heal. She would have directed that particular anger to Chioma because Chioma was the one that was trying to settle things in the heat of the moment. You didn't give anybody time to heal. And if you and I have an issue, I think it's just right that we allow things cool down. And that's the kind of person I am. If we have an issue, I don't want to talk about it immediately. Some people will be like, oh, let's talk about it. Let's not sleep on it. I don't want to talk about it. I might see something that I might regret. So let's just sleep on it. In the morning, when we can then talk about it. But Chioma was the one that was eager to settle it immediately. And that's because she wanted to keep being in the good books of Iyabo. She just realized that, oh, Caroline has issues with all these other ladies. I don't want to be in that awkward situation. So it's just better I stay on Iyabo's side, which automatically means staying on Toyin and Laura and the rest of them side. And she actually shot herself in the leg because Caroline was such a good friend. I loved that she saw the part where Caroline was hyping her up. When she came to the boho party, that was really sweet to watch, And I knew that she felt that, oh, that love was really genuine. So she just actually messed up. And everything she said she wasn't is what she actually displayed. She's a disloyal friend. If I were her friends, and the kicker girl especially, I would watch out for Chioma because she's very dishonest. She is very, very dishonest. And I know it makes you sad because Chioma was your favorite at the starting of this show. But
Really, I've been heartbroken ever since. I've not healed.
Yeah, I know. Like you spoke so highly of her from the beginning. You really, really liked her. I remember that, but she just literally embarrassed herself. She fought her hand basically for where you did. So that's that. And for Mariam, I don't even really want to talk about Mariam because to me she's irrelevant. I actually watched what's her name? Mariam and this girl's interview. No, a podcast actually. Stephanie Coker, yeah. And they were talking about. Yeah, I watched it, but I didn't finish it. And then she made a statement that, oh, when Stephanie was saying, oh, the Real Housewife is too toxic and it's too much drama and all of that, and then she told Stephanie that, oh, have you watched other franchise? That's what it is about. Immediately, it just clicked that this is what Mariam has been doing since. She has obviously gone and watched all the franchise, Real Housewife of Beverly Hills, of Atlanta, of everything. And then she was trying so hard to bring up an issue where there was none. And I love Caroline for the fact that she didn't like continue the issue. She didn't drag it with her. The kind of energy that Mariam was expecting. She wanted Caroline to like match up her energy and then start to talk about her. And Caroline just, as in, the girl, she's so smart. She just played it cool. She made Mariam look completely ridiculous. Trust me, because Mariam was expecting Caroline to match her energy, but Caroline did not, and she was just there sounding ridiculous. That, oh, she said this, she said that. Her feelings were not even valid. She was just trying the most, and then she was making a statement that, oh, it's not Toyin that brought her on the show. But I remember one of the episodes vividly when Toyin said Mariam is her +1. I think that was when they were going to Abuja also. So it's obvious that it's true Toyin that she came on the show. So she's saying, oh, it's not because of Toyin, It's just sick. And Toyin on her own, she was trying to make it seem like they didn't have any issue. When she told Mariam to shut up, immediately she just realized that, okay, I just had an issue with Caroline, with what's her name? the other girl Chioma, and me fighting with Mariam is going to be somehow. I feel like that made up that they did, it was very, very, very strategic on Toyin's part. When she immediately made up with Mariam, she just immediately covered up with laughs and giggles. She didn't want to look stupid that, oh, you just fought with everybody, now you're fighting with even your friend. So I felt like that was fake. Immediately she just switched it to, oh, they're just joking and all of that, and it didn't really cut out for me. And then as for Laura, she's saying she was vindicated at the end of the day. It was very ridiculous. And that question that Uti asked her, oh my God, he was supposed to ask that question to Caroline, not to Laura. That was for Caroline, not Laura. Because why are you asking Laura if she was vindicated? Vindicated how? She had a nasty attitude all through the season. And at the beginning of this reunion, she said it herself that she was intentional about the drama. At the reunion day one. So it made me just wonder, like, all her fans that have been defending her, saying, oh, it's pregnancy hormones, oh, is this, oh, is that, oh, is this, oh, is that. What are you going to say now that the person is using her own mouth to say she was intentional about bringing drama? Because they've been defending her blindly. Because you like someone does not mean that you just defend them blindly. It doesn't work for me. So I felt like Uti asking Laura that question, it was absolutely wrong. That question was for Caroline, not for Laura. Because they tried so hard to make Caroline look like, oh, the mad woman, she's a liar, she's camera perfect and all of that. Listen, all of us lie. Everybody lie every now and then. We can't deny that. But you coming out to make me look like a liar, make you look like you're a saint, that's absolute bullshit. It doesn't cut out. And let's be completely honest, growing up, there are certain houses that my mom will be like, oh, don't go to this house. They're like fetish, they don't, I don't know how to explain it. Like, don't go to this house. And it's not just like my own family. Like, a lot of people had that opinion about somebody in my street that everybody's like, oh, that person is a babalao, don't go to this house. People are like scared of that family. And it might not necessarily be that way, but because we were over religious, everybody just listened to their parents and stayed away. So Caroline telling Chioma that oh, I think she's fetish and all of that. I do believe that Caroline said that. I can't say, oh no, I don't believe. I do believe she said that, but I believe she said it from a place of concern, from a place of, oh, I'm looking out for my friend, because it's normal. People say things. You are my friend, and I can see you hanging out with somebody that you don't know from Adam's. If I'll tell you, oh, Glory, you have to be careful. I don't trust this person. Their tribe, they are known for doing jazz. I might just say it passively, and then you run with that narrative, and then you go and tell the person where we have an issue. So for me, Chioma did not do right at all. Overall, next season, I think Mariam should not come back. She's trying too hard at this point. It's ridiculous. She needs to sit it out. I think Caroline has to come back, but I doubt she will, because obviously they've stressed the girl. You can say like she's mentally drained, and if it's me, I will be mentally drained, So overall, I think she should come back. I don't know if she will. For Laura, I'm indifferent about Laura. She can come or she cannot come. That's that for that. She was intentional about her drama. She purposely knew what she was doing the whole time. And as for Toyin, if she's coming back next season, I think she needs to just drop her beef with Caroline, because it's looking at like an obsession at this point. Like, at every point given, she wants to bring up the issue that happened 12 years ago. She wants to talk about it. And I feel she should be a little embarrassed, being that they're talking about a married man. The ex that she's talking so much about is a married man. So if I were you, I would not even try to bring up that conversation at all. I will be ashamed. Like, I'll be feeling shameful. Like, I won't even want to talk about it. But every time she wants to talk about it, especially given that she's a married woman. But oh well, she's the one that married her husband, so she does not really care. And overall, that's just what I have to say about all of them. They
Thank you
tried
so
so
much.
hard, especially Miriam. Miriam didn't do it for me at all. Like, I was really, really irritated with her this last episode. She was just doing the most, giving her back gifts and all of that. And then the one part when she said, use your teeth. Oh my God.
All right, Free. Thank you, Free. Let me quickly allow the next person to speak. But Free, I want to especially thank you for talking about the Iyabo's complaint that Caroline did not give her space to heal. That was what I was going to talk about at the end. But now that you've addressed it, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Yes, I mean, we've said this before, and I'm glad that Iyabo used that mouth to say during the reunion. And I stand with your own perspective on that. She should have addressed that with Chioma, because it was all Chioma who thought that, oh, Iyabo was going to cause the fuss about the whole matter when they were shooting the next. So she was the one pushing Caroline. So thanks for addressing that. Let me quickly add the next person. That's Brown. After Brown's stage, we're gonna have is it Tanya? Yeah. Okay, Brown, are you ready?
Yes, please.
Yeah, briefly, let's just hear from you so we can round off, okay?
Hi everyone. I've been listening for like
Hi.
hours now.
I honestly
So
thank
I
you
think
for your patience.
yeah, I recently came on your page and like I like how objective it is. Like
You're
everybody has
sounding
a
muffled.
say.
You're sounding muffled.
Okay?
So you're sounding muffled. Can you move
Oh, okay.
your yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
No, you're sounding really muffled. We can barely hear you. If you have your headphones close to your chest, you might want to move it far from you so that we can hear you clearly. Hello? Hello? Okay, Brown, just help us to take care of your audio, all right? And then I'll add you back. Tanya, can we hear you speak, please? Tanya?
Hi, Glory. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're welcome.
Okay,
So
perfect.
quickly, briefly, okay? Some people want to go and cook for their husband.
I'm
So
so
quickly.
sorry. Okay, so I discovered you like about 6 months ago, and I'm super, super excited that I did because I'm like obsessed with like BB Najat through you and subscribe and everything. And I was kind of mad because I was in Nigeria for like the first time. I was there for like 3 months. And I was like, damn, if I had discovered you, I would have hit you up or whatever, but it's all good. So the Real Housewife of Lagos. Okay. I was really excited because I really love the franchise and I kind of like they're diversifying out into Africa and all that kind of stuff. And obviously you put me onto it because in the American sector we don't discuss that. I wouldn't have known except through your channel. So I unfortunately don't have access to watch it. So I had to watch it on YouTube, the episodes, whoever posts and stuff like, and then your commentary. I was a bit disappointed on several reasons. Because number one, the franchise, they don't do celebrities. Apparently, those people are like celebs in Nigeria. They don't do celebrities. It's like normal people that they bring and give them a platform and they eventually become a celeb. So that's number one. Yeah.
Okay.
Number two, everyone has like their own story that they are bringing in collectively. It kind of works. For instance, like the other lady talked about the Real Housewife of Potomac. Well, Giselle Bryan, her ex-husband that she was married to, he cheated on her several times, and then they got a divorce, and then she wrote a book about it. And then her best friend, Robin, her husband was in the NBA. He made millions of dollars, but apparently their money was like they lose everything. They got robbed by like one of their best friends, so they were poor as if they weren't a millionaire again. And then of course, like everyone had like their own story coming in to the situation, so it was like kind of clear on the direction in which everyone was bringing. And then you got Ashley Darby, who was married. She was like a sugar baby, married to like a man who's like almost 30 years older than her, but it was clear that it was about the money. It wasn't really about love. And then you kind of get to understand their relationship and so on and so forth. So I thought it was like that. Watching the first episode is kind of like all over the place, and I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And the second episode, I didn't really have any favorites because I didn't know nobody. But continuously watching it, I kind of like the dynamic of Chioma and Caroline. I really liked their bond and stuff. Laura was a bit ditzy to me. She's kind of like off, like someone who does drugs. I'm sorry, I'm not saying she does, but like it's just based off of like how she speaks, for someone who I suppose like her sister is like this big person and she too is this big person, but she just came off, like something wasn't quite right with her. And it was obvious she was jealous. But Iyabo, one thing that no one is really talking about, Iyabo was infatuated with Chioma. She liked the fact that she had an accent. She was like all up into her. She really, really, really wanted to be a part of Chioma's circle. She was like a fangirl to me. That was like the vibe she was given. And like she would have done everything to be a part of her little circle. And Caroline and Chioma, it was kind of like, on the same level. It's like, girl, you do you, I do me, and I celebrate you, and I don't care, like, kind of chill, but she didn't like that. And Iyabo would throw jabs at Caroline when she was like, when they did the little thing at the beach. She like, she was the first that hosted the ladies, and she would throw like little jabs at her. And I kind of felt a little bit of colorisms because, Caroline is, fair in complexion. Iyabo, I'm sorry, but she bleached. Laura bleaches her skin as well. So I felt like, the only natural color girl on there, was Caroline, natural complexion. And then of course you have Chioma looking beautiful. And Tiannah also bleaches her skin too. So, the only natural color people prior to Mariam coming into the show was Chioma and Caroline. They were the only natural girls. So I felt like there was that tension, going on between them. And obviously you pointed out the history that Tony has with Caroline. So that was that as well. But I didn't watch the reunion. I watched it through you because I just I felt like it was no point. And especially when you talked about the guy who was going to be the commentator of the reunion show and how you felt like he was going to be biased. And based on your commentary, it definitely was. Because one thing with the franchise, right? I will hope the producers coming back next season to really go and study what the franchise is about and then bring that energy when they're coming back. And this thing you pointed out, every time they say something about a person, they will always show a video. What if a person lie or tell the truth? They will show a clip and say, okay, and then like, oh, how do you explain this? You get what I'm saying? But that wasn't done in the reunion because you pointed out how it wasn't done at all. And they had several opportunities. The thing with commentating the reunion is you cannot be biased. You got to bring it from both angles and you got to allow each person to explain themselves because that's what Andy Cohen does. So unfortunately, they didn't do that. They need to bring somebody who's experienced. And even because Andy Cohen was not experienced in the game, let's be clear. Nene Leakes was the one that put him on. And he decided to produce the show. Nene Leakes is the original with this when this whole franchise come about. It stems from Nene Leakes. Okay, she put Andy Cohen on. Andy Cohen decided like he's going to be the one to produce the reunion, the show, and he started his after show, which I think is something that they should do. Maybe you should be the one to kind of host that. Like after every episode, each episode you bring like people off the episode on, like 2 guests or something like that, and discuss what happened in that episode. Because if you're bringing on the franchise, bring the whole shebang. Like let's have it all. Don't just do bits and pieces of it. Like let's have it all, girl. Like let's do it. So and another thing, like I have not been watching you long, but I've been watching you long enough to know that you love Ibuka. Like one of your dream, what's the girl? Toyin Makawa, something like that. I'm not so sure. My God. But you love those two, and you wanted to meet both of them so bad. You talked about how she manifested, in the past. You kind of give her history about how she used to just do a regular YouTube interview, and she manifested being on some show, and then it became like, and you was like, you see yourself in that lane, and it was so good to see that you ended up meeting her, during the BB Naja stuff. And then finally, Ibuka like tell you that he watches your show. Like, oh my gosh, I was screaming like, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like she always wanted this to know that he watches you and he see you, and it's not just like because it's one thing to just say it off, like because some of these people when they get to a certain level they be pretending, but they be watching. But for him to actually say it on camera, like, oh, I see you the girl with the tea, and I'm like, oh my God, like you don't know what you just did for her. So kudos to you on that, and I can't wait to see other things you got in stores because girl, you here to stay. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing because they're seeing you now. Then they need to put you on that show. You need to be the host of that reunion because that guy, he did a shitty job, and that whole production thing. No. They need to re-strategize. I understand it was their first time. Okay, cool. We give you whatever, but second season. Please, y'all need to come correct. Like, for real. Y'all need to come correct, okay? right, girl. I be hitting you up in the DMs like here and there, and I'm like, okay, I know she don't know me or whatever, and she busy and whatnot, but hopefully one of these days, because I plan on coming to Naja, like, sometime next year. I'm like, hopefully she'll read my DMs when I come through so we can link
Please
up.
send me those DMs. Send me the DMs.
I do, but I'm like, you're probably too busy because you be having mad fun. I be watching your stories and stuff. I'm like, damn, girl. You'll be lit. You'll be lit, sis. But yeah, your article with the Tribune, like, oh my gosh, it's so good to just see, like, when you put in all your hard-earned work, your time, sometimes you don't feel appreciated, but the fact that you persevere, like you don't give up and you keep pulling through because you believe in yourself, and that's the key factor a lot of people don't realize. Don't expect other people to believe in you. Don't depend on that. Believe in yourself, stay true to yourself, and keep going. Eventually they will come on and catch on to you. Create your own table. Don't depend on other people to have a seat at their table. Create your own table. They will meet you on your table and be like, oh, and then you'll be like, yeah, you just coming on, I've been on this. And then it will be your opportunity to flex on them, like, yeah, I've been doing this. You just, okay, welcome to my seat, have a seat next to me, this is my platform, my table, okay? And that's what you're doing. Keep it out, girl, because I be looking forward, like, I'm a subscriber. I be looking for, I'm like, okay, Gloria Elijah, what you got? I be putting my sisters on, my brother-in-law. I got my brother-in-law to, like, because he's Nigerian, he's Yoruba, and I got him to, like, subscribe to some African thing so I could watch the Naja, like the Bibi Naja, and he's like, you crazy. I'm like, I don't care.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Oh my God. I feel so sad that it's almost 5 hours now and we're still here and people are joining and leaving and people don't even want to go. Oh my God. Brown, I'm trying to add you, but it's saying that your device is not connected. So I don't know. I think you should try using only your audio, all right? And I wanted Nutricia to just round up for us quickly. Yeah, but Brown, you can still speak. I see that there's still so many people that want to speak, but guys, I am begging you all. If everybody that is waiting in line comes to speak, we're not gonna go home today. Like, this is like 4 hours, 33 minutes still. So please, I'm begging you all, we're going to have another live stream as usual every Saturday. So please, if I'm not adding you, it's because people are saying that, okay, it's time for them to go and cook for their husbands. My back is aching. I'm tired. So, Latricia, just quickly round up for us. Brown, okay, Latricia, you know what? Hold on. Brown is here. Let Brown just speak, and then we'll have Lucia. Brown has been here for like over an hour. Okay, Brown, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Brown. I don't know. Okay, speak. Let's see if everybody else can hear you.
Okay, I was just going to touch on Chioma. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes. I think she's just a liar because she lied about not having an issue with Laura. And we saw that in, like, I think the Boho party where she said she has an issue.
Okay, we're listening. Brown, are you there?
So, and become like what, like, I was like, the double standards in the show was too much for me.
Okay. Brown. Oh my God. This is really sad. But Brown, I want to especially appreciate you for having the patience to wait. And oh my God, your audio is not really great. I mean, I can't really hear you. I don't know if anybody else can hear you. But please, don't take this the wrong way. I mean, I don't know what's wrong. Probably it's the network. So please, guys, we do this every Saturday, 3 p.m. WAT. We're gonna have another conversation again. Somebody is asking if we can do this again tomorrow. Guys, to be honest, we've actually really exhausted all we need to say about the reunion. So if we come back again tomorrow, it's going to be us regurgitating all what we've said today again. All right. So there's really no need. So what we're going to do is during the week, I'm going to drop videos. I'm going to drop videos. There are a lot of things I want to talk about, but I said no. Today is about everybody that's been watching the show to come and share their own interpretation, their own opinion. So during the week, I'm going to drop videos, and on those videos, guys, as usual, the comment section will be open. We can continue with the conversation in the comment section. I will carry on with more videos until Saturday again, when we'll have another YouTube live stream. If any backbone, any violence, any banter happens on social media during the week, trust me, we just might have another impromptu FSWG live stream during the week. All right, so just watch out. Anything can happen. So let's have Latricia round off for us, and then we'll call it a night. Latricia, to you as well. Thank you so much for sticking around. Latricia has been in the back end waiting to speak again all through these 4 hours. So Latricia, you're really appreciated. Please round up for us.
Thank you, Glory. Before I start talking, I want to ask, one of the speakers said Chihuahua. What is Chihuahua?
Latricia, I almost choked on my water. I can't believe you literally had a notepad when you were jotting down all these things. Okay, a Chihuahua is a little puppy or a dog. It's a fancy little dog. Very fancy dog. They call it like a portmanteau dog, like a pocket dog. Very tiny, but they're very active. You see them running all around the place. They're very adorable.
Yes.
They're very active. Yeah.
I get that. I wanted to understand, and I said, let me write it down because I'm going to forget the name. Okay. To round it up, Glory, a lot of people have said, and I was on and off. I first want to appreciate. Is it Hassan? I'm sorry, my dear, wherever you are. Maybe I'm saying her name wrong. I appreciate her entrance, the way her first words to you. I do appreciate that. It goes a long way. She may not know, but then she must understand that I want to say to her, I appreciate it. It goes a long way. And then I want to, the Real Housewives, I want to say there's something that people did not touch, and we always spoke about it back then in the other episodes. To say Chioma is a barrister, a lawyer, she's sensitive about this and that. And then now recently there came the issue of Caroline being camera ready and camera sensitive. And Caroline is an actor. So, okay, so it's okay if a lawyer is law sensitive and character sensitive and all that, but when someone who is, her career is to be on the camera. So it is obvious that she is going to be, she will be better than me. I'm not used to being on the camera. You see, she will do better than me, or she will behave as differently to me. So it cannot be okay for lawyers to behave like lawyers, for nurses to behave like nurses, but then why must it be wrong for actors to behave like, because I don't know if you remember, there was an issue that, hey, Caroline is a camera person, she changes this, she should, that is her career, that is who she is. So on that one, I still want to stand on her side. And I also want to say, Glory, I wish or hope that there's someone who knows Caroline who can say this to her. I want to tell her that, Caroline, you are not money. Not everybody will like you, but it doesn't mean that you are a bad person. It's only money in living that everybody likes. That is only money. But then as human beings, we don't always like each other, you see. So Caroline must just stand tall. The fact that the 5 housewives, they don't like her, it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with her. But what we appreciate about her is that she stood up for what she believes in. And she gave them a chance to gang up and everything, and she came late. Her lateness in this case, I do appreciate it because it was worth it for both parties. And by virtue of her taking a stand when Toyin was going to fight Chioma and trying to stop it, that shows the realness in her. Because in situations like that, you don't plan it because you don't know what the other person is going to react. When the person reacts, you also come out. So it was not planned. It was not about, it was not acting. So it shows that she is genuine. She is a human. I'm not saying she was defending Chioma or what, but she was avoiding violence. That means she doesn't appreciate violence in as much as she did retaliate when it was her turn. And I also want to appreciate Laura for once, for the first time since Real Housewives came. I appreciate her for the fact that this time she was not problematic, which I want to believe that it's because maybe she saw that somewhere, somehow she was used by Toyin. And it's true, the other lady said Toyin is also human and all that. We do understand that. We mustn't call her ghetto and all that, but then Glory, whether we like it or not, it depends on the platform that you are on. The things that we are talking here, should we be given a chance to be in the parliament? There are things that we cannot talk. You watch your tongue because of the platform that you are on. We're talking levels. You need to understand. So the moment you don't understand the levels that you are in, it says a lot about you. Then we are going to break you, obviously. So it's not about us saying the people at the ghetto are bad. We are saying when we are at the ghetto. I'm also a ghetto girl. If I'm at the ghetto, I behave in a certain way. But if I'm at my house with my neighbors, it's different because I'm living in a different environment. You understand? Not because I'm pleasing somebody, but because it will be relevant and understood by the people around me at that time. So for her to behave in that fashion, in that platform, there is nothing wrong. You are a ghetto person. Be ghetto and all that, but be ghetto at the right places, at relevant places. And if you find me at the ghetto, if you find me in the village, you will not believe it. I'm that girl. I will put fire. I will cook things on the fire outside. And I'm okay with it. And I come to my house, I'm doing things differently. You get that? It's because I understand that now I'm at the village, I'm at my grandmother's place. So, but then for a lady, and more especially of her age, to behave like that, guys, it's unacceptable for the life that we are living in the 21st century, whether we like it or not. The professionalism protocol is important, whether we like it or not. So, but then I'm also disappointed with the host. Who's it? Who's this guy? That red guy? Who? And I like him. He looks nice, but then he didn't do for me. I thought the issue of the bastard, according to me, is a big thing. That was a big thing. People calling each other bastards and what. I thought he is going to raise it and give both ladies a chance to can respond to that. So unless if I missed something, he did not say something about it according to me, which I felt that because Chioma was going to be on the wrong because he started it, the issue of the bastard. Caroline was retaliating. And when you retaliate, no one can blame you for that. And the noise making and the provocation and everything, they were all started by Chioma. As much as I like her and her fashion, I like her. She dresses very nice. But it doesn't mean that because of her fashion, we will appreciate everything about her. And a good luck to Chioma. I think she's going to get the taste of her own medicine. Those ladies are going to deal with her because one day, as much as Toyin has already started, they will start saying, you are with Caroline, and now because you are no longer good with Caroline, you want to come to us and what. I hope and pray that they all come back on the second season. So, but over and above, I do appreciate everything. We appreciate your analysis. I'm still celebrating my blue cup.
Thank you.
Ladies, join me. Go and join. It's nice. The feeling that you get after getting another cup, woo, no money can buy it. You just feel good that, hey, I'm really I'm part of the family. You know, I was having a consultation today, and I could feel that, that's why I came in late. I didn't hear your introduction. I came in when you were already putting the link, and I said, I don't know what questions she asked, but I'm going in. So I had a consultation, but I came back running and saying, hey, I want to be on the Real Housewives of Lagos. And Glory, we appreciate you. We find solace in you. But Hussein, Hassan, yeah, she reminded us that things happened in the past, but life is going on. We appreciate you. I do appreciate what you said to Glory Hassan. Be good and shine on, Glory. This week was your week. Ebuka, the newspaper. And I'm celebrating because I'm a member as well. It's to my benefit as well.
Yes. Thank you so much, Nikita. Thank you. Oh my God, guys. Today has been really a rich day. I mean, I'm tired, but I still feel so excited. I still feel, like, hey, let's just continue talking and talking. But then, I mean, I need to also consider the fact that we're all doing this virtually, yes. So people are getting exhausted. We don't want the conversation to continue dragging. But I really want to appreciate every single person that made this live stream possible. Whether you spoke, whether you were active in the comment section, whether you tried to join to speak virtually, whether you are watching and you're just silent, you're not commenting, because somebody commented last week that, oh, Glory, what about us that are not doing anything but we're just watching? Hey, I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you all so much. You guys made today's conversation very, very insightful, very interesting. And one thing I'm really hoping for is that the producers of the show, they somehow get to hear what all of you have said, not just what Gloria Elijah has said, no, but what every person has said. And you see, one thing that I really appreciate about these conversations, not just today's conversation, is the fact that every single person that speaks here, you all are not just Nigerians based in Nigeria. You all are from different parts of Africa and are based in different parts of the world. I've seen some of you that are based in London, some of you that are based in America, in different parts of America, different parts of the UK. Some of you are based in Italy. You guys are dispersed everywhere across the globe. And so it makes it makes the conversation really rich because you watch the show from different areas of the world and you form your own opinion, you form your own interpretation of what you see on the show, and I feel like if the producers are looking for any feedback, this is that feedback that they should be getting. Maybe not just from FSWG, but maybe anywhere, but this is the feedback that they should be getting. If there's any housewife that's hoping to become a part of the cast members of the reunion show in season 2, if they are looking for tips, if they are looking for hints, this is where they should get it. They should get it here. I mean, all that every one of you that I've said in the comment section, whether I've spoken virtually, this is the tip. This is the hints. This is the suggestions. This is just basically the feedback that these people should be getting, because trust me, it's going to really work well for them. And overall, one thing I feel like people did not really touch on that I feel is very important is the fact that when Toyin got up to go and attack Chioma on the reunion show, she forgot the fact that she was pregnant, or she is pregnant, because in the last episode of the show, she broke it as great news to the ladies that she was pregnant when they were in Dubai. So Toyin carelessly was almost going to endanger the life of her unborn baby. And I felt like she did that at the spur of the moment without even thinking. And I am suggesting that moving forward, whether on Real Housewives platform or any other platform, wherever Toyin finds herself, she should learn to control her temper. Because now, she's no longer Toyin alone. She's Toyin carrying 1 or 2 or 3 or any number of babies that she's carrying in her. And it is her duty, it is our obligation to protect the lives that she's carrying. So Toyin needs to work on her temper. As we will always say on this channel, using your words goes a long way to win an argument, far better than getting physically violent. It doesn't really help you. All right. So all of that said, I want to once again finally appreciate all of you for the growth on this channel, for your contributions, for everything that you all are bringing. I am receiving it with all joy. And I'm basking in all of the glory, pun intended. I'm basking in all of that glory. I am super excited. I'm happy for this tribe. I'm happy for this community. Thank you all so much. If you have anything more to share, guys, the comment section is open. This live stream is going to be on my channel. Just go ahead. Feel free and express yourself. It's all about expression on here. And that said, finally, more appreciation goes to Val. Val just keeps emptying her bank account on this channel. Val, thank you. Maybe from you, I'm going to buy a house. Thank you so much, Val. I really appreciate it. Yes, before I forget, every one of you that dropped your token on this channel today. Oh my God. You guys don't even know what you've done for me. Thank you so much. Your kind gesture is greatly appreciated. I receive it with all the love that you sent it with. Thank you so much. And that said, we're going to call it a night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And hey, if you are married, get your spouse to massage your back, because sitting down for the past 4 hours, almost 5 hours, it's not easy. If you are single, get your sibling to help you massage your feet and your back. If you are alone like me, don't worry. Lord Jesus is going to handle our problem. Amen. Because I'm just here. Yeah, I'm here. My partner is not here. So now I'm going to have to go to the spa tomorrow to massage my back. So if you are single like me, don't worry. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Just get yourself cardigan like me and warm up yourself, and we'll all be all right. And that said, everybody have an amazing, amazing, amazing night's rest. Enjoy your weekend, and I will see you all on another episode of Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. Have an amazing night's rest as I leave you with this video. Hey, stop right here. Don't go anywhere. You are especially welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Glory Elijah, and this right here is Frankly Speaking with Glory. I am the girl with the tea. I give detailed analysis of reality TV shows like Big Brother Naija, like Nigerian Idols, like The Voice Nigeria. You know, basically any reality TV show that actually interests you, it automatically becomes my interest as well. I literally carry off on my head. I give detailed analysis, I give detailed reviews. I run commentaries also because I want us to have fun. I want us to catch cruise. I want us to, you know, vibe to stuff like that. And reality TV shows are not the only kind of content that I put out on my channel. I also do movie reviews. So you see this Glory Elijah of a girl, she's a very, very boring sport. Guys, for real. I am super, super boring. However, whenever I feel like passing my time, you know, just having my own fun, chilling, being in a zen mode, I catch up on movies, which I find very, very interesting or exciting. But also, guys, I love reviewing those annoying ones because, hey, we have to call them out. You cannot come and waste my data. You cannot come and waste my precious time watching some really annoying movies. And I also talk about trending social topics because, of course, this life has to be balanced, okay? It's not all about entertainment and fun all the time. We also need to talk about those serious issues that concerns me, that also concerns you as well. You're about to have a blast on this channel. I also share my life experiences from time to time. Yes, that is when people ask me to talk about it. But if people don't ask me to talk about it, sometimes I do not feel the need to talk about it. I like keeping my private things private. But once again, you are welcome to my YouTube channel, and as I told you before, you are in the right space. Trust me, you will be so addicted to this channel. People are going to be asking you, what's happening with you? Are you okay? And hey, don't forget to turn on post notification, all right? That is the best way for you to always receive alerts of my videos. So you see what I'm doing on my screen right now, just do exactly that. And